Streaming. Let's see if we can get to the studio and see if the studio responds. Says we have an excellent connection, and we're going to try and start the call. Okay, so I should be on infinite call, but of course I'm not. And here we are. We start that by lowering this, pressing the audio call, and hopefully everybody becomes part of this. All right. Okay. I'll make that what it is, and hopefully we have our man responding very soon. AY? I don't even see him on the list. There he is. There we are. There's my main man, Aristides.
Nice.
So good to catch up with you, sir. Let's see if we are... T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. Now let's see if you register on the OBS. You know, you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. Who, me?
Yes, you do. You register. Right. Excellent. Okay. Oh, that's lovely, Aristides. So you want to start that blurb now, or?
Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries.
Do I want to what? Blurb now?
Yeah. You want to do that now?
Sure. Yeah. Let me do. The sooner the better, because as soon as you get here, you should hit that thumbs up, upvote there, not just to show your support, but to help Douglas stay on the up and up in the algorithm, so to speak. There are downvotes placed by various parties, probably losers have nothing better to do, perhaps with bots, and so that influences his ability to be suggested or where he comes up in a search, etc. So please do that, and then slide over, make sure you have hit the subscribe button, even if you have before. Make sure that hasn't come undone for whatever reason, and then turn on the notification bell. It brings a little handy pop-up on your device, so you don't have to remember in case you forget. Oh, there it is. You just hit it and you're there. That's what I just did, even though it's very convenient. So to do these things, you need to have an account with YouTube, or I think a Gmail or whatever type of account it takes. Either sign in or make one. It can't be that hard to do these things. And then once you have, actually, you can actually go into your little account menu, and it's really easy to make little channels under your main account. Usually they're for partitioning content, but the cool thing is they can do separate upvoting of their own, so that enables one person to do more than one upvote. I'm about to switch and do another one.
Excellent.
It's that easy. Also, as far as upvoting, once the program is not live, it's a regular video. Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath. Comments are enabled only after it is live. That's different than the chat window, which you may see replaying on the as you replay the transmission. But underneath there are comments enabled, and I'm going back, and I had failed to do that, so I'm doing that. I'm putting his comment there with the crucial information for similar reasons, so it doesn't get downvoted away. And also. Please feel free or feel encouraged to leave a comment. This also helps the algorithm recognize that Douglas is liked and important. Of course, most of you already realize that on your own, but up and up on the computer world too. So yep. So I put an upvote on that. The next most important, well, maybe the most important thing to do, but maybe not the urgency as soon as you get here. Please do the upvote first. Then consider sending Douglas a contribution on PayPal. Put the link in the live chat right now.
Bless you.
We'll try to keep that visible, but you don't need, in case you lose track of the link, you don't need the link. All you need to do is go to PayPal and remember his name, Douglas Dietrich. And if you search, or you see right there on the thumbnail for the show, he's got the Douglas D. Dietrich, one word. and you will find him easily. There are many Douglas Dietrichs in the world, but make sure the picture is of an Asian-looking man, and then you're giving the money to the right person. And I don't think you need a PayPal account to do that. I think there's somewhere to click to just to use a credit card and send money. So please don't hesitate or look for any excuses there to forward him what you can afford. So also you can share the link right out of the browser bar, the youtube.com or similar link. That will stay the same after it is live. So if you post that somewhere now, or share it, record it, send it to a friend, it will remain the same later on for the replay. And what else? If you're so technically inclined, do consider downloading the programs and re-uploading, even in a format that's a little bit smaller file size or more convenient for you. I'm sure there's ways to compress or reduce resolution, although that would be a shame with the beautiful thumbnail or show posters that Douglas always provides, to lose any resolution there.
Bless you.
You can make MP3 files. Those of you know, we won't go into complex technical discussion there, but it's easy enough to get a defined free downloading programs. 4K downloader works, although there may be a length limit. I'm not saying that's the thing. A lot of them, the free ones, they only let you do so much and maybe so long. But there are ways, so just consider that if that is in your wheelhouse. What else? Little groggy. Just woke up from a nap not too long ago. So
you seem fine. Seem refreshed.
What else? Yeah. I'm doing all right. Some nice strong coffee and where we go. What else do I usually say? On the computer during the replay, wherever you're at, if you right click on the screen, it will give you the option to generate a link at that timestamp, so you can send it to someone. You might very well, oh my God, this is a great topic. I was just listening a little bit to I had I guess fallen asleep, but when George came on last time near the end, and these two guys often cover some very interesting topics. So say something like that comes up, like, oh my God, this is shit. This is interesting. I got to send so and so this. Just right click on the screen. I always mean to find the way to do that on the phone, or if that's possible with the phone, it must be. But I'll get back to you on that. And then you can send that to a friend, and it brings. They click on it, and it brings them right to that time. So that's a very convenient way to get people tuned in and turned on to some fascinating topics here.
Excellent.
I think that's it.
Yes, that was beautiful, and we love you dearly, and we're so appreciative of that. And by that, I mean not just we as myself and everybody on Team Dietrich and everybody who's listening, our listener base, but also the lovely Amy Como, who has joined us directly on the call. Before I turn my attention to her and ask her how much time we're blessed with her presence tonight, I want to thank Stephen Myers for 75 United States dollars. We've just received a contribution from PayPal, or via PayPal, from Stephen Myers of 75 United States dollars on the production account. He says, always with you, DD, your knowledge is priceless, and knowledge is power over the enemy of humanity. The occult knowledge you teach keeps the demons from taking your soul to empower them. They are like parasites who feed off fear and ignorance. They have billions to feed off on this planet. Peace out. We love you dearly, Stephen Myers, and hopefully, of course, you're doing well. I pray your mother's still with us, and that your caring for her is proving rewarding. And of course, always on my thoughts, dear brother from another mother. And he, of course, is a Blasian, Black Asian, in the heart of the New York City, the belly of the beast. He's kind of moved away from the actual epicenter of the horror that is New York. But we are, always thinking about him. He's with his mother now in a better part of New York. not going to give that away, of course. And that being said, we turn back to our lovely Amy Como. So, dear Amy, how long you're going to be with us tonight? And so glad to have you with us.
As long as I am all up on these dark chocolate espresso beans, you've got me.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh my fucking God. That's dangerous shit. Oh my God. Tell people about that. These are chocolate covered coffee beans. This is like, it's drugs. It's just fucking drugs. It's like speed or crack or meth. It
is.
Yeah.
It's like the most natural thing you could juice yourself with.
Yes.
I didn't have any coffee today though, and I almost went to bed, and then I was like, no. Gonna do the call. I'm gonna be up for the call.
Oh, you left me some messages. Yes, you left me some messages.
I leave you messages all the time.
Yes, I didn't get a chance to respond. I'm so sorry about that.
Of course not.
Well, I mean, I'm back now, so I'll be responding to them, soon enough. I mean, I don't think they were. What is that photo? You're near a wall with that strange carving. What is that carving on the wall? It's like, is it Dagon or one of the fish gods? It's like it's a black wall with this carving on it that you're standing in front of a photograph you sent me.
Oh, that was oh my God.
She's at Red Hook. She's at Red Hook, people. She's basically anyhow. What was that, honey? Say that again.
That was Langley Island in Washington.
Okay.
We went to look at the whales, and that's like one of the glyphs in the rock wall on the ocean where you go whale watching.
Holy shit. Yeah, that looks really ominous.
I almost got my new phone together. Like, I was messing around with it, and I found I was like hooking up one device to my old laptop, and then I was trying to figure out like how do I get one machine to talk to another, and I was able to transfer old files, and that was one of my old, I'm over 10 years ago now, photos, but I had it on the new phone, but I'm still really like attached to the old phone. I can't really get into the new phone. I know it's there. I should use it. I got a new phone number. I got the Teams on it, but I haven't used it at all. It's like, it's just doing what phones do when they are in a drawer. I hooked up to my other laptop, which I couldn't get the other phone. I couldn't get this phone to talk to the laptop, but that phone would for some reason. So yeah, so you got a great picture of me when I was young and beautiful and whale watching.
Oh, well, you're still young and beautiful, and I'm so glad that you sent a photograph of yourself in front of that wall of, and I say this without any judgment, certainly no condemnation, what looks like pagan idolatry in this incredibly ominous black stone that's behind you.
But I mean, you have to realize, like, that is like, this is like the original, like, Native American.
Is it Native American carving? Yeah. Truly?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
It's on Langley Island in Washington State.
Oh my god!
I had to take a ferry to go over there.
So this isn't something new. This wasn't produced by the tourist board or something like that. I thought, oh shit,
no.
It's real. It's goddamn. I hope they're protecting it.
It's the real thing. That's probably why you're like, it's so creepy, Amy.
Yeah.
That fish. It's old. It's an old fish.
Yeah, damn, and so anyhow, I'm just so glad to have you with us, and you sound like you're energized as well. But of course, you would be with the crap you're popping in your mouth. I mean, I mean, of course, I always think of as one who is involved in activities where the repercussions can be quite serious. I always think of the repercussions of our actions. I mean, I presume your shit's gonna be fucking black after chewing on enough of these chocolate-covered coffee beans.
Why are you worried about the condition of my feces? Come on.
It's
Listen,
it's come
you
up
need to
before in some
really
of the
think
health.
about what we're doing.
It's come up before in some of the medical conditions we've discussed. I mean, that's.
This is true.
Yeah,
This is true.
so I mean, this is one of those few shows where, because we're not on some syndicated national platform, we actually talk about all kinds of horrible things that people speak about as they get older.
That we don't ever hear about from anywhere else.
Yes,
it's true.
It's true. It's not just as people get older, of course, though we're all doing that, but it's how would we say it? We're health conscious people here, and it's because of that we wind up speaking about things that impact us. But now in terms of my case, of course, there's been a few cases of surgery or various procedures where we had all kinds of weird things happening. I mean, how are things going in regards to Tokyo and yourself with follow-ups on medical activities? Is everything going smoothly?
Yeah, all improving. Everything seems to be improving.
Wow.
I did just get my stool sample results back, since we already are on this subject.
On the subject? Oh, God. And what did they say?
They say what every single stool sample says, that there's nothing. There's nothing showing up. I'm like, yeah, no shit. You always say that, and it's always the opposite. Yeah. But anyway, so there you have that. I've done that one more time.
Yes.
Toby's improving.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It was really sketchy there for a while, and he's switched his meds, and he's back to more of himself, like not so down, not so always.
He can get it up
like,
again.
Now you know I'll never kiss him, pal. But no, he's out and doing stuff. Like, he did a job, which is why I didn't have the phone for a couple weeks.
Right, he took the phone to do a job. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, imagine that. Yeah. So I had to drive to go do stuff. My plan was to like ride my bike again, because that was something I did a lot at one point. So I did 2 bike rides while he was gone.
Uh-huh. Wow,
not very
cool.
Successful. You shouldn't just like jump back on the bike. You should.
What happened? What happened?
Nothing. It was terrible. It was too hard. It was so arduous. My body was like, you don't do this anymore.
Oh.
And I did it anyway. And then, yeah. And it like cured me of an appetite. Like, getting exercise, like, I just suddenly was like not as hungry at all anymore.
That you would think it would be the opposite. That's so bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know. I did a little ride into town, like a couple miles, and it was on the bike trail, and I stopped and picked up some apples.
Hey, by the way, keep your voice near, keep your mouth near the mic, so to speak, or your phone near your mouth.
It.
There we are. There.
It was I turned around.
Okay.
It was the direction.
Yes.
So yeah, I just was out on my bike, and I picked up some apples, and I did some stuff, and things are improving. Our health is good. Like, we're doing stuff. Like, we're not just,
Politics. What's going on in your state? You said, here's something you need to explain to me. You were really upset the other day by Bernie Sanders rousing the crowd, something of that nature. Could you put that into some context? What was going on?
Well, no, I think it was one night where like you'd asked if I would just come on, and I just really couldn't, because like I had too much to do. Like, I was like moving chicken from the cook stove, and it's too hard to like manage too much at once. But earlier from that night, I had watched like some video of Bernie Sanders in West Virginia.
Keep the phone near. Keep the phone. Yeah, go on. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't figure out, like, was he like hiding from Vermonters who might attack him? Are they all running scared?
I would hope.
Like, but also he was like he was doing his thing, like he was like the working class. So I'm aligned with the working class. And it just brought me to tears. Like I was so raw and like emotional.
Yeah, do explain to people it's not because you're buying into his shtick and taken by it and moved by it. It's quite the opposite.
It's like depressing to me. It's just like this guy has been like he's not. Like, I don't mean to bitch like that, and like I understand like. He moved here and he made it his home and he really did work the community. Like I remember as a child him in the parade shaking everybody's hand, just being present at all of these community things. Like
the fact that you saw this son of a bitch as a child is depressing. Does this fucker, when's he gonna die?
Right? Like he's like been at this for that long
Yeah.
and he's not been able to let it go. You know? Like he hasn't like transitioned into something better.
No, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. No, it's like this is what he does, and he does it because he does it in the sense that a leech sucks blood. He's just sucking. He just keeps sucking.
I don't know. He was in West Virginia rallying up the West Virginians, running the crowd, doing like crowd facilitation, like getting people to get up and tell their story. Mm-hmm. Which, you know, is always successful. Everybody likes to hear about everybody else's stuff so they don't have to focus on their own. Right? Like, that's one way to do it. That is one way to, you know.
I guess that's a service we provide. You and I.
Platform as a service. Yeah, I mean, I was really sad about watching him in West Virginia. And I like was scared
that he's still doing the same shit and people still are buying it, and this has been going on since you were a child. It's like an abusive parent who never ages. He's always there. Takes a licking but keeps on sticking it.
Here's the thing is I did hear in an interview that he did that he will not run again. He's retiring. He's done. He's way too old and he wants to support the youth who are coming up. So I mean, he's intelligent too. Like it's like it's.
Oh, don't give him any credit. He probably has medical issues.
No, because you can't manipulate properly if you're just an idiot. You know, like that's the thing of it. Like he's really smart, and he does coerce people. He does manipulate them, and he's good at it for sure. But no, I like this. The whole. Everything's falling apart, Douglas. Yeah. We can't talk about all the stuff we love to talk about, like astrology and magic and military jerks. We can't talk about that because it's all falling apart and we need you to fix it.
Thank you. Yes. Well, unfortunately, it's going to have to get a lot worse before people finally see the light and turn towards myself. It's
really bad. Yeah, like it's really bad out there. Like the freaking terrible situations with the ice are not stopping.
Yeah. Well, apparently the polls are turning against Trump on that one. And so I did get some messages from Brendan Zogit over the weekend that... although I was made aware of this, he emphasized the point. How many of you, and Aristides, join us in on this conversation with Amy and I. How many of you heard the rumors that Trump had died before they rushed into damage control to say, no, he's doing great?
I did not.
Oh, you did not? Oh my God. Amy, did you?
I did not hear that either. That's interesting that Brendan found that. I did not hear that.
Oh, okay.
I heard that 2025 is the year of killing potentate.
Oh, we could. Everybody, clap your hands together and pray. By the way, Thomas Paine, 1974, says, "Hey, you Douglas D, and all of you awesome people." So, welcome back, Thomas Paine. In the interim, please, by all means, respond to your thoughts on this, because I did hear it in the milieu that I was in from the Blood Boys, but our friend Brendan caught it independently, and certainly he reinforced the point. It was all over the media, just everywhere, that people were convinced that Trump had died. It was a big thing. It really was throughout the weekend, and this happened because he really wasn't seen for a while. And everybody knows one thing about him: he can't stop talking. He can't shut up. And so they figured that he was, somebody had taken, not that somebody had taken him out, but that his health had finally reached that critical mass where it all collapsed. And
what do you mean? Putin gave him the kiss of death. He blew him a kiss goodbye, and that was the end of him.
Yes.
I mean, that's the way, right? Like, that was my thought, is like, why are these idiots even getting together? Like, was it really Putin and really Trump, or were they puppets?
Oh, my God.
Biofacts?
Your question is well taken. Her question is well taken. It was, they're so fucking lame, and you wonder, why did they get together? But, of course, it's so Trump could get his direct handling. It was right after he saw Putin, he decided that he was going to eliminate all mail-in voting, or get back onto that grandstand, or headstand, whatever we should call it. But that having been expressed, Brendan's of course sending us many sigils of protection inside of our text box, and I appreciate that profoundly. Thank you so much, Brendan. And of course, Brendan, you're always welcome to join us directly on the call. I don't know if you've noticed it, Amy, but our dear T-Tank Berry, who appears in our text as John Doe, has basically sent a wonderful ambulatory Muppet of Bernie Sanders. Disgusting, of course. It's like a giant Muppet Bernie Sanders, but it looks just like him. So it was John Doe, T-Tank Berry, who sent me Abaddon and perhaps an interpretation of the above. It's it looks like an album cover is all I can say. Obviously, I'm aware that Abaddon is one of the fell angels of the abyss. He is, of course, an important angel in the hierarchy of the infernal, amongst the, shall we say, the lords of hell. Abaddon is big among them. He's like in the he personifies the abyss. So, but aside from that, it looks like an album cover. Any comments there, Aristides? You had some thoughts?
In our chat, I need to go look at it.
Okay, sure. And so, such being said, for all of you out there, it was bad enough that Trump had to respond. So Trump had to stand up and say, I'm alive and healthy, or and of course the first thing he did was he bitched about the patio, limestone, which Brendan can come back and bring us more. I just looked at Brendan's links to get that. Brendan sent some links, and I need to respond to them. But in other words, he was just talking about mundane shit, the shape the world is in today. And he regales us with how, he oversaw these changes in the White House, yet he's complaining about them now. So it just goes to show how you can't win with that guy. There's another laugh track or meme from John Doe about Bernie Sanders. And thanks for that. It's always it's like looking at a picture of fecal matter. It's all I can say. It's disgusting. I mean, literally. I mean, I feel the same feeling I get when I look at a pile of dog shit, when I look at Bernie Sanders or people like that. Unfortunately, Trump is alive. But as our dear Amy said, what do you know about this month? You said the death of Potentes. Tell us about this. What do you know about this, kind of cycle?
I mean, there's really no way I can really say like where I got it from. Like, I just was like in this, oh my God, like it's so complicated. But I heard that 2025 was killing potentates year. Like it's like, yeah, like it's a year where the leadership are at risk.
Wow. Okay.
I'd like to be able to explain how I came about that information, but it'll never make sense to anybody. It's just like way too involved. But that meeting with Trump and Putin, it made me wonder, like, what it like. There was this thing about, like, his wife wrote a letter about returning the children.
Yes. Tell us about what you know of
I'm
this.
Like, I know that would be a great way to put some poison in a potentate's hand, is to be like, hey, my young, beautiful wife wrote you a love note. Right? Like, isn't that, like, just, sometimes I see these things and I can't believe that they're, like, selling that story. Like, and people are eating it up. Right?
What do you mean by that? Is put that into some perspective for us? I hear you. Yeah, go on.
50 years ago, you would never, like, my grandmother and her sisters would never have been entertained through some kind of mass media that the sexy wife of the president is writing love notes to the leader of Russia. And it's just, like, on your screen, and you're just like not reacting to it. You're just like, oh yeah, of course. Isn't that a lucky Putin? Like, what? I mean, that's my thing, is, like, I think that there's so much happening so fast. It's a big confluence of all kinds of just hard to move forward when you can't let go of all this newfangled material, and yet you want to so bad. You want to just not ever look at a screen again, or, like, just go back to books. Don't drive your car. I mean, and that's just it's hard for me to have time to process all this stuff when I'm a very busy person. Like, I can't have all of my time eaten up with this stuff, and yet I'm like, I feel like I'm so exposed to all of it, and I'm making such an effort to not be, and not be influenced by it, like, to not feel like I'm addicted to my phone, or to feel like I'm addicted to the drama and the newscast. And yet still it's like I'm wheeling myself away from it, but it's magnetically tucking itself in next to me.
Well, we can't.
While I try to go to sleep.
We can't, especially considering the fact that you deal with myself. There's no way that you can really withdraw completely from the world. Obviously, I'm a person of the world in the sense that the world is intensely interesting to me. It's of intense interest to me. So I have to, whether I like it or not, maintain some awareness. For my own psychological health, I withdraw to a degree at times, and have been doing so more and more recently, not keeping too up to date, but nevertheless it comes back at us. And so long as we maintain any sense of awareness or interactivity with others who care about the world, we're going to wind up knowing, whether we want to or not, a little bit about what's going on. I certainly appreciate what you brought up about, of course, Melania. I had actually, of all things, over the past few weeks, spoken to my gang brother Beaver about that, of all people, where I had spoken with him casually on the phone and brought up how, he apparently had forgotten that Trump was involved with a few women who were not white. And he wasn't harping on it, but he was bringing up the fact that Trump's was always involved with white women as various wives that he then dispensed with, as he found no more use for them. But I pointed out that one of the women he was involved with for a while, and it was big at the time, was the beauty queen who had won of several beauty pageants, because Trump was really into beauty pageants, but she was from Venezuela. I think it was Miss Venezuela. It was Miss Venezuela that he had a relationship for a short period of time, and then, of course, threw her by the wayside. But it's not like he stuck.
Are you kidding me? Like, some South American woman put up with that guy? No. He did not drop her.
She dropped him. Good point. Good. Your point's well taken. She dropped him. Let's. Yes. I. You know what? I take that well, because that was something that I learned as a very young man with that Albanian chick that got me the job over at Presidio, or was one of the factors with how I wound up working there. And Leanne Prifty, which she pointed out, of course, when I was speaking, as I had read about and heard about and was lectured about, and these things come up in history classes and whatnot, but the subject came up about Norman, what was his, Miller was his name? I can't remember. He was the guy who wrote Death of a Salesman, but I don't believe it was Mailer. Was it Norman Mailer? Whoever wrote Death of a Salesman.
I don't know.
He had
Somebody can look it up.
Yes.
No, Norman Mailer sounds like an author that did good stuff, but I don't know if he did Death of a Salesman. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I know. I confuse him with... But anyhow, whoever did Death of a Salesman had been married to Marilyn Monroe for a period of time. And then, but it was always posited. In other words, the way it was expressed, no matter what I read or what I was told in a history course where it was brought up casually, or even a literature course, wherever it was brought up in, people would always present it as, oh, he divorced her. He like he had gotten rid of her, as if he had tired of the fact that she couldn't keep up with his intellect. But the Albanian woman pointed out to me that she probably got rid of him because she couldn't stand his bullshit and his pretentiousness and his self-absorption. And that was something that it really brings home the point that women are presented popularly as being the disposable item, and it's never usually presented from their perspective of getting rid of the imbecile who they hooked up with. And I think that one of the reasons for this is, of course, women are generally kept powerless by society, and it's presumed that they don't have that choice. Like, they're trying to hang on to the guy as long as possible because that's their source of security and income, or something of that is how it's perceived. But of course, oftentimes, if women have any sense of just, how would I say, pride or just a bit of control over their own lives, or able to choose their own fate, then they leave. Oftentimes.
Well, it can't. Yeah, like, it can't really be like just. I don't know. I feel like at a certain point, a man has to have certain things in place for them to be considered a viable partner.
Yeah.
And he does not appear to me like he has done any work at all on himself.
Yeah. Trump.
And so that, I mean, and South American women are vicious.
Yeah.
Like, they are cutthroat. They're gorgeous. They're well respected. Like, it's in South America, it's on the billboards, just like beautiful women who are like 9 months pregnant, and it's like expressed as a positive thing. Like, women are not considered in the same way in other places. And the Asian culture doesn't really. The thing that made me like that I was never Asian was learning about the foot binding. Like, that is the thing that I was like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not that. Like, that I'm a woman not in Asia. I'm very blessed to not be that and not have my feet bound.
Right.
That,
I mean, just for the sake of our listeners, you will inform them, of course, that I think what's impacting you is more the fact that the culture would have developed such a bondage in the first place is disturbing. But you are aware, of course, that's no longer in practice, correct?
I hope everybody knows we don't do that to women, right?
I
That's
would
not what
hope.
we do.
Yeah. I mean,
That is not what we
when
do.
you say
But,
that,
like,
you mean that in the sense of the human species, correct?
I mean it in contrast. Thank you for making me explain myself. I mean it in contrast to the way South American women are promoted as kind of the center of everything.
Right.
You know, every man is born from a woman. Like every man comes out of a woman. So that is a representation for some cultures where, like, he would leave her. She's much better without him.
Right.
Like,
that's of course.
You know, that's just that's just like a cultural standpoint. But that, you know, there are cultures such as our white culture where it is put on you like you're a gold digger, you're selfish.
Why is that negative? What would they expect? I mean, obviously, it's men that are far more romantic than women. Men live on fantasy. Women live on practicality. So the first thing that concerns a woman is security, generally speaking. It's like, is this man able to provide security? By that I mean, is he a provider? As opposed to the man is on this fantasy of the warrior. You know, I'm a man. Whereas a woman is just thinking, can this guy stay employed? Is this guy even employable at all? Of course, less and less men are of that category, and so there you go with that. And your input on that, please, before I respond.
Yeah, I hear you. I do. I get what you're saying.
Yes.
I kind of feel like there's a need for everybody to be really secure in themselves before they even, like, you know, produce children, especially, but also get involved with a person of the opposite sex or of the same sex, whatever other thing that you're getting into that you yourself feel really good about, you know, presenting yourself to another person. Like, it's not okay to be, like, trapped in a sense of doubt and insecurity and fear and denial. I feel like there's a real shame and suffering that goes on when you're not able to, like, process things or even consider, like, that there could be a third option. Like, when you get into that space where you're so overwhelmed, where it's like, I got to do this or that, and you can't see other options. Like, going through challenges makes you a stronger advocate for anybody. Like, if you can't see your way through things or just get out of your own way, you're never going to be available to some other person in a way that's helping them grow or achieve or find their best them. And there, you don't have to have this perfect situation where, you do everything together, you spend all your time together. That isn't, like, what a man and a woman are meant for. I mean, ideally, the man provides and the woman receives. This is just baseline, gender roles. But if that isn't possible, like, you need other people. You can't always, like, provide for each other what your blind spots are.
Yes.
So it's important, like, we're talking about, like, Trump leaving some Venezuelan pageant winner and how that really, like, that revolves around this idea that men leave women. It's always, like, presented that they made that choice and this is how it was, which in some ways perhaps it was like that. But I bet that his pageant pageant friend is doing just great. I don't think that it put her out at all to drop that, you know?
Thank you. I think that's a very important point to be made. I've welcomed aboard, aside from Thomas Paine, who joined us earlier, Carl Lindbergh, and Incubate in the chat. And so numbers are quite up. And of course, everybody enjoys listening to our dear Amy speak about relationships. But we have some input from them. Thomas Paine, 1974. Well, he just says Abaddon. He's responding to the question from T-Tank Berry. Abaddon is very real, and he will be taking over Snoo York soon, from what Dante said. I presume he's referring to Snoo Snoo from Futurama, which implies basically fuck New York. And Carl Lindbergh says, I'm here, but the edible won't kick in for another 30 minutes.
Don't eat more.
Yeah, yes.
Don't overdo it.
Yes, thank you. Incubate simply says hi. Thomas Paine points out, every man is born from a woman, yet a man puts a woman and a man into a woman. It is both that created life. No man or woman should be trapped in a bad relationship. And then Douglas, what is this number coding? I see what it is. Well, good. So I don't need to explain it, but I will anyway. I do want everyone to know that I presume he is referring to my titles, which a lot of people have a hard time understanding. But you need to look at it, really take your time, and work through it. Just process through it slowly, go from the beginning and move along, take each obstacle in the road at a time. Consider it like driving over a area near a schoolyard where they have a lot of speed bumps. So you're there to learn, that's the educational aspect of it, but you're going over a bunch of speed bumps, and the speed bumps are there for a reason. So it says 4-day Chinese Valentine's, Cum-FRANKENSTEINdy, in-LABORDy weekend critical omissions. So for those of you who don't know, often I use numbers in place of letters for the sake of an acronym. I don't have enough space in the title. You're only given 100 characters that you can use. So into IN and the numeric 2 would mean into. You don't see that in this particular title, but you see for day. Day is abbreviated with a DY. It was Chinese Valentine's on Friday. Then there's an asterisk, which allows you to reference a bit more detail on that in the text. You have to open the text box up to see that. So everybody, whenever you run into one of my episodes, you're always encouraged to open the text box. And you'll find that the title has an asterisk, which leads to a reference in the text box. Then Saturday was literally Frankenstein Day. Now, it's presumed that this is more the literary Frankenstein of Mary Shelley. And for that reason, there's no need for me to go into too much of the historical character, the doctor, or number of medical practitioners or medical dabblers who inspired the novel. But there were many that were involved in the inspiration of that novel. The Dr. Frankenstein of the novel is himself a Frankensteinian pastiche of many historical figures. No need to go into that because we're not really talking about the history of the Doctor. We're talking about the literary creation of Mary Shelley on Saturday. Of course, I went over this with the Blood Boys. But then there's Labor Day on Monday, which hasn't taken place yet. But we'll be going into sometime in the path of this transmission. We'll be entering into the Labor Day status. Okay, so it was a 4-day weekend for me. Still ongoing, so to speak. And so a lot of hearts from Thomas Paine in that regard, and that's appreciated. Thank you, Thomas Paine. That having been said, we can return to any one of those topics later in the evening, but back to what we're discussing with Amy. I think you've made some wonderful points, and it does bring up another topic that brings me back to a status report or update. for T. Tank Berry on the fucking book that I'm writing. We're already over 100 pages, and that's fine. That's fine, because these things have to be done. These things have to be said in what I am writing. And I'll explain it in just a moment. Amy, one of the things she asked was about a further revision on the Telluri's, or the crash of the planet Telluri's into Earth, which resulted in our moon, which made life possible on the Earth. And the important thing to assess is that the Nazi aspect of it. One of the things that I did not concentrate on or dwell on very much at all in the essay that I've distributed thus far was Unterland, or the fact that the Third Reich in exile retreated into Unterland, and is essentially on, or metaphorically or poetically, on the surface of the Earth that crashed into the Earth, the world that crashed into the Earth that made life on Earth possible. Not simply through the creation of our moon, which makes life possible. Without our moon, there would be no life on Earth, because our moon is what creates the tides, keeps the oceans oxygenated, and made life possible in the sea, that enabled the life to evolve there, that ultimately crawled onto land and provided life on the surface of the Earth. And of course, in the very early days of geophysical history, the Earth was completely covered in water, ocean water. So all life obviously comes from the sea in that regard, ultimately. That having been said, the organic components were provided by Telluri's, the planet, or its full name, Telluriphesa. Telluriphesa was the world that crashed into the Earth that had already evolved life. And when it crashed into Earth, it brought the organic components of that life with it. Though all life on Telluri's must have died, nevertheless, the organic components that comprise that life were then introduced to the environment of Earth itself. We don't feel that intelligent life evolved on Telluri's, but rather life of a non-sapient sort, meaning sentient but not sapient. All life is sentient. And I have to actually make a divergence in the latest epistle, as I call it, that I'm writing concerning Transnistria and the Crimea, because the communists, under Zyuganov's ideological reformatting of communism, for those of you who do not know, there is a sense in the communist world, their philosophy. They operate on one philosophy building on another in order to try and scientize their sociology. In other words, communism is based on this concept that communism from Marx and Engels is a social science. Of course it's not. It's just a load of crap. But they try and scientize it by paralleling it to physics discoveries, which is something I've explained before. The horror of people and their misunderstanding of science in general and physics in particular is the concept of a scientific revolution, which is, of course, always personified, or exemplified rather, by the Copernican revolution, which of course was a very real scientific revolution. In fact, it's one of the few. There aren't many scientific revolutions. They are fairly uncommon. They're very rare. But one of them that stands out is Copernicus. But the problem is too many people think that that's the way science works. Science does not work like that. And the reason we think it works like that, or the reason your average ignorant public reader thinks that, your average information consumer thinks that, because they're ignorant. and because they're uneducated, and because, of course, the overwhelming majority of them are unfortunately just plain fucking stupid. And they're taken advantage of by very sinister people. And one of these sinister people, an Edomite cultist, a pedophile, named Thomas Kuhn, surname spelled Kuhn. And Thomas Kuhn wrote a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, just to fuck everybody up. And everybody bought into it, and they all, like, it became a public bestseller, and everybody read it and just believed it. Because they're so fucking stupid and know nothing about science. And all this son of a bitch talked about was the Copernican revolution in that book, and gave no other examples of his stupid concept, which is like, hey, you got this one concept of the universe or some sort of field of science, and then somebody comes along and blows it all away. And then history turns on a dime, and everybody has to take in the new concept and realize they were wrong all along. Like, you know, again, I shudder to use this example because we've got so many people that we deal with on a personal level that are flat earthers, but yeah, like people used to believe.
Wait, you deal with flat earthers?
You have no idea. You have no idea. I'm not going to name them. There's more people than people think involved with Team Dietrich who believe the Earth is flat, and it's like I just have to, you know, just have to not judge, right? You know, I mean, at any rate, when it comes
love them.
at any rate,
love them up.
Yeah,
People.
But to your average Joe, look, I'm just going to tell you, that's not what I work with in terms of cosmology myself, but when it comes to again, the flat Earth concept that we once thought the Earth was flat is so fucking stupid because nobody ever thought that. The ancients all knew the world was round. The ancient Chinese word for Earth has always been Dǐ-Chǔ, which means sphericity. I mean, and they've been using that for thousands and thousands of years. So it's like, ancient man knew the Earth was round. It's only a myth that Columbus thought. Columbus goddamn knew. He well knew the world was round because he was working with maps that showed the world was round that were provided ultimately from sailors that had been to Asia and got the concept from the Chinese in terms of navigational points, which of course sailors had been navigating the world for thousands of years, and all of navigation across the world's oceans cannot be conducted without basing it on the fact that the world is round. If you don't have a round world, you cannot navigate the way sailors have navigated for thousands of years. Anyhow, all of that being said, so people believe the stupidest things. They believe people used to believe the world was flat and then found out it was round through Columbus. Hopefully less and less people believe that now, but certainly that was the normative for the belief system of the average public layman for about 100 years at least. That the ancients didn't know the world was round. But when it comes to the structure of scientific revolutions, understand this month, that's not the way science works. Normally, science does not have that. What science does is it evolves. It doesn't have revolutions. It has evolutions. So, in other words, say, for instance, Newton, Sir Isaac Newton, developed Newtonian mechanics. And those Newtonian mechanics never become obsolete. They are, of course, proven to be limited. In that sense, they are wrong. And they are proven wrong by a scientific evolution, not a revolution. And that is when Einstein's wife, who we've gone into before, speaking about the imbalance between men and women, Einstein's wife was really the genius who developed all of his equations, and Einstein's just a fucking kike patriarch motherfucker who stole everything from his Serbian wife. So it basically
again.
Yes, imagine that. So did you hear me cover this? Did you hear me cover this in the past? By the way,
I did. I caught that.
Yeah,
I did, and it made total sense.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And
it's sad when I listen to you and like everything you say is just like, oh, okay, now, all right, now that makes sense. Like, because you can't go back. You can't turn around and not hear Douglas after you start listening to him. I want everybody to know that.
Thank you.
Here's your
honey.
disclaimer.
Thank you, honey. Maliva Marić was her name. His Serbian wife's name was Maliva Marić. And Maliva Marić developed equations which led to the concept of E equals mc squared, which Einstein, because he was a man and because he's a fucking kike and because he's a fucking patriarch, just, intellectually just stole it all and took all the credit. But what this led to was an evolution in physics that was revolutionary in a sense, but it does nothing to dismiss Newtonian mechanics. We do not use Marićian physics, is what we should say, instead of Einsteinian. Or at the very least, we should always, because Einsteinian sounds euphonic and people have gotten used to it, at least qualify it as Marić Einsteinian. Remember, the first name of his wife is Maliva. Think of it kind of like Melania, except Maliva. Melania is Slovenian, Maliva is Serbian. So think of them as coming from the same old Yugoslavia, the land of the South Slavs. But Maliva...
The land of Vlad the Impaler.
Well, kind of,
He
yeah.
was more Romanian.
Yeah, he was Romanian, but it's the same area, really. It truly is. It truly is. After all, that they have often considered uniting into a Serbo-Romanian, Balkanian empire, when they're not splitting up.
Who knows? Maybe they still have to. We have no idea, what the hell is going on out there.
I hear you.
They met. Russia and the U.S. met with this agreement that there would be peace. What happened?
Oh, well.
They started blowing each other up again.
Yeah. Well, none of us, I don't think, with any sense of contact with reality had ever, for once, not even for a minute, believed that Trump and Putin meeting would have any results. I mean, certainly.
What about Gaza? Mm-hmm. What about the Palestinians?
Yeah. No, it's horrible. And it only gets worse.
I mean, we're peace. Where is it?
Oh, it gets worse. I mean, just for a moment here, because you had to touch on that, just for a moment, I just need to vent and cathart. I had to just shut down the Blood Boys from watching Doctor Who. I can't take it. I just can't take it. For those of you who don't know, Doctor Who is British. It's this British television series. The interesting thing about George Knight is that George Knight never somehow was exposed to very much of British popular culture, which is for the best, but it's weird. It's strange that he's never been, I don't know how he managed to avoid it, but he's lucky. But a lot of British people grew up watching Doctor Who, which was always odd. It was always odd because it was just like a British science fiction with an extremely low budget. And as having an extremely low budget, they could only do so much, and what they did looked really cheesy. It was always cheesy, and but it tried to make some statements, and you would get conflicting statements. Because some of the guys writing it were right-wing and loved the British Empire and thought colonialism was great, that they did everything to make the Africans and the Indians and all of these Asians and, wogs, as they would call them, the coloreds, they made it better for them. Of course, it's all a load of shit. And others were subversive and very leftist, and they provided different perspectives. So Doctor Who has never been consistent. And different actors have played Doctor Who. They're trying to keep the same character alive by having different actors play him, like James Bond. Except that with Doctor Who, because it's science fiction, they began to think fairly recently, starting only a few years ago, they could really take it all the way. And they decided to go woke. There's no other word for it. And make Doctor Who a woman. And that just didn't go over well. And so they decided, why not take it all the way and just make ourselves beyond unpopular? Let's not just lose ratings. Let's turn people away and bring this into the negative ratings. So they said, we'll make him a black faggot. So now Doctor Who is a black faggot. There's no other word for it. This guy is not just...
And so the lads wanted to watch that particular Doctor Who?
Yes. You caught
but
it.
you couldn't do it. You were like, this is so bad. Like, you guys shouldn't even know about this.
Now, it wouldn't have been that. I do know that, just want people to know, it's not the fact that he's black, and it's not the fact that he's gay. I'm sorry, what happened was... Don't, that's bad. It's bad. I'm sorry, it just is. Look, Doctor Who is always... It's like, this stuff is just... This is off the rails. It really is off the rails. It really is a case that I have to really... There's times when you really have to give the enemy their due. Go woke, go broke. It's just not working with a lot of this shit. It's I don't know why they have this agenda, but Marvel's got it with Captain America, where, for those of you who don't know, it wasn't just the movies. It's been for years now in the comics. Captain America has been the black character who used to be the Falcon, which now they made him the Captain America. It's like it's whatever you call it, it's still bait and switch. The guy was designed as a certain character. And granted, it's a challenge. How do you keep a certain character going for year after year after year? Well, you give the character a break because it's comic books, and you kill him. And then, he was reanimated, or he was in a different dimension. It's easy enough to do, but you don't say, okay, this other person is now him, and you have to accept it forever, which is what Marvel's done. And it's like, and nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. It's like, it's a new generation of kids are buying it because they've never grown up with the old one, and they're hoping that will recoup their losses. And but then I don't think it's going to work. It's one of these things that we can go into that some other time as to the nuances of that. But when it came to Doctor Who, what it was the latest shit. It is painful to watch no matter what. First off, the black guy twerks, and it's just like, I'm sorry, I just can't watch a black guy twerking. It's just beyond me. But beyond that, it became the Gaza Strip. This is when you brought up Gaza, then it became a pro-Israeli propaganda series, and I said, this has got to stop. It's got to stop. So in the latest Doctor Who series of episodes, you've got this situation where the Hellions, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, a Hellion is a malicious child, like it's like Dennis the Menace. Hellion is like, then they had the term female for girls would be the Heller. She's a Heller. Hellraisers. They're Hellraisers. So, but then they named this planet Hellion, which is supposed to be the Gaza Strip. I mean, this isn't like me reading into this. This is like, there are literally references in the Doctor Who series to the Eurovision, I think it's called. It's like their version of America's Got Talent, and it's funded heavily by Israel. And they're directly referencing it in the Doctor Who series, except they're making it all aliens in the series. It's aliens getting on stage to sing. And, of course, everybody thinks poorly of the Palestinians, so they're called the Hellions in the series, but they're a direct allegory for the purpose of the story in the series. They are not subtle with this. This is not fan fiction. It's what they're saying. In other words, they officially presented as such. And because they're sponsored by Israel, they're sponsoring by that I don't mean just Eurovision, but apparently Doctor Who as well. They can reference the Eurovision without being sued. In other words, there's no copyright claim or anything. So only in the Doctor Who series, it's all aliens. And of course, this planet Hellion, which is occupied by the people who are sponsoring the Eurovision that's presented in Doctor Who, which uses the same fucking logo as Eurovision for this talent scout performance contest in the Doctor Who series, showing that same logo, shows that the people who are sponsoring it are the Israelis, basically, but presented by a different alien species, represented by a different alien species. But then the Hellions try to rebel and try to hijack the talent series, and they wind up threatening to kill everybody in the talent series. And so Doctor Who, this gay black guy, tortures one of them. First he threatens them, pulls a Liam Neeson, which is just unwatchable. First off, Liam Neeson, if everybody remembers him from that horrible Taken. What do they call that series again, where his daughter's kidnapped and I will find you, I will kill you. That whole threat thing goes on. Whatever the name of that franchise was, which I couldn't stand. Yeah, anyhow, Liam Neeson, he's infamous for that scene, I will find you, I will kill you. The Doctor Who character, who I despise so much, I don't even know the actor's name. But the black Doctor Who, the black gay Doctor Who, goes through a Liam Neeson. I will find you, I will kill you. And he's like, okay, imagine a black gay guy doing that, going through that whole shtick. It's painful. It's so painful. It feels like you're being tortured, just watching somebody try to be something they're not. It's trying to project a tough guy shtick when that's anything other. Yeah, it's just wrong. But then they show him torturing the Hellion alien, torturing him. Like this is not what the Doctor Who character ever was. The Doctor Who character was never this. But he's like taking an electric cattle prod and torturing this guy. Like the Flash, moving around at lightning speed and torturing him with electric shocks, and the guy's twitching spasmodically. This is so wrong on so many levels that he's torturing a Palestinian parallel character, and then ultimately kills these Palestinian terrorists, quote unquote. And then one of them sings and everybody stops being racist. In other words, she had to hide her identity because their people are not allowed to perform in the Eurovision because it's financed by the Israeli parallel. But then they have the black version of them because, of course, in all these modern television series, this is where you get into the real nuanced insanity. Star Trek will present like, oh, they're not just Klingons. They're not just Vulcans anymore. Some of them are black. Just like there's black humans. Okay, there's logic to that. You're presenting a separate species of sapient alien, and various parts of their planet are hotter than others, so some of them are going to evolve more melanin to adapt to that. It's silly on the face of it only because the original alien races, as conceptualized, were supposed to be parallels to specific human races. That's what makes that stupid. In other words, the Romulans were supposed to be mainland Chinese, whereas the Vulcans were supposed to represent Free China or Taiwanese, or the Chinese diaspora outside of mainland China, which was communized. And so when you make some of them black, that is an affront to the original concept of what they were. So if just start with a clean slate and create a different alien race where some of them are black if you want to make these points. But no, it's always they've got to jack the old ones. Heather Holman has joined us. So, dear Heather, of course, yeah. How are you, Heather? Give us an update on.
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, thank you so much for your contribution. Yes, towards the end of this month. I can't believe we're still in this month. It feels like it's over already.
Did you make it? Did you make your goal?
Yes, thank you for asking.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
That was a given thanks to the help from yourself and a few others, and certainly from our dear Aristides, and of course everyone understand that we always need contributions regardless.
Okay, so
yeah, go on.
just before I have to go, because my battery's at 8%.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
This happens, but so I just dropped something about the Palestine thing, how it's been going on since the 70s, like you were talking about Vanessa Redgrave.
Yes.
And I was looking at stuff about that, and I found
Is
this
this
file.
something you put in the text right now? Because nothing showed up. It says you put something in it, but nothing showed up.
Interesting. It's a file. But it's like a 30-second video. So I don't know. We'll find out if it works. But also
it's definitely not working.
The Palestinian thing, but then you were talking about your money for the month, right?
Yeah.
And you'd sent something to maybe me, maybe everybody about like your YouTube stats.
Yeah.
And how your YouTube says that you make like so little.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
That to me was real. That made me grin. But isn't there a way for people to send money through the YouTube that we don't do here? We go to the PayPal, right?
Yeah. No, and the reason we don't do the YouTube thing is because I don't understand how it works. The person who tried to get it established was Selena Khan, and whether she intentionally fucked it up or didn't know what she was doing, I tend to think she didn't know what she was doing. She set it up in such a way that all the money went to YouTube, and YouTube charges you for that. In other words, YouTube, if you get people donating to you on YouTube, YouTube wants their cut, but then they charge you so much a month, regardless of whether anyone contributes or not. But anyhow, they stole all the money, not Selena Khan, but YouTube. I got $300 from my contributors, from the listeners. YouTube kept it all. Not only that, YouTube went into my bank.
That's what that data was about then. At one point, somebody had said at $300, and YouTube was like, "Oh, we like that. Thanks."
Yes. Beyond which, then YouTube went into my bank account and stole another $300 and said, "We're charging you for the fact that we had to process the $300 we stole from you. $1 for $1. We're charging you $1 for every dollar contributed to you that we stole." At which point I informed JP Morgan Chase to take the money back, and JP Morgan Chase took the money back from YouTube. The $300.
It's just such a waste of your time, though.
Yeah, just
all
a
of
complete
that.
waste of time. Yeah, but YouTube stole $300. They stole $300 from our listeners, not from me, but from our listeners. And so
Well, it stole it from all of us. Give it back.
Yes,
it's just like that. It's that easy. It's all on the screen anyway. Just give it back.
Yeah,
just.
It's so true.
Then
they sent me a letter. They told me they sent me an email saying I had to write a physical letter and send it to a physical mailing address to Google, which owns YouTube, to get that $300 back, which I did, but they never sent it back.
Like you have nothing better to do. You need to rescue any of these women who are still surviving with their bound feet.
Yes.
We could be doing that instead of writing letters to get money from people who meant it to go to you in the first place.
Yes. Oh my God, so horrific. But your point that you brought up about Melania writing the letter, when I told my gang brother Beaver about Melania writing the letter to Putin, he said she may as well have written a letter to you. Because of the absurdity of the reason she wrote the letter, for those of you who don't know, was Amy alluded to this. She wrote the letter about the missing Ukrainian children. Basically, tens of thousands of Ukrainian children have been kidnapped, mass abducted by the Russians. And bear in mind, Russia is the only nation in the world that's a developed nation where child pornography is completely legal. Child prostitution is completely legal. For those of you who don't know, Russia has legalized child prostitution and child pornography. So they've just gone into a meat grinder. Tens of thousands of abducted Ukrainian children. Melania wrote him a letter about that. Please see to it these children are returned safely. And like Beaver said, she may as well have written a letter to me, because Putin, of course, is never going to honor that. But I told Beaver, well, at least, Melania put it on record, that she attempted something. So that was a positive. But that's what brought us back to the status report for T-Tank Berry, which is I'm trying to allude to the culture behind why these children are stolen in this 100-page epistle that I've so far written, which will doubtless be longer than 100 pages by the time I'm finished. So I had to explain.
Well, yeah, because, I mean...
Yeah.
it's just the, how do you explain something like this? Like a culture that where it arises that you just exploit your youth so that they become alcoholics and are dysfunctional and like watching things like Doctor Who twerking.
Yeah, and torturing people. Twerking and torturing.
All in the same go. All in the same deal. Episode. Wind it up. Just like that. I mean, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I would love to hear how things are in the desert. It's a very bad time of year in the desert. So I'd like to say goodnight and let Heather update us.
Yes, well, we love you, Amy. And do say goodbye to Amy Aristides as well as Heather and everybody else. Yes, we love you, Amy. Stay safe and
all right.
Yeah.
Well wishes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so that was our darling Amy, and she tried to send us something about Palestine, but they wouldn't let it through. It's I'm seeing.
What's funny is when I first logged onto Teams, there was a link under her name, a link that linked something, but then it just disappeared right away.
That's incredible. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's voodoo. Yeah. I mean, by that I mean it's obviously they're messing with the electronics. But thank you for providing that insight, Heather. That's appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
So, aside from that testimony, Heather, as Amy said, it's been pretty bad out in the desert. Is it getting any better or is it getting worse?
It's the same. It's just really hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Wow.
very hot. Yeah.
So,
gross, hot.
Do you keep the air conditioning on all day, all night? Or what?
All day and all night. Yeah, we try to keep the doors closed. We have a certain time-saving plan because we have solar panels. So we have a time-saving plan where between 4 and 7 we don't use as much as possible anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow. That's
But yeah, it goes the day and night.
Yeah. Wow. That's incredible. And how have you been? How's Vinny been? And his mother?
Oh, we've been doing great.
And how's your parents?
Good.
Yeah.
My dad, he's not as great. I mean, he's just
Your dad. Yeah.
walking less and so that causes, your body to break down and stuff like that. So he's just not around, too much.
Mm-hmm. Right. But other than that, I'm certainly glad you're doing as well as you can be. What about any activities lately? Like, I understand.
I don't know what George was saying about how he was having bad dreams, and it must have been contagious because the very same night I had the worst dreams, and they sound so ridiculous if I tried to explain them, but they were scary in the fact that when it was happening. I always have nightmares.
Oh, I'm sorry that you always have nightmares, but this somehow stood out. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a little more realistic.
Interesting. I want you to
more terrorizing.
Yeah, I want you to know that everybody affiliated with myself has certainly been under some sort of they've been impacted, whether they realize it or not, by some sort of influence that and everybody was having bad dreams. Now I myself, who normally, since my psychiatric treatment by Dr. Tao Tran, involving a lot of heavy hypnosis and compartmentalization of traumatic memories, my dreams have been incredibly just peaceful, just usually just a lot of kind of repetitive in a sense, not repetitive in a sense of everything repeats itself, but just like repetitive themes that are fine by me, repetitive thematically. Sometimes new things come into them, but generally speaking, my dreams are just processing through what I'm thinking about, which is what dreams are supposed to be. But yeah, during this period of time, something happened which made the recent series of dreams up until just a few days ago, like maybe day before yesterday at the earliest, when they re-establish themselves into my regular pattern, I had an atypical pattern of dreams that were stress dreams. That would be the best way to, I think that's the best way to describe them, as George described them, as you're describing them, as Brendan Zogit described them. My dreams, like George said, oh, I dreamt something really bad happened to you, Douglas, but these aren't nightmares per se. By nightmare, I presume that we all assume you're in a situation where, oh my God, a big monster, or I'm gonna die. Yeah, I caught my foot in the wood chipper or something. That's I guess is the typical definition of a nightmare, is what we all perceive. So it's more like stress dreams, where it's like George was dreaming something horrible had happened to me. In the case of Brendan, I will let him describe whatever he dreamt, so don't want to invade his privacy. But then in my case, it was more of that similar, like, I lost someone, so very similar to kind of like what George was saying. But of course, you wake up and it was all, it's just a dream. It was, but I normally don't have dreams like that these days. But they were the regular.
Yeah, like nobody's gonna take me seriously when I say, I had this dream that there was this huge box of dildos in a box of crack pipes, and
cool.
Running for my life.
That doesn't sound like a nightmare or a bad dream.
It sounds so ridiculous, but I was like, it was serious when it was happening.
That's cute. That's cute.
No,
that's adorable. That's adorable. It's adorable. Yes.
And then the one last night, it was like Paris was totally being attacked with terrorism.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, there's some people who would revel in that, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but so thank you for sharing that. Yeah. In my case, it was more like George's. I felt I had lost something or someone, and but then I woke up and it was like, oh, okay, that didn't happen. But that went on for a few nights, so it was definitely something that was going on. And now the interesting thing is that I've mentioned before that I'm pretty much immune to occult radiation, so to speak. And these occult sieges that result in other people having horrible manifestations or poltergeist activity or various other things happening to them. In my case, the most it manifests in generally is things going wrong, usually electronically, sometimes mechanically, but nothing happens to me personally. For the dreams.
Well, now in your dreams, Douglas, electronics don't work in dreams. So that would make sense. Like phones will never work in your dream. Like things that are plugged into a wall or something, they don't work in dreams.
That's a very astute observation. Like
you're not going to call for help in your dream. You won't be able to get your phone to work.
Right. No, that's a very astute observation. Very, very profound. Thank you, Heather. That's incredible. See, from the mouths of babes shall wisdom come. Yes. Though I think in this case, it could be that, and this is a very serious proposition. Understand that voice-to-skull technology is very real. It's patented. Certainly Heather knows all of this. This is like old school for Heather. But voice-to-skull technology is very real. It's been patented. It's been developed. Don't think it hasn't. And the United States government does apply it. So in a very real sense, it could have been technological as opposed to occult in this case. In other words, just in our sleep, for whatever reason, we were all beamed. And suggestions were put into our head to have a stress dream. Like, oh, you've lost your loved one. You've lost this.
You've lost your box of crack pipes.
Yeah, you've lost your box of crack pipes or dildos. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, when I say that's not a bad thing, it's bear in mind Heather's female, so the box of dildos is a plus for her.
I don't even know where that came from. I mean, I really don't. I was in an apartment that I lived with my grandfather. My grandfather is frequently in my dreams. In fact, he's almost always in my dreams. Wow. And I'm trying to keep him alive and stuff because he's been dead for a long time.
Wow. I mean, so in the dreams, you're trying to keep him alive in the sense that he's a guest actor.
He's dying, yeah.
Oh, he's always dying in your dreams.
Or already dead.
Yeah. And you're feeling that sense of loss, that irrevocability. I get it.
I'm just trying to keep him alive, you know?
Yeah. In the dreams. Yeah.
In the dreams.
Yeah.
But in a physical sense.
Yeah. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. That's so stressful. Yeah. Sorry, you're
Not
going
so
through.
much my grandma. That happens sometimes with my grandma, but more frequently my grandfather, where I'm just trying to keep him alive or revive him or whatever.
Isn't he the guy I suspected of abusing you?
Yeah, but he didn't abuse me. I
You're.
abused him.
i-
I abused
that's
him.
that's the classic sign of Stockholm syndrome. That's a classic
Yeah.
sign of Stockholm
No,
syndrome.
he was abused as a child too, and it's like he was, you know, just wasn't a bad guy
That, that,
that I know of.
well, I'm certainly not going to insist that he was. I'm not going to insist that he was. I simply have been vocal about suspecting that
Yeah.
he was.
Yeah, I think I don't know. My dad always thought that my grandma was the culprit. Like she was the one who was just
That could be true
wicked or
too.
whatever.
It could be true. Oh, forgive me. I'm not hiding because of you, but
Now let me say this. Okay,
Yeah,
so
of course.
in dreams,
yeah.
I heard recently that there's this group of people. They might be vampires. I'm not sure, but a group of people who go into people's dreams and try to recruit people through their dreams. And there's 3 specific dreams that if you have the dream, that's like your invitation of whether or not you're accepting their allowing them in or not to your psychic space, you know. Like if you have a dream with there's a red hallway with a red carpet and it's a really long hallway, and at the end of the hallway there's this guy standing there and he's holding a silver cup, and then if you drink the silver cup, that's like you accepting their invitation to join them or to be somehow let them have access to your in your dreams. And like the second dream is if you're on like I don't want to say a glass elevator, but it's like a glass balcony. It's described as, and then if you look in the room, there is a table with 7 people, and there's an 8th chair. And if you sit down in the 8th chair, that's another way of accepting their invitation to, you know, be in your mind or whatever.
Well, this sounds really well thought out. Where did you get this?
I heard it on TikTok. This guy, this guy channels. I don't think he channels per se, but he has a person that he goes to and asks questions, and the guy will tell him, you know, and the guy has like a fake name. They call him Senior or something, and you know, so there's no disclosure about who's giving this information, but this guy's relaying the information. And the third, okay, in the third dream is like you're standing there and there's a chandelier and the chandelier is being lowered to the ground, and as it's being lowered to the ground, if you look up at it, that would be the same as like showing them your neck, you know, like exposing your neck, or it's like vampire style.
Well, more like a wolf would when it's defeated by another wolf.
Yeah.
It'll bare its neck, and then the other wolf. That's a sign of subjugation, so the other wolf will not kill it. It's showing that you're surrendering. Yeah. And so.
And then he says that also that these people they meet at hotels are their thing. Like any place that has a fountain in front of it will be one of their meeting places, and that they prey on people in hotels, people who are traveling, because there's so many of them. And so, you know, sometimes if you're in a hotel and you have a weird dream, or they might latch on to you somehow and you'd have a dream after that.
Wow. It's it's obviously by the way, I was talking to T Tank Berry about TikTok. So apparently he's having a lot of fun with it. You sent him some videos on TikTok. I thought that was cute. And
oh no, yeah, I think I was communicating with him back and forth. We were just making comments.
Oh, that's good.
Commentary.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And I certainly, you know, you seem to be having fun on TikTok, so that's nice.
I had a problem with it for a while, but I don't have a problem with it so much anymore.
What was your problem originally?
That's all I did for a long time. Like when I first heard about it and I first found out about it, it like sucked me in. I was like, I could not stop doing TikTok, and finally everybody that I knew was like, Heather, give it a break. You know, Heather, there's a problem here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's like I'm well I at any rate I think that so, but now it's not like that for you.
No,
I,
I just do it occasionally, from time to time. I don't have like a certain time or place or anything like that. It's just like sometimes if I get bored, I'll go on, but then I'll get bored with it easily, or I'll tire of it easily. I'm not getting sucked into all the drama on it.
right.
Something else I did hear about on TikTok today is that YouTube, not YouTube, a guy that used to work for Yahoo
Yeah.
was talking to Chat GPT,
Uh-huh.
and he was paranoid, and he was thinking that his own mother was conspiring against him, or conspiring to hurt him, or something, paranoid delusion or whatever. The chat GPT agreed that the Chat GPT thought that yes, in fact, the mother was trying to cause harm or do him in somehow. So the Chat GPT continued to help him figure out the exit plan, and so he ended up killing his mother and himself.
Wow.
And they found out about it because after they were dead, they went in and looked on his computer, and that's when they saw that conversation.
Oh, right. And there's also a pair of parents who are suing, I think, ChatGPT or some AI company for that he helped the AI, they claim, helped their son commit suicide. The son was asking.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, it sounds like you're right to me. It's
Right.
Yeah.
But I think these are two separate cases. But in your case, you're
Probably.
talking. Yeah. But in your case, you're talking about the ChatGPT responded to encourage this individual into taking action in the way its response was.
Helped him plan it out,
Yeah.
how to kill his mom and himself.
Got it. Okay. Weird. That's
And I could get a name. It's in the news. If you just Google like the Yahoo unalived himself ChatGPT, I mean, it's bound to come up.
By the way, T Tank Berry says, "Let's corrupt the data on TikTok together, Heather." Yes.
Okay, we'll get him.
Yeah. Well, you know why? Because TikTok is communist Chinese.
Yeah.
You knew that. They were, matter of fact, there was very logical, solid rationale for the United States government to take every effort to ban TikTok. The only thing
I just can't understand how many people aren't on it.
Yeah. Well, it's well, all I can say is that they were going to ban TikTok until Trump got bought out by the Chi-Coms. The Chinese communists just bribed him, and then he suddenly said, not only does he love TikTok, but he's got a White House page on TikTok now. So it's like there you have that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You know what? We had a theory, Vinny and I had a theory that we thought that the president had passed away.
Tell us about this, because this came up during the weekend. So tell us about this.
Well, just because he hasn't been seen, he hasn't had any, events. I think the last time he had a public appearance is at a cabinet house meeting or something last week. But usually he's like out there every day doing something different and new, and he hasn't been spotted or seen anywhere doing anything. And then I guess yesterday something came out where someone got barely a glimpse of him, and he didn't look very good.
Yeah, he was going to play golf with his daughter. Some bullshit. Go on.
Yeah, I don't think he made it to play golf with his daughter.
Well, according to a link sent to me by Brendan, he's also canceled going to India to talk with Modi. So he's probably dying. That's
if he's still here.
It's your point's well taken. I mean, I'm not gonna. Yeah, he might. Honestly, we have entered that territory. We have entered that territory where, in totalitarian nations, when the dictator dies, they don't admit it for as long as possible. They keep the public in the dark for as long as possible to maintain the status quo while everyone prepares for damage control and gets their lifeboats ready if they need to escape. So this could be what's going on with Donald Trump.
I mean, a couple weeks ago, J.D. Vance was saying how he was ready to take office.
Interesting. Interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, Vinny's been very up to date with all of this. You tell him he's welcome to come on and talk about it if he wishes.
Yeah, he's in the other room watching TV. I'm not sure what he's doing. I'll go let him know, though.
Sure. I mean, take your time. There's no rush. I mean,
Okay.
well, yeah. And Brendan says, according to commentators, the Gulf photo was taken back in 2018. So that's I don't know. Well, if he looked that bad back then, it's a wonder he survived to this point.
You heard it here first, folks.
Well, everybody's been saying he was dead throughout the weekend. Like I said, I was surprised that
Yeah.
both Amy and Aristides missed it. Probably because they had better things to do with their lives. Anything's better. That's anyhow. Brendan says this is based on a reverse image search. So, Brendan, why don't you join us? So you're welcome to join us on the call. Certainly, we'd all appreciate it. Other than that, of course. So such being said, Heather, obviously you've heard about this, and you're still active on social media, and a lot of this must have come up through social media. And then she went mute, probably because she went to talk to Vin. So all such being said, okay, that's fine, and good, and. So, obviously, having been, what else comes to your mind, Heather? I just want people to know that basically, obviously, I'll do a little analysis tonight, but having been through so much positive activity during the weekend, I was reluctant to come back here at all. Obviously, I usually am, but it's tonight.
What did you do this weekend?
It was Chinese Valentine's Day, so as is the case on such holidays, Edbeth, my son, hired me a escort, and we basically, frolicked. And such being said, also I had to live up to my responsibilities and earn my pay and tutor the blood boys. Obviously, other activities are involved where they want to relax, of course, and I'm on the estates with them, so I see them in their relaxation mode. Most of the other tutors don't witness this sort of thing, of course, where they're sitting down and vegging out on various televised entertainments. I think of that as an old man. Of course, it's all coming over the internet these days. But when it comes to the latest, as I spoke of earlier with Amy Como, one of these television series that they were indulging in was highly politicized and in the most negative way, and I just couldn't tolerate it. I just had to shut it down, and pointed out to them why. After which they were very understanding, of course. Well, they were understanding because it was a process where I told them during the series, okay, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is so bad.
I like that term, though, frolicking.
There we are.
Great word.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. And so such being said, darling, it's when you're where you're at in the desert, have you gone out much at all, or is that just something you don't do?
Yeah, we went out last night. We went out to the Moose Club.
Oh, tell us about this.
I like going and watching the old people dance together. It's really sweet.
That's cute. That's adorable. And yet you, Vin, and yourself don't dance?
Oh, we tried dancing once, but he's got a knee thing.
Oh.
He needs a knee replacement, and he's had a knee replacement, so he has a brace, like a robotic brace on one of his legs.
Cool.
And so it's hard to dance, yeah.
Yeah, but now he's RoboCop. Yeah, I'm sorry. What's that?
We try.
Yeah, and is it, when you tried dancing with him before, was it painful because of the knee? Painful?
The only other time that we have danced together, it was so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We were like, it was like when we first met. And it just didn't look right. I mean, then we were dancing, like, we weren't slow dancing, like, together, like we were at the Moose Lodge. But,
okay.
Yeah.
And this brace.
Different type of dance.
Yeah, this brace. By the way, all of this is with the help he gets from the VA, right?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Is he satisfied with the VA service?
He is.
Excellent, excellent.
At the time, he is satisfied.
Now, I presume they replaced the knee, correct?
Yeah, they did that thing where they go and they scrape it out.
Okay.
They didn't. They redid it. They gave him a new shoulder. Did a full shoulder replacement. The knee. They just did that scopy or whatever scopy when they clean it out.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, scrape it out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's brutal stuff. So I'm glad he's through all that now. Okay.
Oh, but now he has to have it on the other side, and it doesn't help if you have arthritis. It doesn't really help.
Yeah, I bet. He has to have it on the other side now. That's well, he'll get through it. He'll get through it. I mean, I knew this one guy whose dad had, within the old days, with the primitive type of medicine that they had, he had both knees replaced with metal replacements. And it was excruciatingly painful because they didn't have all the science that they do now. There was no buffering between that and his bone. So just walking for him was so seriously excruciating. Yeah, he seriously considered suicide. But eventually his body adapted and he was able to walk with these metal kneecaps. So, hey, if that guy could make it through that, Vin's going to be all right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some cataracts and some dental and all kinds of stuff. So they're being really good to him.
Yeah. Is he
staying on top of things?
So the cataracts, did they fix the cataracts or does he still have them?
Oh, he's still waiting.
Oh, he's waiting for them to...
We have to clear up something, and his blood work is potassium or something like that. I'm not sure, but we're waiting for that appointment still.
Oh, okay. Cool. But just glad they've got it ready. Now let me see. Hundreds of activists are aboard the global Sumud flotilla with the intention to bring humanitarian aid to Gaza. And Greta Thunberg, is on board. Set sail for Gaza. Oh my God. So our hearts and prayers go out to her. Let me replace that with a prayer hands. So that's obviously her help is desperately needed, and we should all be sympathetic to her in this endeavor. And Rudy Giuliani says here he's seriously injured in a car accident. So
no.
Yeah. Why oh no?
Well, I wouldn't want to hear anybody getting hurt in a car accident. That sucks.
Oh, well, let's put it this way. In this case, it doesn't, but we'll leave it at that. Brendan has joined us.
I think this time it's fine. We can clap.
Yes, this time's fine. We can clap. Hopefully the other person's all right. Hopefully the other people in the accident are okay. Yeah, but
I meant 2-for-1 deal like him and Trump.
Oh yeah.
I
was thinking the Tates. Him and the Tates crashing into each other.
Oh, that would. I mean, then we would be truly blessed by divine.
Yeah.
No, we don't get that lucky, of course. No.
Hey, didn't J.D. Vance write a book about being a hillbilly or growing up as a hillbilly?
Yeah, but that's all fabricated.
Thank you.
This
So
guy
he
is
didn't
adopted.
grow up as a hillbilly?
It doesn't matter if he did or didn't. He was placed into that family so he could write that book. It's all.
Yes. Thank you.
No, he wasn't born to those people.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. No, it was all shit. It was the book that you're referring to, Heather, is titled Hillbilly Elegy. I actually suffered through reading that book. I had to scan it at least in order to, provide an analysis thereof, and it was no fun, believe me. Just human garbage. Anyhow, welcome aboard, Brendan. Now, you heard us speak about dreams earlier, and you heard me say I'm not going to share your dreams, but maybe you would. Are you willing to? Now, I feel we were all being.
What dream you're talking about?
Okay, let's put it this way. I'll give you the background. Heather, tell Brendan about your dreams. I mean, not just the.
Well, I've just been having bad dreams of being terrorized ever since George came on and said that he had been having
bad dreams.
Unpleasant dreams.
Yeah,
I heard
so
you. I heard you.
yeah, and so I too have had bad dreams. I feel we've all been beamed by voice to skull technology, putting suggestions in our head while we're sleeping, saying, have a stress dream, steering us into stress dreams. So that's, these aren't nightmares per se, but yours seem pretty nightmarish but
Mine are nightmares. I have nightmares, and that could be because of one of the pills that I take before I go to bed.
Well, what are they always? Didn't you say you always have nightmares?
Yeah, I do have nightmares a lot. Well, my nightmares being that my dead grandparents are always in my dreams.
Right.
It's kind of like a nightmare.
Right. No, it wasn't your granddad with a box of dildos. That would have logic.
No.
That would have logic to me.
It was the same place, same time, though. I don't know. Maybe it was his box of dildos.
That's it. It was his box of dildos. That was it. That was it.
and crack pipes.
and crack pipes. Yeah, no, that was Brendan's dad's. That's Brendan's dad's crack pipes. That's so of course when Brendan presented the evidence to the rest of the family, they all said, "That's your crack pipes. How could you be? Yeah. So go on.
That's a waking.
Yeah, that's a waking nightmare.
That was like people actually said that.
Yeah, those motherfuckers.
And I was like a minor. I was like maybe 16, 17.
Yeah. Yes.
I said, "Look, he's going off the rails. I found a crack pipe in his drawer.
Yeah.
That's yours. You planted it in his room."
Yeah, those motherfuckers. Evil fucking.
So it's okay. They all got what they deserve.
Yes.
About that.
Yes. Other than clap, just like we do for Rudy Giuliani getting into a car accident. Yes.
Right. I didn't really even think about it. I was just like, oh, yeah, well, they didn't finish the job.
Yeah, that's it.
Left him to linger.
Yeah. And
at his age, I think that's pretty fatal. I don't think he's going to come out of it. So
yeah, we can only hope. Or if he does.
Trump is definitely gonzo. I mean, he would be out and about if he could.
That's true. So tell us about all the latest being pieced together, because it sounds quite compelling. It sounds quite compelling that Trump is really going under, that he's sinking. So tell us about this.
Well, he's gone. He's already gone, actually. Yeah. Because you know him. You can't shut that guy up. So he's
not here. He's gone.
That's interesting. Wow. Cool. Oh, my God. I'm feeling so good. Yes. Feeling better.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You don't have anyone to talk about it.
Yeah. Don't even start. It's just such a relief. Just such a relief. Oh my God, the guy
it all adds up like what Sammy was saying.
Yeah.
We'll give him the credit because he's the first one I heard it from.
Yeah.
That the reason why they put all those troops in D.C. was because dude's dying. And that makes so much sense. Why else would they do that?
Good point.
Because then people are, like when the king dies, like everyone comes to cut a slice off the pie.
Yes.
So they have to they had to prevent that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're not flying the flag at half-mast.
Well, they were.
Yeah, but that was for the other incident. But you might as well be for the same thing.
Yeah, well, what was the other incident that they were flying half-mast for, the flag?
The school shooting, which makes you wonder why they even do it anymore, because there's so many in a year.
Yeah, I was about to say.
There's been 200 of them in this year, in 1 year.
Right. But this one's special because they put their asset to make the trans... to make people fight about everything.
Thank you.
Like, oh, look, he was this, and then the other guy was this, and then this guy was that. And then the black guy that tried to shoot the NFL, he just had a brain injury. It's like...
it's so disgusting. I will do a bit of, look, I'll talk about it later. I'll talk about it later, because once I go into that, I can't stop. But when it comes to...
I mean, it's like, talk about... That was like mind control. Yeah. Easily seen. Like, the mother was obviously an asset, too.
Yes. Yes.
So, just so cheesy. Just
Thank
people
you.
Gotta stop falling for this shit.
But just to respond to the more innocuous element of the shooting, the half-mast flag, as is astutely observed by Heather and Brendan, the school shootings practically, or just mass shootings every fucking day, that flag should be at half-mast at all times. I mean, so why was the flag at half-mast for this shooting? It does seem coincident with potentially Trump has died. and or is dying. So something's going on that's very strange here. So take it from there.
And beyond that, if you're taking the Babylonian astrology into account, Chaldean astrology, which is what they use, all the rulers and all the Masons, they use this to calculate their dealings. And
yes, this is what your grandfather was using, honey, Heather. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go on. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but basically, according to that and Trump's chart,
by the way, Brendan
general,
hesitated there for a moment because he didn't know whether I was talking about the Chaldean astronomy or the dildos. But go on, back to it.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why I was concerned with you. But basically, yeah, according to the Babylonian astrology, this lunar eclipse that's coming up is basically putting a massive square on Trump, on his ascendant, and it doesn't bode well for his rulership. So it's all lining up, even as per the astrology goes. So they might try and wait till after the eclipse to announce it, but and if he is alive, I don't think he's doing well, because I sent you that other, I guess, the nurse, right? She was like a cardiac nurse.
Oh yes, tell everybody about that. This is important. Yes.
She was saying it's basically stage 4 heart failure. It's like, I mean, you're like, you can't come back from that, really.
Yeah.
Not in any full capacity or anything.
Yeah.
So like that bruise on his hand that they said was from shaking people's hands and stuff. It's like
it's on both hands. It's on
once
both
an
hands.
old person is that fragile where you touch them and they bruise, like it's not, you don't have much time.
Yeah.
I think anyone knows that works in hospice or.
Yeah. And just to put things into perspective here, obviously people who have listened for a long time should be quite familiar with this, but I was a care provider for my parents for over 10 years. During the last 10 years of their respective lives, both of them were dying simultaneously. And when it comes to elderly people and their health conditions, I do know quite a bit about it, because while I was doing this, I was engaging in attending these medical courses at UCSF through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for Extended Adult Education. And yes, for those of you who are out there who claim that, you have to be retirement age or over to attend that, you're just fucking stupid, and just shut the fuck up, because I was allowed to attend it because I was a care provider, and then I was legally allowed the exception to that rule. So all such being said, I know what I'm talking about, and one thing I can say is it's not so much the edema, which of course Trump is manifesting. Apparently people have been talking about swelling around his ankles and swelling around his hands. It's but by the way, by the time it starts swelling around your hands, that's really bad. But certainly when it came to edema, my dad had edema throughout the latter half of his life. It's not manifesting edema that's so bad around the ankles, mind you. Obviously, the more serious your heart failure, the worse it's going to get. But what it is, something that my parents didn't have until, my dad was dying, if he ever even manifested it. Heather points out the mottling, MOTTLING, which is what Brendan is talking about. The common name for that is mottling. And that is what happened with, of course, the Queen, Elizabeth, was it? Before she died. Yes. She had the mottling on her hands that was quite visible, and so that's pretty bad. So when and apparently, what were they were attempting to cover it with cosmetics, were they not? Were they not covering it with like flesh-colored bandages?
But they did a terrible job. It looked more gross that way.
Yes. Yes. But so things do not look well for Donald Trump, and all I can say is thank God. And Trump, if you're listening, I hope you fucking die. And I hope you fucking die alone, afraid, and in terrible pain. If anyone deserves it, it is yourself. Oh my God, you're a horrible human being. You don't even deserve the name of human. It's honestly, it's just wretched. And I say this, I stand by my words. If he survives, of course, it's a great disappointment to us all, but we'll bear with it and abide as we always have. Yes, and so that being said. There were so many other things brought up, and well, your mother was a nurse. Didn't she have anything to say about this? Didn't she make the same observations, or you just haven't had a chance to talk to her about this?
I haven't talked to her about it, but
okay.
But anyone that's a nurse will see that and know that it's not good.
Yes, that it's
especially
usually,
if you're dealing with geriatric care and stuff.
Yes, but he does look quite swollen.
When people are bruising just by touching, shaking hands, that's like your veins are basically paper. I mean, it's like not, you don't have long.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And again, the example of my own father, who in his example is outstanding only because it's so exceptional. He was not a normal human being. Whatever the hell my legal father, I'm speaking of my legal father here, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, whatever the hell had happened to him or whatever the hell he definitely wasn't baseline human. He survived literally scores of heart attacks. And the overwhelming majority of people statistically don't survive their first heart attack. It's like usually, certainly over 50%, at least that's the way it's been historically. With new meds being developed, if a heart condition is discovered and they act on it fast enough and put you on the right meds, this should be changing the numbers. So, but definitely my dad, when he was alive, most people still statistically, over 50% would not survive their first heart attack. Yeah, he survived scores of them. I mean, dozens and dozens of them. And with each heart attack, a bit of your heart tissue dies, and will never be recovered. So certainly my dad was simply physically impossible. I don't know what it was with my dad, whatever had been done to him, or whatever genetically was his baseline, but he definitely wasn't a normal human being. But at some point, towards the end, he fell into serious heart failure. And that means when your heart swells up. And my dad's heart was always swollen. He always said he had a big heart, and he meant it physically as well as metaphorically. His heart was swollen over twice its size by the time he died, because that's what happens with serious heart failure. Anyhow, did he have a pacemaker? Yes, both my parents had pacemakers installed. Almost just as like a casual, it's these days or in those days, these days it's probably just walk in, walk out. But in those days, it was the medical equivalent of setting a broken bone. You would just be a one-day thing, and it would be like you'd be gone back home in the evening, really, for a pacemaker. These days, it's probably you just walk in and have it installed like a battery and walk out. Seriously. Anyhow, Holly has joined us. So, dear Holly, love you dearly. Whatever you feel comfortable sharing as an update about yourself, and then tell us, were you aware of all of this rumor about Trump over the weekend?
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying.
Oh God, do something about your technology. Sucks. Jesus, we can't hear a word you're saying.
We just gotta. It's this. Dude, I'm helpless with that. Let's see if it straightens out.
It's straightening
Any
out
better?
now. Yeah, it's a little better now. Thank God.
All right.
Okay. So
what I'm saying is, if his hands look like that, can you imagine his feet?
Yeah, I don't want to, but
I mean, because it's the hands and feet that get the modeling.
Yes.
And hospice taught us that, somebody's bedridden, they're on their way to die, but who knows how long it's going to take. Mm-hmm. When the feet and hands model, you got maybe 5 to 7 days.
Wow.
It's a known sign. It's an indication of impending death, and everybody needs to get back to work, so they're wondering how long is this going to take, kind of thing.
No, it's actually a phase in the active. He's actively in the phase of dying, and there's like 7 or whatever phases of.
Yeah, when modeling starts, that starts the clock, kind of. So, I mean, this rumor is getting a lot of traction because now there's, the headline report, Trump was seen at the golf course.
Which, tell him, Brendan, tell him what people are saying about that. And hopefully he can get back on with us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
I got cut off. Oh, okay.
Oh, shit. Well, you're back. Okay.
But, yeah, when I looked at that article where it showed him looking like a ghost coming out of the car at the golf club.
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all,
even if it was, okay.
Even if it was recent, he looks like he's white as a sheet. And then second, someone said they did a reverse image search and it had been from early, like maybe last year or
2 years
ago. Sometime, it was like, or not last year.
No fooling.
It was like from an article in last term that they double released that photo or something. So I don't know if that was true because I didn't have the chance or care to reverse image search.
Yeah.
But according to the person,
interesting.
They said they reverse image searched and it came up as the same photo as another article from,
Yeah. Well, and I think they used some kind of cheap Revlon foundation on his hand. That was a big gloopy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was awful. Like Brendan said,
the
that made it
makeup
worse.
job on the hand was horrible. At one point, it was the shape of New Jersey. Which is the thing if you're from Jersey. We care about things like that.
Yes. Is that where you're from?
Jersey. That's funny.
Is that where you're from?
Yeah, you knew that.
No,
Newark.
I forgot. I forgot.
Straight out of Newark. You just forgot. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you've been in California
forever.
For so long. Yeah, you've been in California for so long. I just think of you as a California girl. But yes, the accent, when I think about it, yes.
I fled Jersey real young.
There you are. Yeah. Well,
but as soon as I had $1,000 in a car, put it that way.
Yes. Yes, hardly to be blamed, I assure you. And so, in terms of your own professional work with all of this, you agree Trump looks like he's dying, and he may be dead by now, and they're just hiding it.
I'm afraid to party. Yeah,
yeah.
It would be really something. So I'm just holding.
Ollie, how did you feel about the 2-for-1 special?
Yeah, with you, Giuliani.
Hey. Yeah. I'm partying on that. I'm sorry, Heather. I know we're not supposed to cause suffering. I had nothing to do with it. But, I mean, thank you, God.
Yes.
Thank you, God. I thank God for that.
Just hit Rudy's car from behind.
See, I'm figuring he was driving and he was... Was he driving and plastered?
Yeah, he was driving. He was driving.
I wonder if
someone rear-ended him at a high speed.
Okay.
Cool.
I wonder who that was.
Are
They're
they
in trouble?
It was literally just a rando. It was just a bad luck. I mean, think about all the stuff that guy's done. It's like just karma catches up. Right?
Yeah.
Did they split? I mean, is he in custody? The rammer?
They dealt with it because of course he has like, on-call security and all that because he's part of the government. But they said one of the news people were asking, is it related to the incident where he like helped some lady out? That was basically, there was some lady on the side of the road that was panicking, and it turns out she was like, it was a domestic dispute, and so he had helped her out. Someone from the news was asking, is it related? And they said, no, it's not. That event that happened earlier this year or something. So
weird.
But the guy that rear-ended Giuliani.
She must have been hot because of what?
Wait, who stopped? Giuliani did, or the rammer?
Giuliani was near his neighborhood or something. Someone was getting beat up. That's a girl, and he helped her.
What?
So it was too little, too late for the karma train, but.
How did Giuliani help her? What did he do? Just show up and say, "Stop!"
He just. It was just like, you see someone panicking and you say, like, is everything all right? And they said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He just called the police for it.
I see.
And,
Okay.
Waited there until they got there. That was it.
Okay.
But
that's cool. Not getting my car, baby.
Someone come back for him. Like, it was like some beef, and they said.
Oh.
He was just driving down the road, and someone, probably a drunk person, just hit him.
I see. So there's the
I
connection.
sent you the article. It's in.
Okay.
Well, whoever hit him is in big fat trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't just.
Well, poor
That's
people.
going to be huge.
Well, hopefully
Yeah,
they'll
but
become like hopefully they'll become like Luigi Magnoni, and everybody's sympathetic to them.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. There's more to this, because if they're just acting like, oh yeah, he went home, that don't make sense. So who the hell is this guy?
No one's saying
Is he
that.
the chick? But has he
Read the
been
article,
identified?
Read the article. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It was like the person couldn't walk away. Like it was a big wreck.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's in critical. I mean, he's not gonna. Even if he survives, like at that age, it's tough to even take months.
Yeah.
To come back.
Is the guy that hit him all messed up?
I don't know. You have to read the article.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we're passing the point. It's like we got a 2-for-1 special.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
That's a point.
Yeah.
So it's a warning
would be
for
something.
everyone. Just be cautious during the eclipse corridor for the next month.
Okay.
That's fair.
Wow.
And then it's also a boon if we're getting rid of 2 of these old
Piece of shit.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be delightful.
Will the eclipse be visual here?
No, we won't see either.
Okay.
It's visible on the rest of the world, literally.
Right. I get
Except
that.
for North and South America.
But not here. Yeah. Okay.
And so, what about this? Can anybody tell me about this so-called NFL shooter? Because they're trying to claim that he was inspired by Luigi Magnoni, that Luigi Magnoni is inspiring others to violence.
I mean, no, that one they just don't want to cop to it because he just went there to get revenge because they fucked up his brain. Remember, he was the guy with the brain injury.
Okay.
And they said, we're not giving you, you only get insurance from us. We're not going to give you like whatever. He wanted more money because he couldn't work.
Right.
And then he said, fuck you guys, and tried, but he went to the wrong floor. And that's
because he's brain fucked. Yes, go on.
Yeah, poor guy. Yeah. Well, somehow they knew he was coming because they deflected. He went to the wrong floor somehow. It was like wasn't typical.
Almost like he was misdirected.
Accident.
Yes, almost.
Yeah,
like
he was misdirected. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And
so there were like 4 big shootings right around Minneapolis in a matter of days, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that was one of the 4.
Okay.
Last week, right?
Yeah.
I'm asking just to make sure.
Did they cut Brendan off the call again? Because let's check in with him. Okay, good. The only reason I'm asking is we're experiencing serious buffering on the YouTube video itself. So they said that we're not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Viewers will experience buffering. But other than that, if anybody has problems, let us know with receiving us. We seem to be transmitting okay otherwise. Just maintaining that. Going to share screen and ask some technical questions of Brendan while he's with us, but definitely we'll return to the shooting incidents and, of course, the pattern thereof. Let's go over this for a second. First, the something that I find odd, or everything about, of course, my communications is odd. Now, this keeps going to the top of my mailing list. I've got a screen share on right now. I don't know if all of you can see this, but it's a delivery status notification failure saying address not found. Your message wasn't delivered to Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at google.com because the address couldn't be found or unable to receive mail. Now, of course, I'm not sending any messages to Douglas Dwayne.
It's not a
valid address. Email. But aside from that, I'm not sending any messages, so it's a delivery status notification failure.
You must have at one point, and it's just that's the system knocking it back, saying it's not deliverable.
It can take a while.
But I don't understand why it. In other words, whoever infiltrates,
it's going to keep trying until
it
stops.
Until it stops. Okay, but is it not possible? Okay. Thank you for that. That makes sense.
We'll open it up again, and you could go to the bottom and tell it to stop telling you.
Oh, I see. We noticed a login to your Facebook from the new device, Samsung. Okay.
What?
Okay. So Casablanca, Morocco.
Wait, don't click anything on this.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, no.
Okay. There we
Delete.
are. Yeah. So should I delete this? Trash it?
If you possibly can, yeah.
And let me read it properly.
Okay.
I can't see it. Yes. Scroll down. And where's the source? Wait, too far. Scroll a little bit up.
Yeah. Okay.
A little bit up.
Okay, a little bit up further.
Yeah, this is a spear phishing email. So
Okay. So to the trash.
yeah, we'll mark it as spam and block it.
Okay, Mark. So this is what you do. Report
It
spam.
may ask you.
Okay, yes,
Yeah.
block. There we are. Okay, good. Okay, thank
Very
you.
good.
Yeah, so it's just a spear phishing. It gets past the filters with whatever code they use, and then so if you start clicking shit on there, it'll try and swoop your information.
Got it. Thank you.
Oh.
See, our man Brent is so familiar with this shit. It's incredible. So see, it was given to me again here. So same thing then. Here we are. Mail address not found. And then again. Oh, this time from India. Facebook. We noticed the login to your Facebook account from Rajasthan.
Yeah, so we know where it's coming from. It's coming from these countries. Yeah.
Yes, that's funny. When I tried to.
And you're not on Facebook, and you're not sending messages, and blah blah.
Yeah, so the conversation's marked as spam, but they didn't give me a chance to block it. Interesting. So okay.
I think it's implied.
Yeah. All right.
As much as you're gonna get from them, you know.
Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah. Okay.
It's
So
not like
thank
they're
you.
responsible.
Yeah, maybe you could just say on air, tell the people spamming you that there is no Facebook. You don't have a Facebook.
Yeah. Thank you.
So if you take, or you know what, they can have it. In fact, like good luck.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Like we were on it for 30 seconds when we made one, and it was like you have been permanent blocked.
Yes.
And there was no identifiable anything, no photos, nothing.
Yes.
Damn.
Yes. Yeah.
And he got perma blocked like within seconds. It said you are a threat to cybersecurity and shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Jesus.
That's right. That's right. And it's like so yeah, they can
You've
have
got
it.
like the black mark, the meta black mark. It's like you can't even if you use a brand new machine, you can't get in.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. And believe me, no loss there when I was thinking about it, because Sammy of course misses the art. He misses the fact that it was like a journal to me in a sense, or certainly had that presentation to it. But the reality is that it was just too much work, and it's really just a time pit. It really was just a time pit. There's like it wasn't healthy to be on in the sense that you feel obligated to update people, and I always, of course, enjoyed far too much just interacting with them. And credit needs to be given to the enemy where credit is due. Lori and Ann Fenton was quite right when she said, I really shouldn't be interacting with the public at all. Because seriously, she was right. I mean, in a general sense, I should not be interacting with the public at all because, as she pointed out, it's not a healthy thing to do, and it really is. The public really needs to have its mystique of you, and you really need to maintain a distance between yourself and the public in a general sense. They don't want, in other words, familiarity breeds contempt, and the more they see of you, even though I'm a very public person in the sense that I'm totally doxxed and I live the life of a Truman Show, there's no point in taking it any further and then interacting with people beyond that. It really takes it to such a point where there's this worse yet, it develops an artificial sense of intimacy. And then people begin to interact with you, and look at all the crap I picked up from it, from Facebook and interacting with people. Everyone from, what was her name? Laura Lee Solomon, who even when I was working with her, I would keep calling her Lori and Ann Fenton. I would, exchange both their names constantly because in the end, as Judith Agert suspected, they were all on the same side. But Judith Ager was another person met through Facebook, Noreen Helpant. It was just not healthy. It was just, you're not meeting healthy people. You're meeting people with nothing to do but be online. And then you wind up picking them up as passengers.
Yeah, it's like, it's like each person has their own profile for the assignees.
Yes.
Pete had the phone psychics, and you had the NLP psychic researchers. You have more than one around you.
Yes, non-player characters, and
no, whatever Laura Lee was into.
Yes.
Remember, she said I did 30 years of neuro-linguistic programming and psychic research.
Yes.
And then the other lady told me the same thing.
Yes. That's right. Do you know which other lady that was besides Laura Lee Solomon who did the neuro-linguistic?
Your hairdresser. What do you mean?
Oh yes. V. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, you are you referring to the 4 psychic schools she went to?
Yeah. So that's your profile. You get the psychic school people.
Yeah. That's right.
But they never know what you're thinking because they failed all the courses or something.
Yeah.
NLP was mostly eye movement therapy. NLP?
I don't remember. I just vaguely
it's moving the eyeball.
It was supposed to be a joke, but I mainly remember Laura Lee saying, "I took NLP for 40 years or something."
Well, it was way beyond that. Laura Lee Solomon not only took neuro-linguistic programming, which I don't know about this eyeball stuff, but it probably was involved with it. I don't think that's the main part of it.
The government adapted it as a technique in terms of either getting rid of trauma or getting you built up to do trauma to somebody.
Yeah, well, no doubt.
There's this thing you do with sound and moving the eyeballs around in certain patterns.
Well, the way I understand,
and it was actual. It was a huge thing.
Yeah.
Then came tapping.
Right. Yeah. Tapping. Could you give us a bit more?
Which has another acronym.
Okay, tell us about this.
You tap your face and upper body in a certain pattern, and it's supposed to be this magical relaxation technique.
Oh, right, yes.
And a mind-opening technique. And when you are in acute trauma, that it's like a calming rescue type technique that you can do for yourself without paying anything. You know what I mean? It's just an available technique. Is that EFT? No. Something starts with E, I think. But NLP, I always thought was the eyeball thing predominantly. And I understood that the CIA was all over it. It was after all the Robert Monroe stuff.
Right. Yeah, but I believe...
With the binaural beats and everything.
Right, which of course...
This was eyeballs.
Yeah. Which Laura Lee Solomon was into all that evil shit. But the point is, I think you're conflating a bit of memory retrieval, which has to do with moving your eyes to retrieve memories. Because basically our eye movements happen where we look up in a certain direction when we're trying to recover memories, and you're also conflating it with body language. The CIA, of course, was very much into body language reading because that helps you read what someone is saying compared to what they're actually thinking, or their behavior is contrary to the lie that they're telling. So you look at their body language, and eye movement has an enormous amount to do with that. Of course, eye movement would then become heavily involved with neuro-linguistic programming, because based on the fact that when you're retrieving memories, your eyes go up into your head, quite literally. Your eyes literally look up into your head when you're recovering memories. And the fact that you look up in certain directions based on certain emotions or certain imprints in your own mind from experiences, then yes, the neuro-linguistic programming would integrate the eye movements in order to reprogram yourself. In other words, remodify your behavior. It was
a big thing with psychotherapists.
Yes.
When that was kind of booming. It was something they did use. A lady did it to me once, but I didn't get much out of it.
Okay, well there you go.
You know,
but with she
you,
was
your eyes follow lights or something.
but Laura Lee
in different
Solomon
ways.
Was not only into that.
For 40 years? That's a lot. Ooh,
Yeah.
40 years.
That's what she said, right? That's
I
what
don't
she
know.
said? That what she said?
I don't know. That's what you guys were saying.
Well, we?
That she
used to
said
bring it up
she
all the
was-
time when
yeah.
you were on Revolution Radio. That's
She
why I
did.
said it.
Yeah, that's right. She
and
said
she
that.
was a member of the OTO.
That was
and
it.
the
That's what I was going to
Golden
bring up.
Dawn.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
so
Golden
she
Dawn
was-
OTO. Yes.
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 Right, which was two totally different things, but it's interesting that
Well, no,
they're
the person from Golden Dawn created OTO.
Yeah.
They-
No, I mean NLP.
Anyhow,
Yes.
OTO.
NLP
The
created
OTO
NLP.
is no, Holly.
I
What's
don't know
important
who
here is
created NLP.
well, what's important here, Holly, is the
I'm
fucking
getting it. I'm just going.
Yes, the OTO. Because what I'm saying is that you're talking. She comes from a literally satanic background. So Laura Lee Solomon came from a satanic background and always tried to point out that the OTO ultimately kicked out Aleister Crowley. It's like, so what? They ultimately kicked out Aleister Crowley. It wasn't based on a moral judgment. It was based on the fact that he got into a magical combat with all of the conflict with all of the members. So it's
McGregor Mathers.
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
I know this history.
Yes, so tell people a bit
but I
about the
just
history.
because the only link here is Laura Lee Solomon. There's no.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but I don't know who invented NLP.
Well, I mean that's you're.
But I
again,
always thought it came out of the military.
Yes, that's the point you're missing, and yet you get it, You
Well,
get the
apparently not.
point. Yeah. Well, no, you get it. You get the point that you're missing. So, in other words, you're not missing the point. You get the point.
I was
but-
never missing it.
But we're
you
trying
guys
to bring up
didn't
the point.
catch up.
No, we were
Yeah.
trying to bring up the point.
Different point.
That's the point we're trying.
Oh hell! I could have helped you.
Yes, there we are. Yes, because she ultimately, like Judith Eggert said, was a member of the Air Force. So all of this has to do with her military experience. You did know she was in the Air Force, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm right up there with you.
Yes.
I get your point and mine.
Yes. We're all making the same point. We're all on the same side here.
Yes.
So Laura Lee Solomon was just another military assignee, and that was which Judith Eggert pointed out. Judith Eggert was good at pointing out a lot, but then again, she's another dysfunctional person picked up from the Facebook, the metaverse, and thank goodness I'm rid of them all. So the whole thing getting closed down by Lena Shea, she did me a favor. She did me a favor by doing that, and you just take it as such. So all that having been said, all right.
What do the Buddhists call it? Our ancient twisted path.
Yes.
It was an ancient twisted path.
Now, Brendan is going into the shop right now. He'll be right back. Now remember, Brendan, sure you don't want to talk while you're in the shop about how bad the prices are getting so they won't shut down the whole show again?
Oh, man. I'm afraid to go.
Yeah, it's what about
you
Heather?
really want to chance it because it was like within seconds.
It was within seconds. Yes, holy shit.
Well,
But Brendan was saying, look how bad the prices are getting. I can't even fill up this bag with $60. Can't fill up a single bag. And then they slapped the show. Oh man.
Right.
This is of course why I was talking to Holly about people making bonsai charges when they're hungry, but not when they're starving. We'll of course, maybe we should. God, we're poking the bear here, so maybe we should stop. But such being said, Brendan will let us know as soon as he's out of the shop. In the interim, what else have you seen, Holly, in terms of current events? That, by the way, again, just to slam home the point to our listeners, and hopefully they don't think that we're all in this incestuous discussion, which nobody can understand, that's inaccessible to the outside world. we were talking about Lorien Ann Fenton being another military assignee. I mean, Laura Lee Solomon. See, I'm conflating their names again because they were essentially on the same side. Yeah, as for questions that I received from people about Lorien Ann Fenton and Max Spears, yes, let me respond to that. This has happened over the past few episodes where I've gotten emails about this, and understand that I, in those days, had already been familiarized with Skype. Of course, was operating out of my PC, whereas Lorien Ann Fenton had the Skype on her PC and downloaded the app onto her cell phone. So she was able to show me on camera via her cell phone what was going on between herself and Max Spears. For those of you who still don't get why I'm so painfully, intimately familiar with what went down. So she was showing me on camera Max Spears, which, by the way, here's one of the elements of that incident, which is truly haunting. That I apparently have not communicated to people, probably because it was stressful enough where I compartmentalized it and really just chose not to express the gravity of the situation because it was so alarming when it went down. It was very stressful and indeed traumatic. And that is the fact that there is always trauma upon trauma. I don't know if... well, I brought up just a parallel example once of the Parasites Have Parasites, which, of course, originally was kind of like this heinous joke, simply because of the idiot we were dealing with named Ian West. But Ian West was, of course, a cracked out meth head motherfucker who went through all the usual symptoms that meth heads go through, including the concept of parasite infestation, which is a thematic of something in the morphological field that develops between the meth users. They all think that they're infested with parasites, and it becomes the baseline symptom. It's one of the ways doctors can actually tell that someone is using methamphetamines or crack or various speed drugs. But he brought up this, he didn't say it, but I said it because he was insisting it was true. In other words, he said, oh, I had this one type of virus that is, to him, these viruses are all parasitic. And then he said I had another type of virus that rode in on that virus, and that's when I said the parasites have parasites, which then he agreed with in the affirmative. Which, of course, is rare, but there are cases that are like that I brought up in some essays. We don't need to go into that here because they're so atypical and it's so out there. It's for the rest of you, it's literally not in your universe. So I mean that literally. I mean like literally out of not just out of this world. It's out of this universe shit that physicists were dealing with, and certain people we were dealing with who were involved with the high level experimentation going on at the Presidio military base and elsewhere, which were all connected by myself as a military librarian, where I had to work with all of these different people consulting each other, and the data they were tabulating and coordinating to get to each other through the library services. So all that having been qualified, when we get back to the thing with Max Spears, like a parasite riding a parasite, trauma builds upon itself. So it's kind of like when I was describing the horror of why my legal father's behavior would compound the horror of my reality or violent experiences that I had in real life. Primary example would be like this. When I grew up in the Tenderloin, we were on the 6th floor. There was a floor, there were 10 floors in the El Cerrito apartments. We had the old elevators that literally you could open the door, stick your head down the elevator shaft, and look down or up just in time to see the elevator coming down and behead you. Obviously, no person who's familiar with this system would ever do that, would ever open up the elevator, swing the gate, because there's a gate. There was a collapsible gate in the elevator between yourself and the elevator, where you would open the door to the elevator shaft. The collapsible gate is there. That is, if I remember correctly, it's on the elevator itself. You have to open the collapsible gate and then step into the elevator. So it's not like you step straight from the door to the elevator. It's the collapsible gate in between you that was either affixed to each floor or it was on the elevator itself. And I really don't consciously remember which, because that was a long time ago. But either case, it had to be on the elevator, because I know you could just open the door and then stick your head in, look up or down. Which, again, as a child, there must have been some point I did that, because I knew you could do it. But it's also obvious from the fact that you open up the door and there's just a gaping hole, which you can do at any time. Of course, they don't build elevators like this anymore, or elevator shafts like this anymore. In the old days, they counted on common sense. Just that no adult would do something so dangerous as to do that, except when they're drunk, which would happen every once in a while. And so drunk people would stick their head in and get beheaded, because the elevator's coming up or down to a different floor. So this happened in the case of some young boy, Vietnamese boy. No, not really Cambodian or Laotian, probably. And Southeast Asian boy stuck his head into the shaft while I was coming towards him and got beheaded. And I had known enough about adult behavior at that point to know that this is a no-winner situation. You cannot stay there or alert adults to the situation, because you will be blamed for it. Oh, the two of you must have been playing and you must have stuck his head in the elevator shaft and beheaded him, and I would be held accountable for murder. I dealt enough with adults all my life to know that that's what would have happened. And so I sure as hell wasn't going to go through that. So I turned away robotically and walked back into my apartment room, as opposed to doing anything to help this boy, because nothing good would come of it. I knew that much. But of course, that's the technical aspect of the trauma of seeing the young boy beheaded, because the first thing you see is the body fly back because the young boy's trying to withdraw, but his head's going in the opposite direction, beneath or above the elevator at that point, depending on whether the elevator was rising or lowering, which I don't remember. I don't know. I think it was rising, and I think his head went up with the elevator. But the body flew back, and the first thing that strikes you is how much blood is in a young boy's body. And it's all pouring out. And so for those of you who are so stupid, every time I've relayed this story, I get stupid emails of stupid people. Obviously, a lot of this is just trolling, but the fact remains that there are people who are stupid enough to ask this question earnestly. How is it that a vampire is shocked by this? Well, look, you dumb motherfucking idiots. You, in the overwhelming majority, eat meat. Yet, all of you would be shocked to see a cow beheaded or a chicken beheaded. It's like most of you want to eat this meat without understanding the slaughter that's behind it. So, understand this much, you dumb, asinine, psychotic motherfuckers, because you must be totally psychotic, because most of you have no empathy, no concept of, oh, I eat meat all the time, but I've never once in my entire life, as a city dweller, have seen live slaughter. Yet all of you, the majority of you, overwhelmingly have gone through your lives as just that. Ignorant, dumb, meat-consuming motherfuckers who have never participated in or witnessed live slaughter. And believe me, it doesn't matter that you eat meat. Most of you would not want to see living cows or chickens beheaded. But when it comes to, that was something I should have brought up with Amy Como, by the way, when Amy Como was saying, hey, Latin American women are really vicious or whatnot. She didn't mean that as a negative, of course. She meant that in a positive sense, so that they could stand up to men. Good example of that to have brought up at the time she was with us, because, she's always gone in a heartbeat because her batteries last only. And I don't understand that. Why do her batteries die so quickly? I mean, she recharges her phones before she gets on the show, but her batteries die within an hour. So I never got that, but at any rate, whatever's going on with that.
Old phone.
Hers, didn't she say it was brand new? Didn't she say it was brand new?
Then
It's-
that
it's
would be
like-
surprising.
Or not. Oh, she said she got out of a drawer. It was doing something that phones do in drawers.
My
by
old
themselves.
phone
Yeah, okay.
would go fast.
That
but-
makes sense. It's old. It's old. It's probably old. I guess that's what she was insinuating. It's new in the sense that she hadn't used it in a long time. It was, in other words, new to what she was doing in her activity. So that makes sense. But she was bringing up this thing about I should have brought up Lorena Bobbitt, and everybody remembers Lorena Bobbitt cut off John Wayne Bobbitt's dick. And the reason that this is so, and everybody was thinking, oh, how heinous. All Americans were like, oh, what a heinous thing to do. I mean, how could any woman be that? Well, think about it this way. She grew up with live slaughter. See, she grew up in a peasant environment in Latin America where Lorena Bobbitt, I don't know what her real Latin American name was, but she obviously wasn't born a Bobbitt. She got that name by marrying John Wayne Bobbitt, but I do know she came from Latin America, and they do live slaughter where she came from. She was living on a place where they slaughtered chickens. So it was just like cutting a chicken's head off. You grab it by the neck and you make that slice. That's how she cut John Wayne Bobbitt's dick off. Since your average American woman has never done anything similar. What was that, Holly? Were you going to add something to that?
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay. If with your average American woman who has never done any such thing, the act of cutting a man's dick off would be inconceivable to them. But they actually call it a chicken head in Latin America is what I think they call a man's dick. Or cock. That's where the term cock comes from. Yeah, at any rate, that being said, after having seen that young lad die the way he did, and yes, it's just as upsetting for a vampire seeing all that blood spilled. Just because you eat it doesn't mean you like to see it in that manner. Then my dad's behavior, or his quirk, was he and we of course had very little to bond with other than we were trapped together in this horrific situation of inexorable poverty. And one of the things that we would do to contend with this is watch television together. So our family watched a lot of TV together, and we would watch Creature Features. And Creature Features was horrible. And it was not only just showed horrible movies, but was a generation machine for horrible movies. In other words, indie filmmakers or independent filmmakers or even big name film companies or franchises would basically pass out free tickets in those days through places like Creature Features. Creature Features couldn't give you the tickets through the television screen, but they'd say, oh, the movie's going to be premiered for free if you arrive on time and go to this theater in wherever. And surprisingly, there were a number of theaters within San Francisco and sometimes right outside of San Francisco where they would show a premiere film for free of some horrible film. Some of these that would be considered fairly larger budgets these days, but most of the time just are, today we'd call them indie films or whatever, independents. But my dad would take advantage of these offers and take me to these films. And a lot of them were in the worst theaters in San Francisco, like the Strand. I mean, just think of the name. The Strand in San Francisco. Do you remember the Strand, Holly, in San Francisco? Do you remember? But just the very name.
I was a long way from California back then.
Okay.
I was watching Creature Features in Newark.
Okay, they must have had a different... Who was the guy with Creature Features in Newark? What was his name?
I don't remember.
With us, it was Bob Wilkins.
Wilkins.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Say that again?
Bob Wilkins was
Say his
here.
name again?
Bob Wilkins.
Bob Wilkins.
In San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I don't necessarily think so.
Yeah. Well, probably not. They're all local. All these things are local. These Creature
Yeah.
Feature shit. Yeah. But the
And I don't think ours had an MC so much. And a lot of times it was old movies, Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi.
I see. Yeah, of course. Well, Bob Wilkins
It
would
was
actually...
more classic.
Yeah, that was another reason to go. Was
Could have been.
Bob Wilkins himself would be at some of these stupid releases. And anyhow, my father would just, because it was free, take me to as many of them as possible. It was like, this is not a good thing. It's like, just because something's free doesn't mean it's good.
Right.
Yeah, but my dad, in fact, it's usually quite the opposite. But my dad would take advantage of anything free, and it was, after all, something to do. Of course, to him, this was another opportunity to buy beer along the way, so he'd be popping the beers, which would probably make the films much more tolerable to him than they were for me as a sober human being. But the horror was...
And he's feeling like he's bonding.
Yeah.
Primitive bonding methods.
Primitive bonding methods, often through trauma. I call this, like a garage band. I call this Garage MK Ultra. This is what it was for me. It was Garage MK Ultra. This was
totally.
One of these films was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and
oh my God!
Well, just among others, like The Hills Have Eyes.
Oh my.
All the rest of that shit, just.
And you were a little boy.
Yes. That's just horrible. Anyhow, but with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, what happens is when they take the wrong turn, and they knock on the door, and then Leatherface opens the door, and the first thing he does is the guy who's knocking on the door, he takes out a hammer and smashes his head in, and the guy flips back, and his body's twitching spasmodically, and it was exactly the way the young boy's body twitched spasmodically, because that's what the human body does under trauma. And I vomited. I literally vomited on the spot. And of course, through all these films, based on reactions like this, my father would just say things like, just keep telling yourself it's only a movie. It's only a movie. Yeah, while eating his popcorn and slamming back brewskis.
His can.
Yeah, it's just like, just so. Just don't work.
Oh, God.
But
that's some sensitivity training for sure.
Yeah, no
that's
shit.
some NLP, man.
So this is why perhaps I haven't described it so well, so that people don't get the fact that I was seeing this on Skype. So it's when I was experiencing what went down with Max Spears and Lori Ann Fenton, think of this as like a Blair Witch Project experience, where you've got the moving camera, and she's basically using her cell phone camera.
Shaky.
Yes, and taking me on this horror story with her. That's how I know the situation so well. But the way it opens up, the way the horror story opens is, as I said, she was speaking to me on the cell phone when she smelled smoke. He was in her home. This was after the Super Soldier Project, whatever it was, the Super Soldier Bullshit Summit, Super Soldier Summit, SSS, that I had met Max Spears at. So she had taken him home. No, honey. That was a different one. That was like, I forgot the name for that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's before Vegas.
Way before.
Yeah, it was, though, I forgot where it was, some bumfuck place in California, but I mean, San Francisco, Greater Bay Area. It wasn't in San Francisco. It was in some bumfuck place in, like, El Camino Real or something. I can't remember where it was. But
Hayward.
Yeah, there's other people who would remember. Yes, Hayward, someplace like that. There's other people who would remember and could tell me. I'm not one of these people who remembers it. But wherever we were at, it was outside of San Francisco, but not too far away. At any rate, she herself lived in Marin County. So it wasn't Marin County, or at least I don't think it was, but she took him home to Marin County. So she's in Marin County and I'm in San Francisco, but she's talking to me on Skype using her cellular app, using Skype on her cell phone. So the way that this whole situation opened up was she was in bed talking to me on the cell phone, had to get up because she smelled smoke. So she turned the camera on because she thought something might be happening, that like home invaders or something. So she wanted me to see what was going on. So when she went downstairs and saw it was Max, who had been smoking and fallen asleep while he was smoking, here's where the double trauma kicks in, or the recollection trauma kicks in, very similar to what happened with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. What happened was that when we used to just basically be in the El Cerrito apartments, and as I said, all kinds of new immigrants didn't know how to work the gas stoves or anything because they were from rural, and I mean bumfuck countryside, Laos or Cambodia. In those days, we called it Cambodia. Then it changed its name to Kampuchea. Now I see everyone calling it Cambodia again, so I don't know what the fuck has happened. But at any rate, these people would often cause fires. Yet it wasn't always the case. There were elderly white people who also caused fires. There were drunk people who also caused fires. So fire would be a constant, ever-present terror in our lives. Just the fire alarm would be constant, and we'd all have to escape the home to escape the fire. And entire floors burned up in the El Cerrito apartment. Some of them closed for years. So this is just like again, a situation most people can't even begin to imagine. It's just an inhuman situation of you're not going to survive it. If you survive it physically, you don't survive it psychologically, which I never did. And but the end result was that in the case of this particular experience, when the fire at one point was so bad during the evacuation, the smoke was already roiling on the ceiling. I don't know if you've ever been in a home where the fire situation is so bad, the smoke is, you see the smoke on the ceiling. It's almost like waves, like currents. It's like eddies of smoke that are going along the ceiling. And you have to crawl because there's no oxygen when you stand up. If you were to keep standing up and trying to walk, you would faint because the oxygen would be sucked out of your lungs because the oxygen is all taken up by the flames. So you wind up suffocating and fainting. You basically collapse from lack of oxygen, and you start like, by that time that you collapse, it's over because you're going to burn alive because you can't wake up in time to escape. So we were crawling on our hands and knees to escape. And of course, the firemen are crawling towards the source of the smoke. And because I'm crawling out to escape down the stairs with my family, and they're crawling in towards the apartment that's on fire, I, being young, went in with the firemen on all fours and saw what the source of the flames were. And it was this old woman who had fallen asleep on her chair while smoking. So imagine seeing an old lady on a chair that's a kind of easy chair, big easy chair that she could fall asleep on, like a recliner, but she hadn't reclined. She was sitting up and smoking and
Leather.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Flammable leather.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Remember, plastic leather.
That's it. But it was because of the way she was smoking, she had fallen asleep and the cigarette didn't fall on the chair. It fell on her lap. So it wasn't the chair that was burning, it was her that was burning. So all I see is this human form sitting on the chair that's just in flames with the person burning in it. This is something you would see in a film where the stuntman is wearing the asbestos suit, but you see the outline of the human being burning. Only in this case, you smell all the stench of all that burning flesh. This is what my experience was that was compounded by seeing what had happened to Max Spears. Max Spears had fallen asleep where he dropped the cigarette on the chair, only he really had a guardian angel on his shoulder that was just sitting on his lap. Probably some guardian angel who was lap dancing on him that protected his ass because in his case, the chair caught on fire. Yet he's surrounded by this burning chair, so far totally unharmed. Just sitting there asleep with this, angelic expression on his face on a burning chair. Imagine that image, the opposite of what had happened with that woman. But it's a haunting image. It's one of the most intense impressions.
Well, and to see it twice.
Yes, it's a haunting image. Well, the other...
Not once.
Yes, but the other one was he was surrounded in this halo of flames while he's sitting on this throne. It's like a man on a burning throne. He's just his shape outlined, essentially, but there's enough light provided by the flame surrounding him where he has this angelic expression on his face while he's asleep. So try and picture that.
Wow.
That's when I see on the cell phone camera before she threw the phone down to basically put the flames out. She picked the phone up eventually because she had to call to take him to the hospital, after which she called me again. So that's when she turned the camera back on, was at the hospital. For those of you who aren't getting why my experience with Max Spears and what he went through with Laurie and Ann Fenton was so intense. Then it became another Blair Witch, except imagine the X-rated version where she's basically sexually exploiting Max Spears at that point, which I had gone into the whole horror story behind that before, which, anyhow, don't need to relive that now. But hopefully people get a better comprehension of the horror of... I don't think people get my story or what I'm trying to communicate when it came to Max Spears and Laurie and Ann Fenton, but hopefully that, puts everything in perspective for them. Not that anybody really needs that, but in a sense, humanity does. Okay, so all of that having been expressed, what else is going on in terms of current events, Holly, that particularly stands out to yourself that might need our attention?
Oh, well, this Palestinian thing, God, with the UN and all.
Yes, tell us more, whatever your impressions are.
It's just another, I'm speechless. I don't know how to articulate how, the existential mockery of having a big get together at the UN, Europe and us and everybody, but Palestinians aren't invited, cannot enter the country.
Yes, which again was part of the Doctor Who episode. That was part of the Doctor Who episode.
Was it? I appreciate that then.
No, not in any positive sense. It's like I was explaining to Amy. Oh no, this is so bad.
I heard that a minute.
Yes, so tell me what you heard. Tell me what you heard, or what you're.
Oh, just the new doctors, the new.
Oh damn! They're blocking you out.
Doctor Who.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The new and different Doctor Who. We heard that much.
The new improved Doctor
Who.
Oh,
the new improved Doctor Who. Yeah, black and gay and twerking. Yeah. No, but I mean, the horror of the episode was, cause he's gay, the kids want to see it, and the Blood Boys, and like tell them, look, just cause he's gay doesn't mean it doesn't mean he's good.
Right.
And at any rate, when they're watching it, it's like cute, funny to them. And to me, I'm just getting more and more disturbed by the political allegory that was being made between Doctor Who's horrible plot and the Palestine-Israel situation, which they dared to make commentary on in the most offensive possible way, making the Palestinians the villains. Yeah, they made the Palestinians the villains and showed the Israelis as
Doctor Who's a Zionist.
Doctor Who is a Zionist. Yeah, black gay Zionist.
Now it can be told. Yeah,
yes.
Black gay Zionist.
Yeah.
That's just great. So you shut it down, I heard.
Yes.
You put your big boot down.
Yes, I said, no, look, we can't watch this. I said, we can't watch this. When I suffered.
Butting that ass.
Yeah, I suffered, in that black twerking ass. Yes, I planted my boot in that black twerking ass of his. Yes, I booted him off said, you're not watching this. It was like, but we watched enough of it, believe me, enough to where I could make my point. See, this is this. And I said that we've got to stop watching this. And so... But it was after.
That's good media literacy training.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. I appreciate
that
profoundly.
Best you can get from the sound of it.
And I was trying to put it in context for them. Look, the Doctor Who character, as he's developed over all these years, even though he had multiple writers, and often at the same time, he had writers with completely different political angles from different ends of the spectrum. You had right-wing British colonial imperialists who thought the British Empire had enlightened and civilized all the coloreds. And you had others that were literally communist subversives who were going from the opposite direction, and they would do like different episodes in the same month. They'd do one run liberal writer.
Psychedelic hippie ones.
Yeah. That's right. But nevertheless,
it's old, right?
It's ancient.
Old, right?
It is ancient.
Yeah.
I mean, that shit is
like 70s.
Yeah, and it's so peculiarly British. It is so bizarrely
Yeah.
British that they, like, oh, let's just keep this going. They think of it as juvenile, but it's not. But they keep changing.
Yeah.
The actors used to be a lot more, they were there for the long haul, but they were generally old white men. And they finally started making them younger and younger white men. And then they finally, said, oh, let's make her a woman, a white woman. And then the ratings dropped, and then they figured...
Oh, Lord.
Then they figured, okay, let's go all the way and not just go into, low ratings. Let's go into negative zone space and just make, not just people stop watching us, but actually get people to start hating us. So then they made him a black gay guy. Didn't just have to be black, he had to be gay. But, okay, that's not the point. It would have been fine. I don't care that I care that he twerks. I don't want to watch that shit. Right. But nevertheless, the black gay guy would have been one thing. But no, they had to go Israel, Palestine, and then they had to go Zion. Not just an allegory between Israel and Palestine, which would have been a positive, but rather they made it a negative allegory where Doctor Who takes a side of the Israelis and goes against the Palestinian analog. Not only goes against them, but tortures them. Takes one of them and tortures him on the show.
That's a disgrace.
With his version of the Doctor Who electric cattle prod. And is like tormenting this individual with it. This is like, I said, Doctor Who wouldn't do this. This is not the Doctor Who. And
no.
Before that, doing a Liam Neeson.
Those of the past are spinning in their graves. Yeah.
Yes. No, it was just horrible.
Doctor Who used to be kind of. I never really Doctor Who.
What's that? Say that again, because
he wasn't a hater. Yeah. Doctor Who was kind of on the cool side.
Yeah.
He wasn't a hater.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. He was very pacifist.
He didn't have a big radical agenda of wiping somebody out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was more pre-Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy kind of thing.
Yes, that's right. Heather asks...
Adventures.
Answer
with
this...
happy endings, for fuck's sake.
Generally, yes. Yes, that's right. Generally speaking.
Is what I assume.
By the way, answer Heather here. Heather says, how could guys twerk? Wouldn't their balls be flying in the way? Answer that for.
They wear thongs.
There we are. Thank you. Yes. Now you can have Vin do it for you, Heather. Vin can twerk for you now. She put a big check mark.
Support garments.
Yeah, Brendan, come on and tell us about this. Tell us about the Disney purchase. Brendan's explaining it. See? Brendan says what happened was BBC is almost bankrupt, so they were purchased in part by Disney. That explains it.
Oh my God. Are you shitting me?
There we go.
Wow.
No.
Damn.
Yeah, the mouse got a hold of it. That's what happened.
Thank
that
you.
Gangster fucking rat. The rat's a gangster, man.
Yes.
That is a triumph for the rat. The rat is going worldwide.
Basically, they cut a deal with the Brits to host it on Disney Plus.
Shit. Wow.
It's horrific. What a horror story.
That's breathtaking, really.
It is.
Look what happened to it. It sounds,
Oh, it's
and everyone thought the gay one was like so bad. The David Tennant.
Yeah. Is that the black guy? That the black gay guy?
No. David Tennant was the twink.
The twink. Okay. Yeah.
That was like he
and
was
a pretty
like
revered actor. He plays a. Oh yeah. He's huge. Plays a lot of serial killers.
Yeah, well, he has that.
And crazy guys. Yeah, he's out there.
And I don't know if he was the one, but one of them was doing gay porn at some point. And it was like a big scandal. But I've never been a Doctor Who. I can't stomach that kind of.
Me neither.
I had no idea. I had no idea he was gay. I had no idea he was gay.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, what is, like, he doesn't, first of all, it's like, it doesn't matter. It's like all of them are gay as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yes, it's so overwhelming in numbers, you might as well say they're all gay. Yes, it's true. Right. By the way, now once you tell me he's gay and I look at him now, he does have that look like he's really worn. Like he's like, just that's This is what happens with the gay lifestyle. A lot of these guys, they look worn because
I think weathered is the correct term.
no, worn.
No, worn like a sock.
Yeah, yes, because weathered.
We're
honey,
talking David Tennant.
Weathered would be like a man with tough skin. You know, like how these tough guys have the kind of skin that's like,
A cowboy.
leathered. Yeah, the leathered cowboy. That's weathered. That's weathered. Yeah, but no, they look worn.
This is too many poppers.
Yes, and they've just been something. I mean, see, I'll share the screen and you'll see what I'm
It's
saying.
not it's like drugs, just drugs.
It's drugs and
That's what I mean.
too much hard sex. It's it's not easy sex getting it up the ass all the time. I mean, see this look on his face? See, I'm doing the screen share now. You don't see it so much here because of the lighting, but you notice the skin becomes looser for some reason. But here it really shows. See this one, and then
He's kind of green.
yeah. Then you see it here.
Got a
that
greenish
Well,
tint.
we don't have to do a forensic analysis.
No, but
I
he
can't
is a
stomach the
revered
look of him.
actor. He's quite a revered
I
actor.
can't even stomach the look of any of these guys.
Well, he's
I
well
remember-
past his twink days. That ain't no twink at this point. Yeah, but go on.
No, I remember, like, this was years ago at this point, but I like to, the only way to put it without sounding, gay as fuck is, like, I dress like a European. I prefer scarves and shit.
Yes.
Things that protect your aura and your
Yeah.
warmth,
Yeah.
things that are more stylish.
Mhm.
And I remember going to some store, and one of the chicks at the register, she was like, "Is your Halloween costume the Fourth Doctor?" And I'm like, "What?"
Oh,
She's like, "Yeah." She's like,
Ouch.
"You got it, spot on, the Fourth Doctor." And if you look up the Fourth Doctor, it's like a crazy old piece of shit.
Oh
with a
yeah,
scarf.
he's got one with the Einstein
Great.
hair, right? The one with the Einstein
Yeah.
hair. Yeah.
Yeah, and she was like, "Oh, I love your costume," and I'm like, "It's not a costume."
Oh no.
And so I never wore a scarf again, basically, or I do, but not a red one.
Oh my god.
I think I literally threw away my red scarf because I can't find
but
it
the
anymore.
Fourth Doctor was never a red scarf. It was like a calico scarf. It was like literally
Yeah,
multicolored.
it was multicolored. Yeah.
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 So that's bullshit.
Yeah, look him up.
Yeah, yeah.
Share that guy.
Yeah. There's no point. He's too repulsive. He's a
Imagine-
repulsive looking
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, so imagine being called that casually, and I'm like, "You bitch, you fucking."
Yeah.
scumbag."
Oh no, that's hey. If it makes you feel any better, I had one waitress ask me if I was the drummer from the Black Eyed Peas.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
I've had that a few
pain.
times. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Who was it? This other guy. Has anyone ever told you look like Andrew Dice Clay? No, it wasn't Andrew Dice Clay. Who
Oh,
was
God.
it? No, it wasn't Andrew Dice Clay. Who's Lou Diamond Phillips? Lou Diamond Phillips. He said I look like Lou Diamond Phillips. That was
That's
it.
not the most terrible thing on earth.
Yeah, it's bad enough. I mean, for an
It's
Asian,
not.
it's an insult
well,
because he's
you know.
Filipino. He's Filipino.
I understand,
So it-
but
Yeah.
not the most terrible thing on earth.
But by the way, our dear Heather Holman says, giving her a son for this, I gifted Sean Stone with a plaid wool scarf, red and green. Yes, she wanted him to look like the Doctor Who Doctor. Ah.
Well, he already looks like a comic book villain, especially back in the day when he kept licking his lips like a snake and shit.
Oh yeah. Well, he always had that. He looks like one of the Hardy Boys. He's stuck in the 70s. He's back in a time machine, back to the 70s or some shit. Yeah. Poor son.
England is weird.
Yeah. Well, Sean Stone. We're talking about this is like.
Oh, we're talking to Sean Stone. Okay,
Yeah, Sean Stone is like.
that's another kind of weird.
Yeah, that's a whole different weird. It was.
That's all American.
Yeah, and his dad's a piece of shit. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
and so we all know that.
Okay, well, guys, it's movie time, so I'm gonna have to say goodbye and say goodnight to everybody.
Well, we
Creature
love you.
features.
Yeah, no creature features. We're gonna watch The Leagues Under the Sea, the Disney
Okay.
Oh,
20,000
Okay.
Leagues Under the Sea.
The old
That's
one,
cool.
the classic Disney.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
good,
That's cute.
good one.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we
Yeah,
love
so
you.
I'll miss you.
Okay. We'll miss you too.
Thank you,
Love you
Heather.
dearly. Yes.
Good
thank
night,
you.
Igor.
Good night, honey. So cute.
Bye.
Yes. Bye for now.
Yeah, great timing because I'm ready to go as well. So you guys have a great night.
Oh, come on. Really? Jesus. Well, we
Yeah.
were glad to have you for even a few minutes. And certainly, you help put a lot of things in perspective. So that's profoundly important. And so I'll start monologuing soon for just a few minutes. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunate. What's unfortunate? Just the fact that what do you mean? Like, I mean, it was most fortunate to have you on. What did you say was unfortunate? Just the fact that
just being on, being useful.
Yes. Heather says she thinks we're offline.
Have you been checking?
I've been checking until just a few minutes ago. Yeah, it was. Let's see. Let's check again. Says excellent connection.
Offline.
I think it's her. It's her.
Yeah, maybe she's just not able to look at it.
Yeah, it's yeah. I think we're online, honey. Yeah, So.
Yeah, it's there. It's the live.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Love you, Aristides. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Kind of preoccupied, but go on.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Appreciate that. So that was yeah. So wonderful. So good to have Ari check in. Okay, so all such being said, we're sad to have our dear friend Brendan check out. But by all means, Brendan, aren't you going to share a little bit about anything that's been going on with you? I mean, Heather was sharing all her wild dreams. Yeah. What?
A couple more headlines.
Oh, we'll get to that soon, Holly.
And I did, about the shooting subject.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To pick that up briefly, because these headlines roll up, and I don't drill down on this stuff for vicarious titillation, if you know what I mean. But it is interesting that there was that 4 right together in Minneapolis and the CDC attack.
Yes.
And that dude fired 500 rounds into that building.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, wow.
Yeah, we're in
definitely low intensity conflict.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a fucking civil war. This is civil war. Yeah, and it's what American Civil War looks like. It's this is like the American Intifada. It's the insurgency of the insane. So.
And it's kind of spun off the subject of what if Trump is dead next week?
Yeah.
What will jump out?
Yeah. So hey, Brendan.
Are you going to analyze that?
Well, let's look at it this way.
No,
Brendan.
I mean.
Well, she expects me to. She expects me to. Yeah. Well, I'll say something about it. Obviously, from my angle, because I did enough of a job on that last episode. Last episode I went deep into the masters. Yeah. But in terms of
I meant the aftermath of Trump's death.
Yeah.
Whether it comes now or in a week, it doesn't matter really.
Yeah. I mean, good point. Good subject. But Brendan, aren't you going to say a little bit about your dreams? After all, Heather told us about hers, and like, did you hear me earlier when I said we've all been having?
Yeah. Were you talking about the Cthulhu attack?
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, that wasn't a dream. That was like in Twilight, Waking Twilight.
That
was like even worse than a dream.
Yes.
Or a nightmare. Yeah.
Hypnagogic or walking around?
Like in between sleep and wake.
Yeah, when he was waking up. It was
laying down.
Yeah.
Hypnagogic,
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's right.
Hypnopompic if it happens in the morning, waking up.
Yeah, so it was like that. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Hypnopompic.
But no, I don't want to go over that again.
Okay. Don't blame you. I hope things have been getting better. Obviously they have. That's why you joined us tonight. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh, that's awful. And it's it's been but you heard me when I said that aside from George and I having bad dreams, and Heather, that I also have had these stress dreams, and I believe that it's voice to skull suggesting us. So what did you think about that, Brendan, that idea that we might all be being something?
Well, also there's some planetary things going on as well
that
are triggering it.
So Yeah.
Like it's also an eclipse corridor, and this is a bigger set of them. So yeah.
So
There's
you're
also
saying
that.
throughout the month of September, we've all got to be careful.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, and Jupiter is in a special phase that's less auspicious than it normally is. So it's the divine protection has been rolled back. So it's easier for infernal forces to come in and affect the realm.
Oh man.
Just be on guard.
Okay. Well, that's thank you for that fair warning. And obviously you're always in our thoughts and prayers, and everybody please maintain Brendan in those thoughts and prayers. He needs them for everything.
Sure.
Yeah. And how about yourself, Holly? You seem to be keeping quite a track of what's been going on. I'll go into analysis now for a little bit. And we're going to everybody. You're welcome to stay for as long as throughout the night, Brendan. But like you said, you need your rest. Yeah. And how about yourself, Holly? You're going to stay for a while longer.
Well, I might stick around for
I'm
a
gonna
little
mute
bit.
out while you
Yeah.
get going
Okay.
Same.
and listen
So-
closely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you.
yeah. Well, you always feel free to interject yourself as well, Brendan.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Yeah. And I can't.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right. To both of you.
If I do drop, it means I'm going home and just switch to YouTube. So
Understood. It won't be taken personally. Well,
No.
Kisses to both of you. Both of you get some rest. Blessed night. Stay safe and be well. And of course, the same to
Thank you.
Aristides, our dear engineer, who is with us and
Yes.
dealing with
Yes.
his everything else. So all that being said, it's really only a
Let
few.
her rip.
It's only a few minutes of intensity, really. The point that I made about all of the mass shootings, as our dear Holly calls it, the 100th monkey point, where there's a morphogenic field of everybody joining the riot, and therefore the people at the very end of the line who you never thought would become mass shooters are becoming mass shooters. That's the phenomena that I discussed in depth with the latest episode. With this episode, the first thing I have to say is no, there is not an epidemic of shootings by trans people. Now, in the immediate aftermath of the Minneapolis Catholic school shooting on August 27th, an all too familiar narrative appeared on social media that the suspect, as some very high profile accounts began positing, was transgender. Now, of course, we all know this happens effectively every fucking time there is a school shooting in America now. Commentators and politicians with astronomical social media followings peddle conspiracy theories that the attacker is trans. And every single fucking time that claim is immediately deconstructed. This time, however, the claim was correct. The shooter who killed 2 children and injured 18 more was indeed physically transgender. Cue the outrage. Right-wing commentators, Congress people, and influencers seized on what by now is a 2-year-old narrative that America is witnessing a quote-unquote epidemic of violence from the trans community. That is not true. Americans who identify as transgender do not attack and kill people at any disproportionate rate. And according to all experts on extremism and mass shootings, there be no evidence gender identity had any influence on Robin Westman's decision to shoot children at a Catholic school. Rather, all the evidence the attacker left behind indicates a deep interest in mass shooters and mass shootings, suggesting involvement in an internet subculture that obsesses over these attacks and that has become known as nihilistic violent extremism. This is simply the cult of the kings of Edom, the anti-gods of chaos, and their propaganda that transformed via the 100th monkey effect into the last rioter that I described in my last episode, where the last person, the 100th person, who would never participate in a riot, finally reaches over and picks up that camera in the broken window to steal. The person who otherwise is a tax-paying, suit-wearing American provider for his family that just cannot resist finally bringing an expensive gift home to his wife or kids. That, well, the window's already broken, everybody is running rampant, who's gonna know, just finally does something he otherwise would never have dreamed of doing. That this 100th person in the riot, with the most unlikely killer, would be a trans person. It has finally come to that. Did I not say that this would be the case in the last episode? Well, I did. It's essentially killing for killing's sake at this point. It's a search for fame and infamy.
Yes, you did.
Thank you. It's a search for fame and infamy among an in-group at this point on the internet, and it has characterized several recent deadly school shootings. So this is him trying to be part of the crowd. At this point, all the cool people are doing hit. All the cool people are rioting. All of them are throwing stones. All of them are breaking the windows. All of them are stealing sneakers. So at this point, finally, the last person who ever would have done it has gotten to the point where they do it. That's what's going on. There is no epidemic of trans violence. The claim that trans people are disproportionately responsible for mass violence in America comes up every few goddamn days. It has never been true. An exhaustive database on incidents of mass violence in America is maintained by the research director at the National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism, Michael Jensen, whose research has identified more than 1,000 mass casualty plots when the perpetrator clearly intended to kill or injure as many people as possible since the start of 2023. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, you can count on less than one hand how many of those were perpetrated by a transgender individual. I'm aware of no evidence to support the claim that transgender people are disproportionately responsible for mass violence events in the United States, including shootings in schools. In fact, the data proves quite the opposite. What is perpetuating the cycle is this ecosystem online in which individuals are seeking to gain notoriety and doing that through emulating past attackers. In their minds, one-upping them is doing something more significant, greater harm that propels their name to the top of the list. This is more about an individual seeking notoriety and recognition from a certain community. And in the case of the Minneapolis shooting, and this is me talking now, no longer Michael Jensen, there's plenty of evidence proving Westman was influenced by another community. The shooter was part of multiple experts on extremism and mass shootings, all concurring in this regard, the white supremacist movement. Which brings us to the latest example of nihilistic violent extremism, NVE, which is an acronym, an abbreviate I want you all to start using. Nihilistic violent extremism, NVE. Put that up there with VAW, violence against woman, VAW, as an acronym we should be applying all the time to a pervasive, chronic insurgency, an American intifada out to kill us all, something that's left us all impacted. All of us know someone who's a wife beater or some female who's battered by their boyfriend. At this point, all of us know someone who's impacted by a mass shooting. So we should all grow up knowing these acronyms, these abbreviates. But to verify, to prove what I'm saying, I can tell you that there were a pair of videos, 12 videos Westman posted, that's the shooter, by the way, to YouTube. Of course. And they prove that the attacker was involved with an online subculture that venerates mass shooters. Westman's writings, which are viewable in these videos, and the words, phrases, and symbolism the shooter drew on the weapons used in his attack show an apparent obsession with past shooting attacks. To quoteist Hànyǔ, surname spelled Gais, a senior research analyst at the Southern Poverty Law Center, it showed a mishmash of idolizing other mass shooters. To me, this feels very much like an example of nihilistic violent extremism. Now, that same term, nihilistic violent extremism, was referenced by Michael Jensen and 3 other experts on mass violence who spraketh with the Fourth Estate. It describes an extreme online subculture in which participants fetishize and obsess about mass shootings and mass shooters. That subculture is sometimes also called the true crime community. Again, this world, this demi-monde or half-world, is not new. For years, online communities on message boards like 8kun, formerly 8chan, have celebrated mass shootings and venerated the killers, even anointing.
Did they really change their name to that?
You didn't know? Oh, I found that out from the Blood Boys. Yes, it's 8kun now. As in cunt, AKUNT, like a radio station named after a cunt or something. Except they took the T out, so it's 8kun, AKUN. Yeah. Anyhow.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. And so it used to be 4chan, CHAN, but they thought it sounded too much like Charlie Chan, and besides they were getting busted for so much of the terrorism that they caused, they had to change the name again. Like Exxon, so it couldn't be sued. Exxon, Shell, it was Shell Oil. Shell Oil changed their name so they couldn't be sued. Yeah, thank you. Anyhow, they even anoint the most violent attackers as saints. There you have it. This is the cult of the kings of Edom, is what it all comes down to. Westman's videos...
Yeah, it's all ritual.
Thank you. It's ritualized.
Nothing normal. Yeah, it's nothing normal.
Thank you. Now, Westman's videos that were on YouTube, again, I couldn't have retrieved these without the Blood Boys, they show weapons scrawled with the names of at least 3 other mass shooters. They also show other clues that the Minneapolis attacker was involved in this subculture, including the use of specific memes, phrases, and, of course, Judeophobic terminology. What they also show is a specifically phobic political ideology against the 2S LGBTQIA community. In other words, this individual was a self-loathing trans that well, basically at this point, if he had any political motivation, was to frame his own people. An MK Ultra product, if ever there was one. Who was, of course, reinforced inside a violent, hateful world. Brendan's just provided another link. Let's see what this is. So what's going on with this link, Brendan? NHK World is telling us about Afghanistan. What's going on in the Stan? Oh, an earthquake. Left about 250 people dead. That's the Taliban.
There's like a series of large earthquakes.
Yeah, that's the Taliban karma. That's the, Taliban karma coming back to roost.
Yeah, but it just highlights the general instability in the earth field because, what everything that's going on, plus the, the different things astronomically that could affect it as well. Yeah.
Excellent point. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And such having been brought to our attention, everybody maintain the innocence in Afghanistan in your thoughts and prayers, of course. Now, what is notable about the Minneapolis shooter's gender identity is the fact that the shooter appears to have chosen to interact with an online community that overwhelmingly, vociferously denigrates and vilifies the LGBTQIA plus community in general and transgender people specifically. In that respect, along with the Minneapolis shooter's obvious obsession with other mass shootings, this week's attack mirrors the January shooting at Antioch High School in Nashville. In that case, a 17-year-old black student injured 2 people and killed another student and himself. The attacker's writings and social media posts showed he was also obsessed with mass shooters and had expressed white supremacist beliefs. In this sense, help me out here, Brendan, that's like a combination of Daryl Neely, the guy who called himself One with Odin, who rioted on January 6th, that had interviewed me at one point, and then turned that wretched, what's her name against me, Penny Bradley. She was always on his channel. And Jambo the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese. It's like a combination of those 2 black guys got melded into one to create a misanthropic black with white supremacist beliefs. At any rate, obviously these 2 shootings together show how young people can become so poisoned by their veneration of mass shooters that they willing...
Yeah, it was so absurd. It was like...
Thank you.
Reminded me of... what was that idiot with the rhabdomyolysis?
Oh, Derek Talley.
No. The...
Jambo the Reese Monkey. Jameson Reese. Yes.
Like when someone reposted that video and they said, look how despicable this guy is. And then it was playing in the background while that was, before I could scroll away because I don't want to watch that shit. And I was like, this sounds familiar.
Thank you. Thank you.
So no doubt he was into magic or some fake magic, whatever bullshit. Not, dark sorcery, I should say.
Thank you. Well, you can tell people...
It's like J-Mo.
Yeah, you can tell people that for all his sorcery, that Jameson Reese said he couldn't live without cursing people. For all his sorcery, when it came to his anger at the school people, the adults who told him to stop whipping his dick out and pissing through the chain link fence at the young children in the schoolyard, he switched to machine guns and said he was going to come back and machine gun them all. Right? Yeah, no magic there. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, then it all comes down to bullets. Thank you. Yeah, it all comes down to lead. That speaks louder than spells. So, at any rate, again, these 2 shootings.
A bunch of cowards.
They are. Thank you. No, it's and they hate themselves. They hate whatever they are.
Shit.
What's that?
It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Look at them.
Thank you. It's so true.
Like,
It's so
what
true.
else? There's no bliss or happiness there. You know, it's
Yeah,
disgusting.
it's so true. Thank you. Bless you. No. Oh, yeah. At any rate, again, these two
Yeah, and
shoot.
just for Brooke's sake, I just restocked on millets. By the way, all the 5 pounds of millets. So she's listening. Because I remember I drove people crazy on your show for years with the millets, and they were like, "Why does he keep talking about millets and shit?"
Oh, hey, by the way, do you know the Glutenberg beer, which became my beer, and its baseline is millets. It's millets. They're not selling it at the corner store anymore. They said, "Oh, we can't get it refilled now." Has it gone out of business? Have they shut down my beer?
No, it was Canadian. It was Canadian, and that scumbag tariffed the shit out of it. So of course they don't want to sell to us anymore.
Oh my God! So that's what happened. Oh fuck.
Yeah, pretty sure one of those brands you were drinking was Canadian.
Yeah, that was Glutenberg. Glutenberg is 100% Canadian. So it was like, it's amazing that they were able to stock up on it for this long. So tell me, where can I get Glutenberg? Or something like it. Are there other millet beers that are out there that you could find for me?
You would have to go to like a specialty shop, like to
God damn.
what's that place called?
Oh, I forgot.
Bevmo.
Oh,
Bevmo.
Bevmo? Bevmo is just shit. Bevmo is just like whatever. Like, that's like grape soda shit. It's Bevmo. Bevmo, all they have is like, you think they might have that?
Yeah, some of them have. I mean, the big ones out here have like every alcohol you can
imagine. Okay.
Yeah, like literally every. And there's a bigger one. I don't know if you guys have it, but it's called Total Wine. That one has like every niche alcohol, spirit, beer, like every little detail of alcohol world is there.
Okay.
You know, and that's where the professional drinkers go.
Okay.
So they can feel like, instead of feel like back in the day, everyone stopped drinking now.
Yeah, it's true.
Not only because of the price, but just no one wants to wake up feeling like shit. So like people my age and below, they don't really drink hardly.
Yeah, it's true.
So
it's true. Drinking has really stopped. It's
and it just costs too much. It's like if you don't got money for food, what's the beer gonna do?
Yeah.
It only holds you off for a couple hours.
Well, I consider beer.
And it used
food.
to be you could go to when I was in high school and stuff, you would everyone would split on the alcohol. Like everyone throws $5.
Yeah.
And then the rest of your money goes to you can buy a whole night's worth of food at McDonald's, like dollar menu or whatever, these fast food. Now that doesn't exist. That's just
true.
You go to any restaurant, it's $20, $30, $40 just to walk in the door, practically.
No. It's like in a strip joint. That's what it would be like in a strip joint. You're already paying an entry fee of like $100. So you'd better be rich if you're going to, have girls lap dance on you because it's like that's this one dumb gay guy I knew, Michael Matthews, that dumb son of a bitch. Dumb gay guy, of course, would have no idea about what it's like to go inside of a strip joint, and you would think he would because they have gay strip joints. But he assumed all these heteros were going in and paying like only a few bucks to have these girls lap dance on. It really showed his misogyny. Like, does he think that these women are going to, avail their bodies to lap dance on these guys for anything?
Pennies.
Yeah, for pennies? You crazy, stupid fuck. I mean,
no, especially if you ever see those guys, they're fucking hideous.
Of course. The
bottom of the barrel, we're talking like.
Yeah, well,
you gotta have money.
Yeah, in San Francisco it was the gamut because a lot of them would be rich Arab or Japanese tourists for years, for decades. It was like that, rich Arab and Japanese.
Yeah, in like a famous city like that.
Yeah, but anywhere else, it's like, just the
these were like smut places,
yeah. But of course they charge a lot, and I
remember, when I turned, was it 18 or 21? Whatever age it is to go to those places.
Yeah, 18.
They're like,
18
you're gay if you
21.
don't go. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm not spending money on that.
Thank you.
Because crazy.
Thank you.
Like, come on, every guy's got to do it. It's like, you guys are so stuck in the 80s. Fuck that.
It was, no, it's an expensive thing. I mean, beyond expensive.
And it's not fun. To me, it's not fun. That doesn't sound appealing.
well, the
No
money
sexuality needed.
Yeah, the money spent on it kills it. It's like, I couldn't get phone sex either. How do these guys like the money
Right.
they spend on that? Yeah,
That shit's funny.
it's like that was what my gang brother Beaver said when we were watching television one time, and this, they're advertising phone sex, and this woman's saying, "You don't know what you're missing." And Beaver said, "A really high phone bill." Yeah, that's
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck?
yeah. But no, thank you for that input. I'll try and look around. Otherwise, I'll be stuck with. Well, what kind of beer do you recommend is healthier if I can't get a millet beer? What kind of beer would be the next?
No beer.
Yeah, thank you.
No alcoholic wants to hear that.
Yeah, there you
Off
go.
limit words right there.
Yeah. That's sound enough advice, but yeah, that's we'll throw that on the drawing board. That's something.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Anyhow, these.
Well, you know what I would say already without me saying it. Anything German.
There we are. Thank you. Okay, that's all I'll go for.
Because they have Reinheitsgebot and just it only needs 3 ingredients. You don't need all this hullabaloo craft beer shit.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
But it's just nowadays you can't find anything because this stupid fucking King Koopa piece of shit put tariffs on everyone.
Good point.
And now we're all like, now everything's like doubled, tripled, quadrupled in price.
Yes.
For no rhyme or reason.
Oh,
and the tariffs were deemed illegal, by the way.
Of
I don't know
course.
if you saw that.
Yes.
And they said we're gonna put it on hold till October. And then people in the comments are like, when are they gonna refund the illegal funds they've already taken? And the rest of the people responding were like, "Ha, refund."
Yeah.
Like, good luck with that.
Yeah.
They already took the money. You ain't getting that shit back.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And they fired everyone that could process the refunds. So it's just.
Thank you.
That money's gone. If you paid tariffs, it's gone.
I mean, dude, it's like it's the same with what does that remind me of? Oh, YouTube when it took my money and they made me write the letter, to get it back, and they never sent it back. Yeah.
They said, please, declare this money and give us all your information, and just disappear.
Yeah.
Like I said, it would have been like the threat was, oh, we're going to send it to the government for arbitration. It's like, it would have been better just to send it to the government. Shit. Fuck giving it to Google. Because they just straight up stole it. They didn't even, no shame. It was just gone.
Yeah. But why did they bother then with the stupid letter thing? Why didn't they just keep it? Why send me that stupid letter? Is it just, to make themselves, because they're just sadistic? I mean,
because the government was going to take it. It's too mafias.
Got it. So what they
if you
did
didn't
was
say anything,
they had me write the
put it
letter.
in their bank account.
They had me write the letter so that they could tell the government they were going to refund me and then keep the money themselves.
Exactly. They show the tax man, look, he got a refund.
Yeah.
He agreed. And then they just funnel it somewhere and they're never seen again.
Yeah. Oh God. That's so awful. It's like someday there'll be
either that or Selena got it and she pocketed it.
No,
one of those.
That we know that's not the case because that gives her too much credit. I said that earlier was some people might think that Selena was being malevolent, but no, she was just stupid and didn't know what she was fucking doing. She had no idea what she was doing. She honestly just thought that because she had made it herself in life to that point that she knew everything because that's what that culture is like. That we talked about that. She was from Bangladesh.
What was wrong?
Mm-hmm. I mean, tell people she lectured you for hours just telling you bullshit about. Yeah, I made it. So can you if you apply yourself. Some stupid. Yeah.
And she swore up and down, oh, I can help you get a job in this field, and then the shit she was saying was like. It was worse than finding a YouTube video. It was just like nonsense.
Thank you.
And it was like gibberish. And
she was telling you to take notes, right?
Yeah. She's like, "Are you going to take notes? If you don't take notes, you're not serious." And so I was like, "All right, I'll do it." And it was just nothing.
Yeah.
I still have the notes. You could I can break it out, and it's just so pointless.
Yes, well, it's just so sad. It's so sad. And then when
I call it realtor brain.
Thank you, realtor brain.
Realtor brain disease.
Thank you. It's so true.
Well, yeah, they think they're on top of the freaking universe.
Yeah. It's
And
true.
if they make it, they definitely are. But there's all the ones striving, and those you got to watch out for.
Yeah, it's so sad. And
Yeah.
what was the trip about her? Oh yes, that's what they were called. Do you remember these people, Holly? The West Memphis Trio. That was it. When she lost everything on Bitcoin, then what happened was Miguel Andahar and Lena Shea / Lena Crane showed up, and they broke into her home and took her with them on this wild ass trip where they wound up pulling a West Memphis Trio and sacrificing some young boy or something, just like the West Memphis Trio did. And they wound up putting their alibi footage on all their Facebook pages. Each one of them, every Lena Crane, Miguel Andahar, and Selena Khan put up the same.
It was a
footage.
mind-boggling event. It's just completely wacky.
Yes, you remember that?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. It happened.
Yeah, it really did happen. Yeah, they put up the alibi footage.
It really did.
They had done something. They'd done something bad.
It was just bizarre.
Thank you.
Driving cross country up and down to do these things.
Yes. Yes.
You know, parties you again weren't invited to, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what they did to Selena was so bad that even when remember when we had to have the three-way call with her?
Yeah.
Towards the end?
Yeah. That's right.
And she was saying, Doug, stop sending these people after me. And we were like, look, those have nothing to do with those people.
Thank you. I appreciate.
You remember that?
Yes. How could I forget? Thank you for bringing it up. I did consciously forget it because it was so bad. I felt so bad for her at that time. I really felt bad for her, but she was kind enough.
She thought we knew them. They kept saying we know Doug and shit.
Yes.
She thought Lena was still she knew Lena had severed, but she thought you guys were going to get back together or something.
Yeah.
In a producer sense.
Yes, so bizarre. It's true.
That Miguel always seemed kind of behind the scenes creepy too.
To say the least.
Behind the scenes.
Yeah, tell her. Up front.
I mean, I was not privy to any of this, so I'm just saying my fanboy perception was that was true, but I never expected a mass mobilization.
Yeah. Oh, they mass mobilized. And remember, Peter Moon always said that. I'm going with them. I'm joining the enemy.
Oh.
Remember, he always said that.
Oh.
You heard him on record say that constantly.
Oh, he said that a few times.
Yeah.
I always thought it was like he was trying to do satire, but he was just bad at it. But
no.
I guess he wasn't.
No, man.
He was always serious. He always meant it. And like I said.
But why would he say that on air? I mean.
Because he's.
It's nonsensical. It's chaos.
Because he was.
It's just
he was
seeds
assigned.
of chaos.
He was
makes no sense.
He was assigned from the beginning. It makes sense only when you know they were all assigned, and they're all.
You don't announce it. I mean.
Yeah. Well,
you'd think.
Yeah, well, that's because he came from a background of total privilege, and he has no concept of needing to hide anything. It's kind of like here he is. He's filming. He's filming Preston Nichols in the tunnels under the Long Island, under the Montauk site where it later was totally sealed up and you could no longer do that. You can't do what he did anymore. You cannot go in those tunnels now with a camera and try and film them with anyone because they're totally sealed. But he was able to do that, and here's Preston Nichols showing him this is where the young boys were kept, and he's just in total denial, saying, oh, there couldn't have been young boys kept in cages in there. That's like chicken wire. And in Preston had already said, look, they run electricity through the chicken wire. The young boys are exhausted. They're beaten. They're naked. They're all dogpiling each other to maintain warmth. The last thing they're going to do is break out. They know they'll be beaten half to death. And yet, so Peter Moon is like covering for the human child traffickers. So it's like, why are you filming? Why are you down there with Preston, who's exposing this, filming it?
That's why he had to obfuscate, because everyone knew he was filming it. That's why.
Yes, but that there you go.
It puts him in that boat.
But then you have to. Then why did he film? knowing that he would have to do that.
Because he was obsessed with Montauk. That was like part of his brainwashing scheme.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Yes. So it's the same with his coming over here and saying,
yeah, like how did he get? Like I don't think he's ever like went back that far, unless I just bleached it because it was annoying listening to him.
Yeah, of course.
24/7 or whatever, however, twice a week.
Oh, it felt like 24/7. It felt like it,
but it was like
I surfed quite a bit of it.
Into Montauk.
Yeah. There you go. How did he
get obsessed with Montauk in the first place? Like I don't even remember his origin story.
We should know this.
Yeah, there was none.
By now.
He just all of a sudden, leaves Saital, goes to Long Island, and then all of a sudden becomes obsessed. Like it just is weird.
Thank you. Well, it's
go from coast to coast,
Oh, absolutely. It's programming. Just total programming. So Sammy Romero has joined us. And dear Sammy, if you have any insights, please share them, or any thoughts brought to your mind by what we've been discussing. We'll get back to the shooting, but of course we'll discuss some other things with Sammy while he's with us. And
hey, Sammy.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hi, Holly.
How do you feel about that?
Hi.
What happened?
Oh, Brendan, you're
with
have Doug tell you.
Brendan, tell Sammy. Well, what do you want Sammy to address? Yeah, please.
No, I said, how does he feel? How do you feel about the 2-for-1 deal, Trump and Giuliani?
Oh, Trump and Giuliani. Yes, I might be dying.
Gonzo.
Both of them are probably dying. Yeah.
Oh.
It's astrological.
I wish it happened sooner.
Yeah,
I wish it happened sooner.
Much sooner.
I think those kids at West Point would appreciate him dying sooner,
Yes, thank you. That's right. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Sammy's referring to the fact that at West Point, where you had all of these children raped and abused, just like you had at the Presidio military base, the man put in charge of the investigation was Rudy Giuliani, who then claimed it was all the children doing everything to themselves, literally injury in their various orifices and infecting themselves with sexually transmitted diseases in order to bring attention to themselves, plus give their parents an opportunity to sue West Point. In other words, that was a conspiracy between the kids and the parents, both of which were the victims, against the officers' school. That's what Giuliani claimed. So there you go. That's what Sammy's referring to. So yes, please continue, Sammy, with whatever else comes on your mind. A situation status report, whatever you're comfortable sharing. Are you okay? Everything in general as can be.
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, the kids are good.
Good.
The wife is good. It's just being a parent of a toddler, my daughter, really. Yes. It's like almost having a second wife, except without the wife stuff. It's just what I mean is like
yes, I get it.
What I mean is like my daughter's very territorial with me, so I had to sneak out or kind of trick her into not following me everywhere, but I'm also not complaining. It's just at times I feel like I have a low probation officer,
Yes.
But
I get it.
Other than that, it's just adulting, really, like any of your Team Dietrich, or adulting and trying to stay afloat, especially the times we're living in. As far as the orange Cheeto,
yes.
I think his time has already been up. It's just he's been running on fumes, and the power of just having a black heart and just hate, really, it's I think what's keeping him alive.
True. So true.
His rage and his just evil. I mean, I've said it before. I think he died of COVID 5 years ago. I just think it's just really what's been fueling him.
It's so true.
I think now that he now that he's ascended to the presidency, I don't think there's anything he can really. Where's the motivation, really? I mean, obviously he's enriched himself with whatever schemes that his family is already into, but to a certain extent, I think what's going to happen is when it's actually official, it's going to be a lot of cleaning up to to. It's going to be like it's almost going to be like a nuclear meltdown cleanup, where there's going to be damage beyond repair. His policies are going to have to be cleaned up somehow. I don't know how. I'm glad that's not my job. But in a lot of ways, for example, the ICE situation, a lot of these agents are going to be prosecuted. I don't know if you guys are aware, but one of these agents, I'm going to have to get his name. I'm going to have to put it in the Skype, but he was found dead. This was a prominent agent that was very much an antagonizer. Ended up, I believe he got arrested for trying to sneak into a woman's bathroom. I believe it was in Long Beach.
Jesus.
And he ended up getting arrested. He got into it with the cops, and apparently this week he was supposed to go into his court date, and he was found dead. They didn't specify the cause of death, but like anything, this is what I believe. I think once the discovery process starts, and keep in mind, we don't know what's been going on in Alligator, Alcatraz, and any of these facilities. We still don't know. Yeah. We don't know because no one has been able to really go in there and investigate.
The native tribe in Florida had actually got it, basically shut down. As last I heard. I don't know if it's true, but Alligator Alcatraz is no more because of that tribe, the Algonquins or someone.
Let's look that up. I mean, it's like you said, they're trying.
Which is so outlandish. I mean, but yeah, they had agencies also as allies.
Well, I mean, they're trying.
Supposedly, they're shipping the last out to God knows where, and they can't take more.
Yeah.
While the new ones are under construction.
Oh, it is closing. So Alligator Alcatraz is closing.
Apparently.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah.
Because of a judge.
Well, the judge rules that ruled that it can stay open for now, but no further detainees.
Yeah, but it explains why they needed Uganda to take those people, more people, because it's like they have to outsource now.
Which brings us, of course, which brings us back to Kilmar. So, do you have any opinions on Kilmar Abrego Garcia, Sammy Romero? Please, your own analysis of that whole horror story.
Yes.
Last I checked, didn't they let him go or something?
And then they wanted to deport him to. Then they arrested him again and are threatening to deport him to
the lobby.
Uganda. Yes.
In my opinion, if I was Abrego, and this is just, me just being logical, I would go to Mexico. Yes. I would strongly suggest him to migrate to
self-deport.
Mexico. Yes. Yeah. Self-deport. And the reason why I say Mexico, because
something to be said for that.
Mexico is emerging as a great place. Besides, the pharmaceutical armed pharmaceuticals, which we call the cartels, which they're pretty much pharmaceuticals.
Yes,
they just
I love that armed pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes,
they're not Pfizer. They're not Pfizer, but go figure.
They make us feel good.
Yeah,
of course,
so good.
I would strongly recommend him going to Mexico because they're emerging. Their middle class is really emerging, and when I say that is just going down there doing my dental work. It is very much thriving, and I say that because they're. I haven't been here. I haven't been here in the States as far as the dentist in a while. But maybe just because I'm, someone that looks like me is treating me, it's just went very smooth. So I strongly recommend him that he goes to Mexico. A lot of people have dual citizenship, and just honestly wait it out because there's no point in fighting it because you're not wanted. I mean, any minority really here is not wanted, not including women.
Yeah.
You're not wanted here because of this regime right now. This regime is really trying to turn back the clock to, if we have Native Americans shutting things down, that lets you know how civilized Native Americans are, not just today, but in the past.
Yes.
Where they at least can, stand up.
Yes.
I don't see, a certain tribe from the desert, standing up, which they want to, monopolize victimhood.
Yeah.
I don't see them standing up.
I love it. Yes, of course. He's
And,
talking about the Jews. Yes, go on. I'll say it.
Well,
Go on.
they are the chosen people. They're super victims. They're supposed to come here and save the day and teach us how to be victims. But all they want to do is monopolize it.
Yes.
And I have to say this because they do promote that says you don't, and I quote in quotations, you don't have to be Jewish to be Jewish, right?
Yes.
Well, in that logic, we're not all the goyim, we're all little I don't know, Zacharias, and whatever. I don't know what they name their daughters, but it is what it is,
Indeed.
It's just it's one of these things where I have to say this because they're quiet as church mouses.
Yes. Yes.
We're good enough to babysit their kids, and we can do all these things, but we can't stand up for you because we're the victims. We got our reparations. So we're only entitled, and obviously and I'm not a Judeophobic, or I'm not a quote unquote anti-Semite. I'm not, but they do want to promote themselves as the symbol of we were interned, and we were put into ovens, and which is great. That's good for them. But that's almost 100
Thank
years
you.
ago.
That's the best way to explain it. Seriously, at this point, the monopoly.
Exactly,
Yeah, go on, please continue. Yeah.
that was almost 100 years ago, and obviously we can run down their history of genocide as well. Obviously, Christopher Columbus comes into play, but
Yes.
the Bolsheviks, etc. But what I'm trying to say is we need to be humanized as well.
Yes.
People of color, people of melanin, whether it's man or woman, even different sexual orientations, we need to be humanized. And why does it always have to be to the extreme? But it's taken away because if one involves monetary reparations, and it's just what it is, because you don't get to build your wealth on the backs of the people that you call the goyim, and these other ethnic groups, and then want to monopolize victimhood.
Thank you.
And I'm not even talking about regular Euro trash. I'm talking about this particular group.
Yes.
It's just there's no answers. There's no peeps. I don't see anybody from that diaspora anything, which is it's not shocking, but it's shocking in the sense that they're saying it. Well, their silence speaks volume, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
I don't see Howard Stern, that big, what do you call it? Big Bird. I mean, he has his takes and everything, but what I'm trying to say is that diaspora does not give a damn.
Yeah.
And obviously, and not that I'm looking for, help. Oh my God, use your media powers and your Jew money. No, but a simple
Acknowledgement.
we stand by you acknowledgement.
Yeah,
And
or
honestly,
even
it's
an
not.
acknowledgement
And
that the situation is happening. A simple acknowledgement that there's a situation here.
Exactly.
Yes.
Hey, super victims here. Us as a super victims, we you know, I don't know, we put our yarmulkes in our heart for you guys. Something, you know. We'll give you guys dreidels. I don't know.
I love that.
We'll give you a free Fiddler on the Roof ticket. I don't know. But something, right? But then again, you know, when they don't acknowledge, you know, their neighbors in the Gaza and actual Christians, let's not forget that as a Christian myself, you know, there's Christians dying. You know, just because, you know, they're not evangelical doesn't mean they're not Christian.
Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly.
They're dying.
Yes.
And, you know, there's people that I know that don't give a damn and they call themselves Christians. So what I'm trying to say is the inversion is there, that evil is there. And obviously that's just one little hair on top of the mountain of shit that's burning.
Yes.
Because it's really not even at this point, you know, our president dying of heart failure is really almost in the background. It doesn't even matter because we're stuck here cleaning up his mess.
Yes.
And what's going to happen is, like everything, it comes out in the wash. What does that mean? People are going to flip. People are going to flip. The midterms are coming. And not only are states going to flip, but you're going to see a lot of his regime trying to take deals, because you can fuck around and rape and pillage and kill and do all your bullshit, but at the end, someone has to pay the piper, and all of them are going to flip, because they're pretty much all, none of them like each other.
Yeah.
None of them have no sense of honor. There's no honor among those thieves.
No.
Not that any politician can call themselves honorable, or else they'll be dead. You know, that'd probably be more honorable than what they're doing right now, and that's including the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Because, you know, they don't want their gravy train to stop either.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that they have their advantages, and it is what it is. But their lack of urgency and their lack of preparation has always screamed, we don't care either. It's just, you know, they try to hide their hand. And nevertheless, you know, all this shit's going to have to get cleaned up. These human rights violations are going to have to either be swept under the rug. But the one thing I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of mistrust in government, even more now. It's going to be more mistrust in government, and that's going to equal to, you know, a lot of problems. Now, I would think the only band-aid that I could see is if they start, you know, passing out money. As much as our money ain't worth shit anyways, that would probably, you know, at least distract from, you know, the bullshit. Because if this continues, you know, it's not really good for them, because it's, you know, they don't want to kill the gravy train.
Yeah.
They very much rely on it, but then again, you know, not everything lasts forever either. As far as our president, you know, he's been on his way out. He's pretty much a ticking time bomb, and it explains also his erratic behavior and how he came into powers earlier this year.
Mm-hmm.
How everything was moving so fast, because he knew he was going to die. He knew. He knew as far as how much time he did, because it goes back to what my intuition tells me is he's been dead. That
Yes.
he died in that medical facility.
Yes.
And whatever entity that was left there, and maybe helped by Aquino,
Yes.
and obviously his master in Russia, which he had to check in 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
He had to see him in person
Before he died. Before he died. Yes.
Before he died.
Yeah.
You know, which says a lot. It says a lot, because they had a couple hours together where I don't know who was the top, who was the bottom, but I guarantee you, probably Trump was the bottom.
Yes. And by the way, when I say before he died, another way of phrasing it would be before whatever entity filled that sack of flesh after he died of COVID, before that entity vacated that meat sack, had to get together with Putin to do whatever they did. Yes, that's what I meant to say, to go along with what Sammy's saying, because I do agree with what Sammy says, that there is a real sense of the Antichrist here, the resurrection from the dead, that really fits in well with the Trump died of COVID concept, and what came back is this reanimated meat sack that's been determined to come back into the office and create as much chaos as possible, which of course has led to just an explosion in mass shootings, that the likes of which we've never had, more so than ever before. Yes. But anyhow, please continue. Yes.
I really do think him surrounding himself with National Guard is to try to protect whatever the hell he cares about or whatever he's trying to hide.
Yes.
Because I think it's far worse than just Epstein. This is flat out treasonous. Whatever treasonous act he's done, whether it's a nuclear codes, whether it's, maybe giving up some other top secrets, whether, we know it or not. Maybe, what's found in the Mariana Islands, that stockpile of weapons that we have there.
Thank you.
Something to that effect.
Yes.
Something to that effect, which is going to lead to the continuation of World War II. I think you can't even say the Third World War. It's really the continuation.
Yes.
I do believe he doesn't want to go out just to, have a heart attack while he's eating a cheeseburger, scratching his nutsack. I do think he wants to, go out with a bang.
Yes.
And what more than his predecessors? Obviously, I'm talking about Roosevelt, where he was a treasonous communist sympathizer, and obviously, Doug can talk all about that, but that president before him, which we all know he idolizes Roosevelt as far as being in power and in office. That's one of the things that Gavin Newsom talked about, where Trump was taunting him as far as, showing him a picture of Roosevelt. Yeah. So, it's one of these things where history's repeating itself. It's just with Donald Trump is how far does the insanity go? Because that's what makes him dangerous. It makes him more dangerous, him knowing his time is up as far as his world. That makes him that probably made him the worst candidate, because he has nothing to lose. That's not the person you want in power, and that kind of gives you an idea of the treasonous acts that he's done. And they're going to come out in the wash. What I mean by the wash is, when he's dead.
Yeah.
When he's no longer here.
Yes. And
this is where I do believe people are going to flip, including the vice president.
Yeah.
Because you cannot keep up the circus so long. You cannot keep up you can't ask that question. Well, how dare you ask that question? No. And it's almost like a spell. This is what makes it so unnatural. But in a lot of ways, it shouldn't, because this is how vulnerable we've always been. That someone can maneuver, obviously the right complexion and the right insanity, but definitely we've always been vulnerable. If it wasn't Reagan, if it wasn't, Clinton or retard Bush, but definitely someone like Donald Trump, who's insane. You can't even call him evil. This man's insane, and him knowing his deathbed makes him very dangerous, and his treason is going to go beyond just the nuclear codes. Because really, I mean, Putin, I don't really think he gives a shit about the nuclear codes. It has to be something bigger where, like you always said, he's a useful idiot.
Yes. And as a matter of fact,
Go ahead.
Finish your thought first before he's
No,
a
go
useful
right ahead,
idiot. I was going to say that the classic fear of a foreign occupation that the Americans have, where they, of course, always con it. They retroactively, I forget what it is, convert it or I think it's retroactive conversion. We don't have Brendan here to give me the exact terminology. He's very familiar with these popular culture terms because his internet got cut off. I'm just relaying that to everyone so that they know. Brendan's internet just got cut off, so he's not with us on the call anymore. And everybody just maintain him in thought and prayer with the occult siege that he's under, and of course,
it's retroactive continuity.
Thank you, sir. So, how did you get your internet back on?
Well, the same way the same way you do it. I had to call Xfinity.
Oh God! Holy shit!
And they said the whole neighborhood's out. So.
Oh man!
Yeah, and it's affecting my phone, which is odd too. So we might. Who knows? Everyone might have gotten word that dude's dead, and they're just sending all the cyber attacks all at once.
That's quite true. Let's hope. But thank you for joining in. Retroactive continuity. All Americans go back to this retroactive continuity of a foreign occupation through the Axis powers and this whole man in the high castle bullshit. But the reality is, there's also been an awareness of a potential for a future division between Russia and China. And essentially what we have now is that division between Israel and Russia. And this is not done through foreign occupation. It's done through your own troops. Basically, that's what the National Guard and the military mobilization for cities represents. And, of course, ICE, which is another occupation force. They're talking still about expanding ICE operations into major cities. So ICE and the National Guard are basically Putin's occupation troops. He doesn't need to send Russians to invade and occupy America because Trump's America is occupying itself. It's occupying itself by putting a draft out of a sort, seeking volunteers for their new army, Trump's army, the ICE army. And, of course, they have their National Guard that they call up as their domestic occupation as well. So the two of those combined are like an occupation between two foreign forces, all done under this treason. That's a manifest version of Trump's treason, occupying America for foreign powers in their place. Okay, so back to Sammy with that having been clarified, or shall we say?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. But you said it. You nailed it right on the head. So the real question is, are we really going to see this occupation once, it's confirmed or he croaks? And then, this is where I think it's going to be interesting in the sense that, and it's always what we talked about last transmission, that denial too in the American public. Where something can be going on at the same time, but we're still in denial. We don't necessarily believe what's going on until, it's too late. And I think that's part of the sickness that, that we have. It's the
I got
kind of the consequences of.
Oh, okay. Well, blessed be Holly.
But I wanted to put two quick things in here. Today, apparently, we're ramming a warship up the Panama Canal or something because of Venezuela, number one.
Okay.
But number two, Sammy, you were epic tonight. Everything so deep. But if I may, what are your thoughts on President Scheinbaum?
She's asking you,
really
Sammy.
Like Scheinbaum of
happened?
Mexico, yeah.
Sammy knows.
Like her, you don't like her?
Yeah. You don't?
Oh, he's asking you. Sammy's asking you, Holly,
like
if you like her or not.
I do too. I really think Mexico's
like
going into a
Scheinbaum
renaissance here. And I'm going to go on mute and listen to
I
your
think-
thoughts on my way home.
Okay, love you. Thank you, Holly.
Yeah, I think Shine
Beautiful
Bomb
night.
is the best. Yes, I think Shine Bomb is the best example of balancing, just like the United States has corruption and its elite. She is the embodiment of what we're supposed to have. We're supposed to have a presidentialist
Yes.
to lead us in the future.
Yes.
Whether, she's liked or hated, we should have had two presidentialists working together towards the future, but obviously we don't have that.
Yes. Just so people
she's doing what she
understand,
can.
Sammy means that we
Go ahead.
should have had Kamala Harris and Shine Bomb working together, and that would have been, we would be so much better now that it would be indescribable, honestly.
Good one, Sammy.
Yes.
Darn right. Can you imagine? My God.
Yes.
There'd be no... Oh, man. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Holly, for that as well. And then back to Sammy. God, unless they took him out. You there on the call, Sammy? Could be daddy duties. So as he said, his daughter was trailing him. She might have found him and took him back from us.
He was blazing.
He was.
He was blazing.
He was.
Oh, man.
Reason enough for
Yes,
them
he
to.
was.
Reason enough for them to take him out.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
That was good. And for Kilmar, yeah, I think he's right.
Yes. Absolutely.
Mexico, I think, is going to bloom on our ashes, which is only fair.
Yeah, that's only fair. Yes, that's what Holly was
It's
trying
only
to say
fair.
before they glitched
Can you imagine
Yes, go on.
when they really don't want to? Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
they-
you imagine
When they really don't want to what? Holly?
under this
Yeah.
marvelous woman
Yes. Yes.
who has stepped up? Beautiful.
Believe me,
So
I'm on your
that's-
side.
Yeah, I know you are.
Of course. Of course.
Hello.
Yes.
I know you
So
are.
you're back. So,
Oh,
was it
he's
your
back.
daughter tracked you down
All
and
right.
found you? Did your daughter
Yeah.
track you down and find you?
Yeah, I had to hide. 'Cause she's fast.
In the man
She's
shack.
very fast. Yes.
Uh,
Honestly, back to Shine Bomb.
Yes.
It's bittersweet. Okay, it's bittersweet in the sense that we're very much uncivilized. We pretty much are a very undeveloped country. And what makes it just disgusting is that it's not even the opposition as far as Republicans. They could have had what they wanted, and better. What I mean by that is, when it comes down to it, it's really change. We don't do good with change, and we're paying the price.
Thank you.
And when it comes to politicians, they don't care. They really don't. It's not rocket science, but what they do rely on is that gravy train.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it's almost like this, Doug. Okay, it's so unnatural the way, Trump ascended to the presidency. It's unnatural in the sense that it's almost like a spell. Okay, it's
Yes.
almost like someone casted a spell and got this man literally out of prison
Yeah.
and put him in that position.
It's so true. Absolutely.
Where it's mind-boggling. And like we said last time, if someone would have told you that, you would never believe it, because it's just the lack of incompetency. But back to Shine Bomb, it's just very disgusting. Okay, Kamala Harris and her would have been great, because this would really show the world. It will lead us into really showing the world what an empire is. So the symbolism is what I'm trying to say, okay? Which we really are, which I've always agreed with you. We're an empire.
Yes.
These pale faces that are still trying to hold on to power and trying to hold on to influence, it's just so it's not the right symbolism anymore. When the age of imperialism, in the sense of just just this backwardness. It's no longer. We need to move towards the future.
Yes.
When all these things are coming into light, it's disappointing, and it's just costing us. And like I said, we're really gonna find out all this mess is going to come out, and we're gonna have to clean this up, and some of it's gonna be irreversible because of just the lack of damage. But that's just my 2 cents.
It's beautiful, and I think Holly said it all. Very intense, very in depth, and certainly very much appreciated. So, what about just on the fun side, the lighter side, for a few minutes at least?
Yeah.
The Cracker Barrel change of their logo that backfired so tremendously. What was your impression of all this?
Look, let me just put it metaphorically, okay? And I have to use somebody that we hold dear. I would not want, and you know who I'm talking about.
Yes.
I would not want Brooke Gibson not being Brooke Gibson, okay? Her I love her, but she's from the South, bless her heart, but it's just, there's certain charm to things, right?
Yes.
It's just how it is. I'm not oblivious to it, but when it comes to Crackle Barrel, they just should have kept it the same. It's it is what it is. They're just. At least I know I can't go to certain states in the United States. I can't.
Thank you.
Rick invited me to South Carolina. I said I can't go to South Carolina. No. I cannot go to South Carolina. I don't belong there.
Thank you.
Why would I want to go? I mean, I'm in South Carolina. Where I live at right now, California, I'm in South Carolina.
It's so fucking true. It's so fucking true. He's in Red
For
California.
God's sakes,
He's in Red California. Go on.
Let me tell you this. Today I saw a fucking Dodge Charger as the Smoking the Bandit car, okay, including the Confederate flag, okay.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
I'm sorry, Dukes of Hazzard. Sorry, Dukes of Hazzard. I get those two redneck shows confused, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, the Dukes of Hazzard card. I saw it with the Confederate flag. But I can appreciate what it is.
It's
but
called the General Lee.
The General Lee. Yes.
Where it
even
is.
worse.
Yeah, right. Well, figure. But shit. It is what it is. But when it comes to that, I mean, I wouldn't change it. That just makes it worse. I wouldn't change Brooke Gibson. She's, like I said, it's just her. But that doesn't mean she can change in other ways. But she's from the South. What do you expect? Like, you can't teach a dog new tricks. So when it comes to the Crackle Barrel, that's just dumb. It really is. Like, it's like saying, Doug, don't be Asian, right? And you're the most non-Asian guy I know.
It's so true. That's
you
true.
actually have a personality. You have a personality. You're not you're not antisocial. You're not. How do I say? They're just certain Asians that are just really cringy and just dorky. Okay.
It's so sad. Yes, it's so sad.
Even, and I'm talking even Americanized, American Asians. I saw a kid that, his family's from Taiwan, but he was just a dork.
Yes.
In the sense that he was so whitewashed that it's just cringy. But it is what it is.
What would have happened if they would have changed it to a black guy sitting next to the barrel? Can you imagine? That would have been something.
It depends. It depends. He had
they
to
call
be
just the barrel.
Well, what's that, honey? What's that, honey?
And...
It's called what barrel?
They could call it just the barrel.
The barrel. Come on, sir. Oh,
No, I mean, it's hilarious. It's just, no, I mean, I've never been to honestly, I've never been to Cracker Barrel. I have to be honest with you, but I heard the food is good. You know,
You
you
have to
can
be
taste
on
the
a road
presidency.
trip, cross country.
Yes.
It's the only reason to stop there. There has to be nowhere else
Look,
open.
I have
That's
to.
it.
I-
It's
I
near
have
the
to talk to
highway.
Doug. Right. Doug, I'll have to talk to you about what's going on in my life. There's some stuff going on, but it's
Okay.
just, I'm the type where right now just things are happening in the background. But let's just say this, okay? Living where I live at, I've had to have my taste of, seeing more, being around more Caucasians or wherever your trash mix Anglo. I've had to, I had to acclimate myself being more around them, And what I mean by that is, there's just certain things you just expect. It is what it is.
Yes.
But,
I can't resist this story, but the experience of the man giving you oranges.
Oh yeah. Hey, what do you expect? I mean, that didn't offend me. It really did. But it's the same thing with Doug. It's like, it's like me asking Doug, Doug, can you give me your mom's lo mein recipe? Like, I don't know, something to that effect. I don't know, but yeah, it's as far as them changing their logo, they should just stick to racism to a certain extent. It had to stick, but it's.
So
just,
I'm saying, like,
you
if
cannot make
Disney
it.
had bought, it's an ownership change. If Disney had bought it, it'd be a black gay guy
Yeah, they would have put a black gay
sitting
guy
next to the barrel. They'd have gone all woke Doctor Who on it.
That is very interesting.
But by the way,
It
is.
I
Strangely.
continue, Sammy. Yeah, it's interesting. Go on, Sammy.
They could have just switched Lindsey Graham. Maybe just put Lindsey Graham on it.
Oh man, yeah.
I think
He'd draw him in.
I think the black would be way too much. I think if you stick in, a Southern gentleman, how do you say, a bachelor, Southern bachelor like Lindsey Graham?
Yes.
I think
I'm just saying, if it
kinda
was
be
Disney,
Well, what he's referring to, Holly, is that everyone knows that Lindsey Graham is flaming, and
flaming.
Yes. So there you have that. It would have given us the gay angle. But by the way, I have been given some communications that people are telling me that the actor NGGYUÁN, who's the black gay Doctor Who, has been photographed by the Jewish Chronicle as participating in a pro-Palestine rally, so he's no longer on Doctor Who. They've got him out of Doctor Who now. He's no longer Doctor Who, apparently. So
Bless his heart.
yeah,
for
so
trying.
the actor,
After they put out that propaganda film.
After they put out that propaganda series of episodes, he's leaving Doctor Who, quote unquote, that because NGGYUÁN, as his name is, I have no idea how to pronounce his name, NCUTI. What the fuck is that? Obviously, it may be African, or it may be just some neologism that he thought was like, the Symbionese Liberation Army or something like that. But at any rate, there you have that. So I've been informed that the actor had a crisis of conscience, but what he did cost him his role. So that's that. Just catch everybody up on that. And so that having been said, dear Sammy, definitely appreciate your input on that. I do want people to know that as far as I'm concerned, of course, Cracker Barrel was never real America. No one should confuse a bland interstate chain with a real slice of Americana. no matter what its logo looks like. But what it really has to do, because basically Mr. Samuel Romero and myself will agree, America doesn't really have a culture. So it's more about the sanitization of the South. The fried chickens have come home to roost.
That's right.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel basically, of course, has reverted back to its old logo fewer than 10 days after announcing the new stripped-down version, which looked just like a blob of cheese or mustard.
Yeah.
It was just a blob of cheese or mustard.
It was just a barrel.
No, they took the barrel away too. They didn't just take the cracker off the barrel. They
Shit.
took away the barrel. You didn't know that? It was just a blob of cheese.
New ownership.
Yeah, Brendan's saying it was just
But
a
it
marketing
wasn't
gimmick.
Disney.
Yeah, Brendan's saying it was just a marketing gimmick, but actually, no. Because he's saying, don't fall for that corporate shit. No, Brendan, seriously. No, they really did go bad. They just made they were cheap. You don't understand. They literally thought, because they tabulated it like the way Anchor Steam did. The people at Anchor Steam Beer, they took away the anchor and they just put this stupid label that just says Anchor Steam Beer without the anchor on it anymore. And this cost them less on labeling. So because they no longer needed the commercial illustrator to even produce the symbol and the printer to print out extra
to get a fucking royalty.
Yes, they took elements of the label away, and they figured that saved them, thousands of dollars in the end, just based on cheaper labeling. This is what the Cracker Barrel people truly thought. They said, okay, take away the old man, let's just make it this cheese blob, the mustard smear with our name on it, and it's cost less. So they were thinking in those terms, and they paid the price because they lost hundreds of millions of dollars, literally like 10% of their stock and their shares. Now, from a business perspective, always remember this: it's not just your shareholders that own the company, it is your stakeholders, and the stakeholders are your clientele. And so the stakeholders are the people who truly buy into the nostalgia. They buy into the nostalgia that you were promoting, and if you take that away from them, they have no more stake. Just remember this: in the end, anybody, all you CEOs, your company is not your own. It is your clientele's. If you insult them, you're going to lose it all. So the ensuing controversy that happened with what Cracker Barrel did, it was a welcome distraction from all the other news. It was an outgrowth as well of all the most annoying impulses in American life. You see, the right-wing backlash to the company's redesign stems from the claim that an avatar of small-town Southern authenticity is being overrun by woke culture. But nothing about the change was suggested wokeness.
No.
More important, Cracker Barrel has always been a simulacrum of rural life, a corporate behemoth masquerading as a mom and pop lunch counter.
That's right.
Yeah, it's to genuine America what Edward Sharp and Magnetic Zeros are to Clarence Ashley. Now, when the first Cracker Barrel opened...
Yeah, I mean, they were just selling... I remember as a kid, they would just sell those stupid Christmas tchotchkes, like the little mini sausages and cheese blocks that were always disgusting. They looked bad. They tasted bad. The restaurant, they were already losing their ass. I don't know why they even wasted. Why didn't they just liquidate when they had the chance? So I remember like 10 years ago, they had a chance to liquidate. It's like, why not just do it? They like went bankrupt. So it's like, come on, guys. Now they're paying for it. It's like, really, who like wants to spend their money at a Cracker Barrel restaurant? I don't live on the East Coast, but I don't think anyone wakes up and says, I'm going to go to Cracker Barrel. I love it. I don't think it works like that. I think it's like maybe if like your family visits or some kids are around and you want to take them out. It's like IHOP.
You're insulting Ian West. Remember how Ian West loved his local gas station as his source of he was a gas station gourmand.
Yeah, but gas station's even better. that like 7-Eleven food makes more sense than Cracker Barrel. You know, it's like,
Actually, he went to this a specific one, which I
yeah,
think was
Wawa's.
Yeah, Wawa's. You remember that shit?
Wawa. Oh yeah, I've been in a Wawa.
It's just like they're all the same. It's like AM PM basically. It's
Oh
the
shit!
most unhealthy, disgusting food.
But that's
And now-
the crazy
now He's
thing.
irradiated with all that shrimp he was
Yeah,
eating,
tell
thank
people
God.
about that. Oh shit! They've got like guys carting away radioactive barrels and shit.
Yeah, now there's more. There's more recalls. as
Tell
always.
people. Tell people.
Stop
about
eating
this.
shrimp, guys.
Yeah,
It's just a cockroach of the sea, so don't even waste your money.
The farm now.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so it is expanded to multiple brands, multiple outlets. So yeah, they were selling radioactive, contaminated shrimp. So, and they're still finding new brands every day. So yeah, don't eat the shrimp.
Oh man.
That popcorn shrimp ain't worth it.
Mm. Oh man, my family loved shrimp, and of course, you know, for nostalgia's reason, I do love the taste of shrimp. It's got that. And that's something I gotta ask you while you're here. God damn, let me show you this. Let's go over here to my notes, see if I can crawl this up and show this to Brendan, because he might have something to say about this. Gummy, here we are. You know, like what do you call it? Like those gummies. But this is what I don't get it. Here's let me do the screen share, and hopefully Sammy and Holly can see this as well. As well as Aristides. And so look at this shit. I don't understand what's going on here, Brendan. First off, that chewy, bouncy texture you love has a name. Whether in boba tea, cuttlefish, or cassava dough, QQ connects people across the cultures and generations. How did Q come to overtake the fucking world? You see this shit? Like,
What
now
the
first
fuck?
off,
It's a brand.
No, you don't understand. In Japan, and Taiwan is heavily Japanized. Japan, the word Q, the letter Q is X. It's their version of X. So their version of the X files is the Q files. But anyhow, the English language has too few words to describe the textures of food. Innumerable sensations fall under the marquee of crisp or crunchy, but these terms fail to capture the nuances of, say, the juicy cleave of an apple versus the brittle crackle of a potato chip. Language, or lack thereof, can shape perception. Sometimes, pinning a word to an experience, umami, for example, can reveal a latent appreciation for something that was there all along. Enter Q, the Taiwanese name for a range of textures that might be translated as bouncy. Q is particularly coveted in Taiwan, but you can find an appreciation for this consistency across many cultures. In the snap
So
of...
it's like between a taste and like a texture. It's like this.
Yes, but they're saying
That
now
It's
that...
feeling
been a
you get when you
science since
eat
the
boba.
70s.
They
Since
say,
the 70s,
Yeah.
it's all about mouthfeel.
then they're saying now
The
the...
mouthfeel.
Yeah, now the Q revolution is spreading. Donuts will never be the same now that the glutinous rice flour has given us a mochi-fied version. The boba. Anyhow, so I just don't get it. It's
mouthfeel.
So it's simply
How the food,
yeah, but
how your mouth feels the food.
yeah, but I think there's something more
And the
sinister
sugar.
here. Why would the Taiwanese, who have always had this concept, why are the Americans pushing it now? Why suddenly
Right?
now? After the Taiwanese have been using
Comforting its broken population.
It's just the.
It's the
it's just
only thing I can think.
it's the Archilect is
Because
trolling.
comforting mouthfeel feel gets us through the day if nothing else does.
Do you think the Archilect is trolling me with this, Brendan?
Some
Yeah, I
gushy
think so.
burrito.
Yeah, there you go.
It's almost too absurd. Why would they make a whole article about it?
Thank you. Once you know Q, you'll know if a boba place is good or bad, says Cat Liu, cookbook author and creator of the online community, Subtle Asian Baking. I swear to
Ooh.
God, Sammy, hope you appreciate this.
That's AI journalism.
I thought it said Subtle Asian Banking myself. The first thing I saw that, I just thought banking instead of baking because it's Asian. Anyhow, And then
Yeah,
Christine
that's
Wong.
chat journalism.
Cupertino, California.
Here comes.
There we are.
Yeah.
Taiwanese restaurant in Cupertino, California. Yeah, they're all pushing the queue now. But Brendan's right. This is the Ardalect trolling me. It's like they might not realize.
Maybe it's that specific.
Yeah, the Q factor.
This isn't a headline?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yes.
But-
It's almost like an article
Nonetheless.
that they asked the AI to come up with, and it spit that out just to troll you.
Yes. Thank you.
So
like,
you're
I need a
targeted
new
here.
food topic. I need it. No, it's like some guy that didn't want to write the article was like, I need a new food topic, and then the Ardalect, just to troll Doug, was like, this new, I guarantee you, if you go to
Yeah.
Asia and you ask, how's the QQ in this restaurant, and they'll say, what?
Yeah.
the fuck
Thank
is
you.
wrong with you?
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's like saying, how's the XX in this restaurant? They'll
Yeah.
think you're asking about.
Yeah, does this restaurant have
Right.
X Factor? And
Yeah.
you'll just be like, what the fuck is wrong with this?
Thank you. Thank you.
This is bizarre.
They'll
you
tell
know?
him, this isn't Hooters, buddy. The Hooters chain
Right.
closed down. Yeah. No.
Seriously.
Yes. Like Brendan said, it's so bizarre. It is so fucking bizarre.
So how did this come on your feed?
Yes. Of course it did.
How did it come to you?
It came to me on
This-
like this. I'll do a screen share again. Let me make sure I have the right screen up.
Okay.
So here we are. So if I go over here and do the screen share again, here we are. Press the share button, and so every time I open up my search engine, Firefox, then I get a plethora of different stories, like the shocking true story behind unknown number, the high school catfish, which is basically. This is a Netflix documentary. By the way, this does bear going into for a second. A mother. It's basically the name of the documentary. Here's the victims: Lauren and Owen. The high school catfish, unknown number. Netflix documentary. But here it's a mother catfished her own daughter, meaning she sent hostile text messages from an unknown number, including several telling her daughter to kill herself. So I get this up on my
What
feed, stuff
the
like this.
fuck?
Yeah. I mean, believe that shit. So here's the mother. Let's take a look at mom. There's mom. Hi, mom. Not my mom, but yeah, she's the mother
Oh man.
everybody would want. Yes. Oh my god. Why mom catfished her daughter? So in the documentary, she tries to argue that everyone makes mistakes, herself included.
Ouch.
She says one reason.
That's
she-
a doozy.
Yeah, one reason she had time to send these text messages is because she didn't have a full-time job. There you go. That tells us a lot
Ooh.
about my gang stalkers. Tells us everything about my gang stalkers, including Peter Moon. Documentary reveals that though she claimed to her husband Sean she'd quit her job, she was actually let go and never lined up any other kind of work. Well, there you go. Stand in line. So I don't think that explains any of the motivation here. Argues that her behavior stems from previous trauma that she hadn't processed. Well, that makes all of us, right? And opens up how she was raped at 17.
Pretty much.
Yeah. She says, as my daughter
I
was
don't
hitting
trust
these-
anybody that is depressed.
Yeah. Then she says, as my daughter was hitting those teenage years, I got scared. I was afraid of letting her grow up, so I kept telling her to kill herself.
Oh, for God's sake.
Thanks, Mom. Why do I find this so funny? Of course, it's horrible. Her daughter should never have gone through this, but oh my God, that's to find out it's your own mom.
I don't know. It's specifically targeted at you. You know, doesn't they put up all that crazy clickbait shit?
So this is but this is what I get on my feed is this shit. So amongst that was this, gummy
Yeah.
food and the
Yeah.
Q factor, new Q factor. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's-
Which is just so. I mean, that's got to be.
Because has anyone even ever heard of this?
Humans aren't even involved in that
Thank
shit.
you. No other human has heard of this Q shit, right? Has anyone gone anywhere?
No, or generated it.
Thank you.
I don't think that was man-made.
Thank you. Thank you. That yes, truly AI hallucination level stuff. No, it's trolling. It's definitely trolling.
Here it comes.
Yeah, the
in a
QQ.
wave.
Yes.
In a tidal wave.
Yes. Yeah.
I fear that. And that's what I fear too, dead or alive. As I've said from the start, Trump served his purpose. The laws are all fixed. Everybody's all fired. Billionaires never have to pay taxes in America again.
Yeah,
and
well, that'll change if I ever get power, honey, but go on.
goddamn right. But nonetheless, there's a lot of odd things that could happen. We don't know.
Yeah.
Because who's going to listen to fucking Vance?
Remember Heather was asking about the hillbilly elegy? Wasn't he a hillbilly? Yeah, tell people what bullshit that is, Holly. Tell her how Vance was never a fucking hillbilly.
As I understood, he was raised by his grandparents.
Okay.
Because his mother was disabled by meth.
Well, there you go. That doesn't
Right.
necessarily mean hillbilly.
So they
That's more
took
like
him to
trailer
the
trash.
suburbs
Yeah.
out of the trailer.
Yeah.
And raised him there and sent him to good schools and Peter Thiel, and
There
the
you
rest
go.
is history.
Yeah, there you go. He's a crack baby. He's fucking crack baby.
Yeah, kinda. And you'd think it would give the guy some fucking compassion.
Oh, no.
Wouldn't you?
No.
Wouldn't you?
No. Like I said,
Just
he's
a
a crack
tiny
baby.
little bit.
In other words, you don't understand. In the womb, his mother's drug abuse had already fucked up his biochemistry. He doesn't have that any more than Elon Musk because the ketamine burned it all out of him. So this is why mothers shouldn't do drugs. Okay, this is why. This is
That poor woman.
Yes.
Who knows her story? I mean,
but then again, there is the fact that
might not have chose it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. But there is the fact that some kids.
We
are
can't
just
blame it
born-
all on her. God damn it.
Yeah, no. I get it. Good example is this. I'm
Yeah.
gonna do the screen share again. I get it. Yeah, and I'm not blaming
But
her.
some
to tell you
kids,
the truth.
it is possible.
If anything, I
I've
feel
asked
she's the
every
victim.
mother-
I feel she's the victim of her son, J.D. Vance. Here's a good example. See this? I'm doing a screen share. So if anybody can see the screen share, my child would use anything as a weapon. The parents who live in fear of their offspring. You know, Erin had knives thrown at her, Dolly was kicked, and all of this violence came from their own children. Why does the outside world ignore such attacks or even blame the victims? So, believe me, some people are just born bad. It's like a good photograph there.
I have asked every mother I have ever met this question.
Yeah.
Do you believe it's possible? And
Go on.
99% of them have said yes.
Yes, thank you.
After a while, I started wondering and started to ask some dads.
Yeah. And
the results were more mixed.
Okay. Yeah, of course, because they're
But every
mostly the
mother
source of the
knows
problem.
this.
Yeah, yes.
It is
thank you.
possible
Oh yeah. Yeah.
that it can just not even the dad's fault or whatever, but you know, you never know. Then I ask them how much of your child was born kind of the way they are, regardless of whatever you did. And also a very high percentage say, hell yeah, they came out knowing what they were doing.
There you go. It's it's a hard world, and God knows that
We tried our best, but they kind of knew.
I think
Or
that
didn't.
I think that there's just it's like a magnet, and the problem is these people who are so evil in their last life, they can't go anywhere, and they just come back.
And that's the difference between the psychopath and the sociopath. The psychopath is born.
There we are.
The sociopath is made by a crippled society where they feel like they got no other choice.
Well, that's me. That's me by a long shot. It's kind of like,
I mean, that's 400 years of slavery in
Yeah.
America.
You know, give you a good
So-
example here of who kind of fits the bill for a good opposite example of myself. Opposite from me would be George Knight. I don't know if George Knight can come on tonight or has any intention of coming on later tonight. But if George Knight were on with me right now, I would say, look, I've said it before, that because George Knight has so memorized so much of what I've taught, he's like a living museum thereof, that, because people ask me this question, which I don't take offense at, but I do think it's incredibly naive. Like, well, if you ever succeeded in attaining secular power and you're going to turn it over at some point to Edbeth, I'm like, why would I ever do that to Edbeth? I love Edbeth.
It's like, is the earth flat?
Yeah, I would never, ever do that to him. That's
Poor
like,
guy.
good God.
Yeah.
But, yeah, because I don't have that kind of affinity with
He'll
George.
whisper advice.
Yes. Because I
when
like
necessary.
George. Yeah, I like George. I mean, I love George, but yes, I would do that to George. But here's the point. This is the difference. See, if George were, I said, yeah, if I were ever in power and I were to give the reins over to somebody, it would be George, because he knows everything I've taught so well. But hopefully at that point things are stabilized. But you see, this is the dichotomy between George and myself. We spoke of that catfishing earlier. George was catfished, for example, by a woman for 5 years. He thought he was talking to her daughter. So he spent 5 years in a virtual relationship with a young, with what he
With
thought.
the mom.
Yes, with the mom. You remember this. George is an incredibly, he's like a very good person. And that's the first thing I'd say about, if someone were to ask me to describe George Knight, I'd say, and like I said, if he were right here with us, I'd say, George is a good man, and George is a good man. He's a hard worker, does his best by his daughter Everly, etc. Just all around a good guy. The world doesn't need good guys right now. The world's in a very bad place. The world is a very bad neighborhood in a very bad time. You need bad guys. I'm a bad guy. But I've always been open about being a bad guy. I'm the best bad guy there is because I'm an honest bad guy. I'm your bad guy. But when it comes to the situation we're in right now, that's what you need. A good man could never succeed in this situation. So you need a really bad man. So once it's stabilized and things are on their way up, then you can have a good guy step in and take over. That's why I'm thinking of a transition.
What I am saying here is that if you stepped into secular power, you would need a lot of people. You would need key, good, and bad guys around you, because that's what it's all about. Nobody can take the mantle on alone.
Of course.
And George Knight, fuck yeah.
Yes.
Fuck
Yes.
yeah. As far as I'm concerned. Beaver, fuck yeah.
Yeah, not that he wants it. Beaver knows better.
Okay.
He doesn't want
Brendan,
anything. Yeah.
Brendan, you'd have to drag kicking and screaming.
Of course. Of course. Yes.
And lock him in a cage.
Yes. Yes. Which I may very well do. If you're listening, Brandon. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. You better look out.
Yes. Yes.
So that's what it's all about. I mean, this whole thing with the president's all that matters, Biden. Now, Biden's cabinet wasn't all that sharp either.
Of course not.
No, it was not so
Well,
good.
everybody, it's
but
I mean, we can.
nonetheless, it wasn't Pete Hegseth, for fuck's sake.
Oh God!
You
No.
know
Well,
what
at this
I
point,
mean? They were functioning human beings.
Yeah, semi-functional at least. But here's the problem with
Semi.
the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, the problem is, look at it's a gerontocracy.
Yeah.
It's a gerontocracy of Jews. They're overwhelmingly the big power brokers.
Oh man, that's
Yes.
been proved over and over.
Yeah, it's
all the way through.
so
My
it's the
God.
worst of both worlds. It's a Judeo-gerontocracy. I can't think of anything worse than a Judeo-gerontocracy. No, it's that's the problem with the Democrats. You can't win with that.
Run loose in Yosemite.
But as
In the
I said,
woods.
Holly, and it's had its impact because, like I said, the overwhelming majority of the people voted Democratic, and the overwhelming majority of the people hate what the Republicans represent, and the only reason the Republicans got into power is because of the Electoral College. That's what we have to get rid of. And instead of that, learning that lesson, the Democrats like Gavin Newsom,
I'm telling you.
Instead, let's go red. Oh, we got to start listening to what the Reds are doing. We got to go red. Yeah, it's the wrong lesson. You just make yourself another.
No. He's a clown. I get that.
He's like Giuliani. It's like Giuliani. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
Pelosi top down.
Yes. No. In other words, we need a revolution. But we'll get to that point. Look at the food prices. That's what'll drive it.
But it is so fascinating from a historical perspective, the depth of I don't know the right word to use, the Judaic influence.
Yes. Oh, yes. It's
the depth of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, going all the way back to Columbus.
Amply demonstrated.
Thank you.
Runs as deep on the Democratic side as the Republican.
Oh, yeah.
I always respected you for saying, actually, when it boils right down to it, there is a difference between these two moribund parties.
Yes.
But nonetheless, not on Palestine.
Yes. Yes.
Even though there wasn't going to be a golden Biden Gaza tower.
Yeah.
It didn't matter on the ground.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
That's why a protest vote at that point was in the wind, or a not vote.
Yeah. Thank you. It's
Yeah.
On that, just to finish my thought processes on the corporate side of what we were speaking of, and just to also let people know, Brendan has been knocked off the call, or I think he was knocked off again. As he said, he didn't know how his phone was still. Well, his internet crashed and he was getting to us on the phone, the cell phone. So he was apparently that too, as he said.
Oh, yeah, the whole neighborhood blacked out.
That's right. But he said the cell phone was also acting wanky, which didn't make any sense. But
incident in suburban Sacramento or whatever.
Sacramento. That's what it is. Yeah, suburban Sacramento. And that brings us back to Cracker Barrel. When the first Cracker Barrel opened in 1969, the country was at the inflection point. Yeah, the inflection point of a long, steep shift toward urban life. Now, in 1940, roughly 44% of Americans lived in rural areas. By 1970, barely more than a quarter did. Cracker Barrel intended to capitalize on nostalgia for a way of life that was already disappearing. And its restaurants would actually hasten that disappearance. Because as Holly was saying, the chain was founded as a way to sell gas. The founder's family was in the fuel business. Its locations were, and still are, largely clustered, as Holly said, around interstate or along interstate highways. So you literally have to be going on a road trip to access it.
Now here's the thing. Let me say this quick here.
Sure.
Because then I do have to get going. But I'm old enough to remember a day before Cracker Barrel. And when the interstates, ballyhooed interstates, were actually run by independents. And one town was different from another down the line.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was the beginning. Cracker Barrel was right up in there, even with the Sears catalog and shit, about the corporate takeover of monopolization.
No.
And so every town, that was the beginning of every town becoming the same, and the wiping out of weird, freaky families doing their thing, you know what I mean? But at least it was the beginning of the end of diversity. And so now that people ever since me have nostalgia for these corporate brands. And that's what this demonstrates.
Thank you. And
oh my God, Cracker Barrel is heritage.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty fucking bad.
That's as bad. And so I've witnessed that over the course of my life.
Yeah, it's what these corporations you would have thought were foresightful enough to have conspired. That, you know, to the point where blacks are shaving the Nike logo into their hair. You know, it's
all been successful.
Yes, they've made us act as free advertising boards for them. I mean, it's disgusting.
I mean, the whole designer. Remember when designer labels came out in the 70s?
Yes,
that never went away. I mean, that was crazy.
Yeah.
It was quite a flip from the, you know, tie-dye.
Yeah. Hippie days. Yeah.
And it came back hard, and it's been that way ever since.
Oh yeah.
Now, all the way up to Trump merchandise.
Yeah. Now, when you do take off, I want you to keep listening, of course, because I will answer Sammy. Yes. I will respond to what Sammy brought up, and what Sammy brought up was the fact that basically what Sammy said was women are a minority too. So I want to respond to that and address that.
I appreciated that and heard it.
Yeah.
And I know he means it.
Yeah.
You were epic, Sammy. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll
hang on.
I'll validate what he's saying. So yeah.
No, I know.
Yes. No. Well, I'll validate it in my own way, but in my own words and way. But yes, okay. I want you to listen to it.
I've heard that many times in many ways.
Thank you.
You have.
But I'll go back to it. I'll address that subject. Of course, just to finish my train of thought here, but yeah, anytime you take off, I love you dearly.
All right,
and
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'll be with it though.
Okay.
Thank you, Douglas, and all. It was a great night.
You have a blessed night. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
I will, and you too, all of you.
Bless you.
All right, bye.
Now, the interstate system. It's a modern marvel, but the creation of huge freeways that bypassed the old United States highways sapped commerce and population from towns that relied on car traffic. It destroyed truly eccentric culture, such as the old Route 66, and replaced it with these drab chains that were the same no matter which exit ramp you took to get to them. And at Cracker Barrel, the bric-a-brac and the addictive peg game were meant to make customers forget all of that. It's neither old nor a country store, no matter what the signs say. Instead, it's of a type with Walmart, another native southern chain founded in the decade in which I myself was born, the 1960s. And one that, as... well, to quote one columnist named Roger Karma, it uses its low prices to undercut competitors and become the dominant player in a given area, forcing local mom-and-pop grocers and regional chains to slash their costs or go out of business altogether. Now, where it gets politicized is that Cracker Barrel has become closely associated with Republican voters. The political analyst David Wasserman noted that counties with Cracker Barrels tend to vote more Republican, and counties with Whole Foods stores vote more Democratic. Now, Whole Foods is a perfect progressive foil to Cracker Barrel, a slick Amazon-owned chain version of the local organic food co-op. Now, the insistence that the restaurant chain had gone woke was driven in part by the conservative attention impresario Christopher Rufo, who is an unlikely spokesperson for rural America. He grew up in Sacramento, California. And so that's where our man is trapped right now. Our man Brendan Zogan. And so everybody pray he can jump back on bandwidth now. Join us for a few minutes. And let's see if I can send him a message to do so. Here we are. Just give him that. Okay. Okay. There we go. If he feels like it. And so jump on bandwidth, Brendan, if you feel like it. See if we can get back to another train of conversation. But let me know if you do, Brendan, because I'm, kind of in the zone. At any rate, where this Christopher Rufo grew up, Sacramento, California, was one thing, hardly the rural area of the world, but he went on to college in Washington, D.C., and he lives near Seattle on Puget Sound now, working at the Manhattan Institute, of all places. As in other Rufo-related news stories, determining where the paranoia ends and the cynical agitprop, as the Russians would call agitation propaganda, begins, is truly difficult. But the drabness of Cracker Barrel's quickly abandoned new logo, and it truly was dreadful, wasn't any indication of wokeness. This is a company that settled a lawsuit brought by the George W. Bush administration over alleged violations of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, for Christ's sake. Instead, the rebrand was a natural progression of Cracker Barrel's original mission, another way for corporate leaders to send off, well, they were sending off rough edges of vernacular culture. Earlier this month, the Federalists' Hayden Daniel moaned, "Whether it's Cracker Barrel's southern decor or distinct regional accents, the differences that make America such a unique place are giving way to a monoculture that's being pushed, intentionally or otherwise, by corporate and media forces." Well, he's right about the dismal sameness seeping into much of American life, but Cracker Barrel is a culprit, not a victim. In addition to the logo redesign, the chain also revamped the aesthetic of some of its restaurants, with its off-whites, symmetrical arrangements, spare decoration, and vertical lines. This look is a version of the modern farmhouse style, which has been popularized by Chip and Joanna Gaines, another Southern business powerhouse. Cracker Barrel began by offering a sanitized version of the mid-century South, and now it's simply updated to the 2020s. The chain is just one part of the real corporate monoculture. Much of our country now resembles a poor copy of the South, with all of the Confederate flags, but none of the interesting, quirky bits that make living here worthwhile. Brendan's
and what
back.
was so American? What was so American about
Thank
strip
you.
mall freaking waffle joint or whatever the hell they sold?
Thank
Like
you.
they're making it sound like it was like you go to Naples and get a pizza, like the OG, the real pizza. Like, no, this wasn't anything like that. It was just a freaking. It was the strip mall joint. It's like an IHOP. It's like saying our American, traditions at IHOP. It's not. There's nothing to brag about. Like if you lost it, it wouldn't.
You wouldn't be losing
Like
shit.
No, you wouldn't lose anything. And like people aren't flying to America to see the freaking Cracker Barrel. Whereas in Europe, people go there to eat their pastries and their bread and like real cultural institutions.
Yes.
Like actual things that define culture. Like you don't go to Japan and look for Caesarea or something, or that's like their McDonald's essentially, or it's like a fast food. You go there for sushi, for real sushi.
Cool. Yes. Which, by the way, is getting harder and harder to find anywhere in San Francisco. It's like it's so sad.
No doubt.
Yes. It's like you used to be able to go to any of the stores and get sushi. And now you can't do that anymore. It's so fucking sad. Did you hear us when you were knocked offline and your cell phone got blitzed or whatever? Did you hear what I was saying to Holly about George Knight, and how then Holly said, "I've got to bring you into power with me if I ever have secular power. That you have to be dragged along, kicking and screaming, whether you want to or not." She said Brendan needs.
But yeah.
She said Brendan needs to participate, even if you have to put him in a cage. So I'll take her advice just to forewarn you.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Oh, anyhow. So let me.
You guys have heard what I've said before. It's like,
yes.
Like if you don't pay me off, I'd be the first one to make the revolution. Because of all the money you owe me over the years of pain and shit.
Yeah.
If you get any kind of that thing, I'd be the first one in line if you don't reimburse me.
Oh man! So
like, it's like all of a sudden you rule over vast swaths of resources, and like I said,
yes.
I'd be the first one in line.
Yes, I hear you. So let me.
This motherfucker owes me money.
I'm just responding.
Everyone else would be freaking out. Crazy vampire takes over, and I'll be like, no, I know this guy. He's a piece of shit.
Oh, so I've just responded to both these wonderful ladies in the chat. Kitty Cat Samurai says, "Happy Sunday night, Douglas." And Amy says, "Douglas, out of interest, if you had secular power, would you have any of the blood boys in your cabinet? Who would you have running your army?"
Heck no.
Brendan's answered it for me to a large degree. Yes, Brendan, and so you know this. How do you intuit that? Because you said it just right, and it's true. That's not. Yeah.
Because I know the kids of this era. It's like, imagine trying to get shit done.
Yeah.
No, you got to hire those people. You can't just put you just can't put. Just because you like someone doesn't mean you can give them some kind of job.
It's so true. It truly is true. Though, in all fairness, it would have to be considered on a case-by-case basis, and it really just is. Yeah, but the question is, would they want it? Really, in that sense, I don't think most of them would want that. But of course, they do want to contribute to society. They're very socially conscious. So we'll see. That's all I can say is we'll see. It's also a question, quite seriously, of how many delicate people like that can survive a civil war. Honestly, it's you try and give them as best a start as you can, but in the end, you can't be protecting everybody. And that's the horror of the world that we live in. But yes, I want to make it a better world for them to live in. And if they wish to participate in that, that's great. But understand that how many of them are going to survive the crisis. That brings us to the point where I could rebuild the world. The world's going to hell in a handbasket right now. Anyone who's not in denial or doesn't have blinders on, look, you've got to accept that much. It's bad. It's really bad. Brendan will be right back. So I'll just finish up the Cracker Barrel theme with a passing thought. I'd say that even with its quick reversal and praise from the president for foregoing its logo change, Cracker Barrel may take a hit from this controversy. Obviously, its shares went up again after it reversed its stupid maneuver. But Bud Light still hasn't recovered after its partnership with a trans influencer incited a reactionary boycott circa 2023. Tropicana lost significant market share after it redesigned its bottle in 2024. These cases prove that consumers can be deeply conservative in both the political and temperamental senses. But no one should be fooled about what Cracker Barrel represents. Its authenticity is only a symbol of the faceless corporate desire to improve the bottom line. Now, that being said, we're going to hit what was brought up by Sammy Romero, that women are a minority too. And Sammy, do interject if at all possible. But what he's really getting at is the fact that the great replacement paranoia will lead to a Handmaid's Tale dystopia. Immigration restrictions can't stop the browning of America. Only ending women's rights, even white women's, can do that. You see, building a wall will never be enough. Neither will rounding up millions of undocumented folks and shipping them out of our country in cattle cars, planes, or buses. Putting aside the impracticality and immorality of both actions, even on the terms favored by their advocates, such things are simply doomed to fail to deliver. Though immigration restrictionists insist walls and deportation are needed to halt the great replacement of traditional American culture, you know, like Cracker Barrel, and legacy Americans, by which they mean white folk, even if they don't say it, the demographic shifts about which they are so concerned actually have little to do with immigration at all. As such, even were we to end all immigration to these United States by brown-skinned folks from the global South, documented or not, America will continue to become less white. Because the issue has never been immigration. The issue is birth rates. Don't misunderstand, I'm not parroting the right-wing myth that black and brown, dudes with big dicks are coming along and fucking all the white women. That's always been bullshit. But fertility rates among women of color are higher than the rates for white women. Higher than the rates for white women for one simple reason. Women of color in these United States are younger on average than white women. Exempli gratiae. The median age of white women in the United States is, last time I checked, 45 years of age. For black women, it's 36. For Latinas, it's 31. And it should be obvious that 31 to 36-year-olds are far more likely to have kids than women in their mid to late 40s. So even if all the undocumented Latinas were shipped out of this country tomorrow and no more were allowed in, the median age of fully legal Hispanic women in this country would remain within an age range of high fertility. Not peak, but high enough to ensure continued birth rates would eclipse those of their white counterparts. In fact, even if Trump and Congress manage to expel all legally present foreign-born Latinos, like lawful permanent residents, many working towards citizenship, or temporary lawful residents, little about the demographic shifts underway would change. Less than a third of the Latino population is foreign-born, while nearly 7 in 10 were born here and are already citizens. By the way, we got another link from our quote from our dear friend Brendan Zoget. A series of destructive earthquakes has rocked northwestern Afghanistan, despite the fact the region isn't considered particularly earthquake-prone. What's going on? Well, I think it's like Brendan said. It's basically Mother Earth striking back at a patriarchal bunch of, what did I call it? Yeah, phallocracy. A government by pricks, quite literally. What's your response to that, Brendan? Yeah, feel free to give us your analysis there.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously anomalous, you know.
Thank you.
It has to do with these earth changes, and like the earth isn't going to stay still, so we'll see more of this.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and but to really understand,
and the Trump thing to me is, you know, his potentially being
dead,
ill or worse, is kind of, it's starting to get to the point where it may be true, because none of these international news agencies, they took all the Trump stories down.
Whoa!
Anomalous. Yeah. So like normally if you sift through it, it's like Trump this, Trump that. Now I don't see, even on Al Jazeera, nowhere. It's like, and he's not even on the ticker anymore.
Whoa!
So like, I think they're trying to be cautious. They're being cautious.
God damn.
Which tells me there's some truth to that. So.
Yeah. Holy shit. This is exciting. It's best.
Yeah, until we have to deal, like Sammy said, it's like fucking Fallout. It's like dealing with the fucking, he fucked everything up. Now we have to like scrape through it.
Yes, and the truth is, we can never recover. The United States is never going back to anything normal. The Republicans are trying a total fucking takeover. The Democrats are all run by Jews. The end result is we're headed towards revolution anyway, because there's no stopping the fall. It's like I've told you before, Brendan. You can tell everybody. I said this for years. It's not like a steep slope. We're in an elevator shaft and the cable is snapped. Haven't I always said that? Yes.
Exactly. Like, what are we gonna do? Jump before it hits?
Yeah, yeah. That's all we're left. We can try. That's what we're left with. Jesus Christ. But to really understand the magnitude of the age differences between whites and people of color, and again, this is the key to demographic shifts in these United States, you need only consider this fact. Today, the white modal age, meaning the age that is the most common age for white Americans, is a whopping 58. 58! Think about that. More white people are 58 than any other age. A mere 7 years from retirement. Now, I always try not to think about this at all. So it's so compartmentalized from my mind. I have to actually run the numbers on a calculator. I am 59 years old. In Asia, I'm 60. You know, I'm actually 58. Because I was born late in the year of 1966, October. So I'm 58. In Asia, I'm 59. So this is my age. Your average white American is as old as I am. Well, do you know what the modal age is for blacks? 27. Do you know what the modal age is for Latinos and Latinas? It's 11. 1. 11 years of age. The future, simply put, is brown, based solely on who is already here, legally, and capable of giving birth to future generations of Americanos. Just breathe and accept that. Therein lies the problem. First, a problem for the magatards whose ethno-chauvinistic nativism leads them to presume that whites have a moral entitlement to majority status in America, or that the nation will somehow crumble lest that majority remain intact. And second, a problem for the rest of us unless we stop them. Because once they realize the inadequacy of immigration restrictions for stemming the current demographic shifts, they will have to either embrace multiracial democracy, and we know that ain't gonna fucking happen, or move on to the next phase of their project, namely restricting the rights of white women so as to boost white birth rates by way of authoritarian means. And so, as it turns out, the lower birth rates and the older median age of white women already articulated, which are at the root of demographic change, are a direct reflection of what happens when a group of people gains greater access to opportunities like education and high-paying careers. They delay childbirth and have fewer kids than they might have had in prior generations. Because in every society, fertility rates fall as women's rights and opportunities expand. So, as white female baby boomers begin to access jobs and schooling, largely off limits to their mothers, and as Gen X and millennial women did the same, even more so, they had fewer kids. As such, while they aged, they didn't create enough children coming behind them to suppress the median age of the overall white population. So how does one reverse the birth dearth? There is only one fucking way. By restricting not only white women's reproductive freedom, hence the reversal of Roe versus Wade, as well the banning, or as ill, the banning of abortion and further restrictions, ultimately the legislation to ban, well, all birth control, further restrictions on birth control to the point where women are back to coat hangers and various poisons, but also by restricting women's rights and opportunities more generally. This would mean rolling back protections against sex and gender discrimination, and, even worse, openly embracing such discrimination in the workplace in an attempt to restore men to their rightful place of occupational dominance and restrict women to the trad wife role of mother and homemaker under the rubric of traditionalism, family values, culture, and all that other bullshit. One can imagine such efforts beginning with mere incentives for white women to have lots of kids and younger than at present, perhaps with accelerated tax breaks, baby bonds that could be used for their children's educations, or some other carrot to natality without blatant restrictions on women's freedoms. But eventually, as women continued to seek out higher education and careers, a state truly committed to traditional white cultural and demographic dominance would have to transition to fully Ruchist efforts. This is what Trump was seeing Putin about. This means crackdowns on white women's liberties, alongside obvious crackdowns on those people of color, including Soviets-like, or I should say as well, communist Chinese-like sterilization of black and brown women to prevent more non-white births. With the communist Chinese, it was the one-child policy where women would be forcibly sterilized after a single child, would be forced to have abortions that they would be forced to pay for. The state wouldn't pay for their abortions. With the Soviets, they just simply made abortion so universally legal, they aborted themselves out of fucking existence and essentially committed racial suicide. With the communist Chinese, the same. With the Americans, they'd impose this on whoever's not white. Anyone other than white would be subjected to the mass sterilization process. It's what the communist Chinese are doing now to a different ethnic group other than themselves, the Uyghurs, the Muslims, the Turkic Caucasoid, meaning white Muslims of northwest China, what should be known as East Turkestan. In other words, the communist Chinese are sterilizing a race into genocide. If you think all of this sounds far-fetched, ask yourself how else people concerned about the Great Replacement can hope to attain their endgame: the maintenance of a white-dominant United States and the restoration of white hegemony. Short of mass murder of citizens of color, literal ethnic and racial genocide, there is no other possible way. And we've already seen all evidence that everyone is gearing up for precisely this kind of Handmaid's Tale scenario. Understand that that cunt who wrote The Handmaid's Tale, and I have to look her up, I hate her so fucking much. Let's take a look at that. Maid's Tale authoress. And somebody help me out here. Just give me the bitch's name. Here we are. Handmaid's Tale. Author. I'll just look up because they don't use terms like Margaret Atwood. Look at her face, and it's just like a evil clown face. She has the face of an evil clown. Understand that she wrote this book not as a protest, not as a social statement or advocacy for women's rights. She wrote it as a blueprint. Margaret Atwood is the trad wife pusher. She is the cunt who acts as the pimp, the madame in the most evil sense, in a whorehouse. She is the enemy that needs to die. And she was the inspiration, the ideologist behind the overturning of Roe, making it harder to get abortions. Check that box out. Check it off on the list. Seeking to ban medication abortion through the mail in every state, including those that wish to maintain abortion access. Check that box off. The rise of all the trad wife influencers and the supporters on TikTok and Instagram who encourage white women in particular to embrace domesticity and leave the thinking and the careers to the menfolk. Check that box off. Going after DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusivity efforts that seek to increase the representation of people of color and white women across a range of occupations in which they have long been underrepresented, despite their ability. Check that box off. Open calls to roll back the 19th Amendment, which granted women the right to vote. Check, 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 and check. Indeed, just come right out and say it. Like that motherfucking cocksucking power troll who has more followers than most of you would ever wish to imagine. Of course, the great irony in all this is that the majority of white women voted for Donald John Trump. Yet again! At least in part because they agreed with his plans to get rid of millions of brown folk in the name of national renewal. Because they think their whiteness will protect them. And little did they realize the real endgame, or the reality that those who have them all revved up about the great replacement will be coming for them next. Because white dominance and patriarchy are siblings. Or at least two first cousins that fuck each other all the time. Because the byproduct of that, the bastard baby of that union, is Zionism. And unless we defeat the one, we'll never defeat the other. This point, you could consider it an unholy trinity. Think of the big three, the Allies at World War II. Churchill, Stalin, and Roosevelt. They represent the unholy trinity of Zionism, patriarchy, and white dominance. And that brings us back, of course, to the school shooting. It really does. Because the two shootings that I cited, both the first transgendered mass school shooter in Minneapolis, and then the Antioch High School shooter in Nashville, in which case you had the 17-year-old black student killing people before killing himself, expressing white supremacist beliefs while going down. These two shootings show how young people can become so poisoned by their veneration of mass shooters that they willingly associate with groups who openly hate the same ethnic or gender identity groups they belong to. That, in turn, causes them to feel more self-hatred and confusion. This is the gods of chaos, the anti-gods of Edom, at work. To quoteist Alejandra Caraballo, a clinical instructress at the Harvard Law School Cyber Law Clinic, who examined the Minneapolis shooter's videos closely, of the pages and pages and pages of this manifesto, it's all incoherent and self-contradictory. The way that these people find meaning in their lives is to commit these atrocities and do whatever they can do to get people talking about them. It's hard to explain to people that these folks don't actually believe in anything. It's hard to explain this kind of level of black pill nihilism to anyone, because it fundamentally means that you don't believe in anything. Anything. You just believe everything. Everything is meaningless. At a news conference, the day of the attack, the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, urged the public not to use the shooting to villainize our trans community. The ongoing and untrue narrative that the trans community is disproportionately violent and mentally unstable, by all evidence, is simply gaining steam from this week's shooting as prominent politicians, influencers, and commentators post content on social media, including Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia and the paleo-reactionary commentator Matt Walsh. And that backlash is raising concern among transgender Americans. To quoteist Ash Lazarus Orr, a spokesperson for Advocates for Trans Equality, as the investigation into yesterday's shooting, he said this a few days ago, mindest ye, unfolds, to continue with this quote, we ask the public and the media to remember that one person's actions must never be used to target or stigmatize entire communities. Trans and non-binary people in particular are far more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators. by the way, we've got some responses here from our dear people in the chat room. Misty says, when people look at you, they run the other way. Okay, that's... oh my God, I'm so devastated. Oh, you hear that, Brendan? When people look at me, they run the other way. Oh my God, I'm just... how do I fall asleep tonight with that just...
Can't blame them.
What? Tell her at least you know that they should.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand. What are they talking about? Because in your thumbnail is not like something else this time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe they're seeing one of the old ones or something.
Oh, thanks, Fred. And then
Do you think they're just crazy? Maybe they're just crazy. I mean,
it's well, obviously they're hostile, but they're no threat to me. I mean, Amy then says, "Get Brendan to look at your horoscope and tell you when you should aim for power with a big muscle arm." Big muscle arm. It's well, let's well, Brendan.
I think it's more practical than that. You just wait till it blows up.
Yeah, thank you. See, Brendan knows. Yeah. I mean, and like we just said, we're in the elevator shaft. It won't be long. Yeah.
Right. I don't see where that person's saying, when they look at you. Oh, here it is. When people look at you, they run the other way.
And look at the other guy below. Read the other guy below. Hugh Yazdick.
Oh yeah. Well, this is like just a troll.
Yeah. Is it the same person?
Racist Japs.
Yeah.
You know, it's like...
it's talk about projection.
And they're praising Trump and shit. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
And like, good. I'm glad the Japanese are xenophobic and racist. That way, no one can pollute their beautiful fucking culture.
Thank you.
Fuck you guys.
Thank you. Yeah.
Unlike America, where it was already, there was no. It's not like a land with thousands of years of culture. This was designed to be a melting pot system experiment.
Yeah.
So just you know, that's like saying Switzerland is racist. You know, it's like that's just who they are.
Yes. And so, Hugh Yazdick, explain this to us. If the Americans won the war, why didn't they rape all the Jap women, and how come the Japs aren't bred out of existence? You say they're racist because their race is pure. Well, they must have won the fucking war. Obviously they did, or you would have raped them all and bred them all out of existence. Right, Brendan? That's the logic.
I mean, yeah, America's not even allowed on Okinawa hardly, so there's no logic to it.
Yeah,
we don't even own Hawaii anymore. It's like all the investors are all Asian.
Yes,
like,
yes.
Just the military has their big base there, which is just poisoning everyone. It's not doing anything.
It's just a ghetto that pollutes.
Yeah.
It's a polluting ghetto that just shits all over everyone, everywhere the Americans are. Yeah.
So is it? Yeah. I mean, this is obviously just a troll.
Yes. Yeah.
Something special.
Yeah. And so long as he stops there, if he keeps going, of course, where it's just like he's polluting the fucking chat room with just endless word salads.
Like, what's the thumbnail? It's like a bunch of bananas.
It's
like,
bananas.
Yeah, he's bananas all right.
Maybe he's.
This is like. I mean, it's too nuanced for someone like Ian. It's like you wouldn't go there.
Yeah. The bananas mean he might be Asian ethnically. You know, they call him yellow on the outside but white on the inside. Some kind of self-loathing.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably Chinese or Korean. Then they would hate the Japanese, right? That makes sense. So
yeah.
It's
and the name. I mean, the name is one of those old troll names you would use when you would like do prank calls.
Yes.
Huge ass dick.
Yeah.
Jazz,
jazz dick.
Bend over. You know, ha ha ha. It's like so.
some stupid troll shit. It's funny, but about it.
As for Misty, here's what I'm gonna do. Let's do this. Let me take a look and see if I can share call again. It means I have to open up the call again, then do the share here. Let's do a screen share here. And
I mean, is Misty a dude? Like,
we'll find out. We'll see how she presents herself. Let's take a look at her channel. So we're going to like lower this, see if we can go take a look at her channel. And so go to channel. There we are. So let's go to visit Misty. We're visiting Misty right now. Who says
we know it's not an actual chick. Because
there we are.
Yeah.
So they use a chick. As it's a dude. It's a dude. Obviously, there's nothing on the channel, so there's nothing to visit. So that's obviously it's just a channel set up for trolling, and it's what it is.
I don't know. Judging by the thumbnail, it's an old ass person.
Yes. An old biddy.
Fine. You could scare her off if you want. Not a problem.
Yeah, there we are. It just so all of you old fogies know, 1 in 30 United States teenagers identifies as transgender. Of course, that data is something they're trying to scrub right now. You see, the UCLA Williams Institute has been publishing reports about transgender Americans since 2011, the year that my late and sainted Cyrus was murdered. Tracking information such as the race, ethnicity, age, regional location, and mental health of transgender individuals. And according to their latest report, nearly 3 million Americans identify as transgender. That would be one hell of a genocide, including 1 in 30 of those aged 13 to 17 years of age. So basically, the majority of your kids are open to transgenderism. They're at least questioning or non-binary, but a full, 1 out of every 30 of them is full-blown, hey, I want the sex change. Of course, the authors of this study have warned that data on our country's trans community may soon be hard to come by, as the Trump misadministration and a number of Russo collaborationist, red Republican, insurgent-led states seek to limit the recognition and the rights of transgendered people. According to the Williams Institute's Wednesday report from midweek last, trans adults and youth make up 1% of Americans aged 13 and older, and 3.3% of Americans 13 to 17 years old. Researchers finding that younger adults, those aged 18 to 34, are more likely to identify as transgender than their older counterparts, making up more than 50% of our country's transgender population. Another reason you old white racist, sexist pieces of shit are all dying out is because the younger generation is simply going non-binary. So for its initial 2011 report, released the year my mother was slain, the term they use for vampires, the Institute relied on just a 2-state level population survey cross-reference back then. Researchers noting that they've since been able to access broader and higher quality data through the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which is why the whites and the supremacists, the Zionists, you Jew fucks, sent a lunatic MK Ultra Program A to shoot up the CDC with 600 fucking rounds, no less. And this data generated the most recent findings. They used data from the CDC 2021 through 2023 Behavior Risk Factor Surveillance System and 2021 and 2023 Youth Risk Behavior Survey. The report authors noting that the Youth Risk Behavior Survey in particular currently provides the best available data for our estimates of the size and characteristics of youth who identify as transgender in these United States. But the agency will no longer collect information on transgender people in compliance with President Donald Trump's executive order calling for federal recognition of only two biological sexes. Since Trump returned to office in January, information regarding trans people and health resources for 2S LGBTQIA plus people has been quietly removed or modified on federal websites. And the Department of HHS, the Health and Human Services, has stepped away from its previous practice of supporting gender-affirming care, in spite of numerous statements from all major medical associations in these United States, including the AMA, or American Medical Association, and the American Academy of Pediatrics, declaring the care as best practice. In May, the HHS called for exploratory therapy, or psychotherapy to treat individuals with gender dysphoria instead of the medically recommended care. Multiple states have also sought to restrict access to gender-affirming care, particularly minors, for minors that is, amid broader global efforts to target such care for trans youth. A June Supreme Court decision upholding a Tennessee state-level ban on gender-affirming care for youth delivered a heavy blow to the American 2S LGBTQIA+ community, permitting similar bans that have been enacted across our country and presenting a significant obstacle to future efforts to challenge restrictions in the courts. And amid the current political climate, the authors of last Wednesday's Williams Institute report say that they are unsure whether survey respondents will accurately respond to questions regarding their gender identity moving forward. Despite all these looming challenges in gathering information, however, the authors noted it is already clear that younger people are more likely to identify as transgender, and they anticipate that to continue being true. They concluded that in addition to the uncertain future of data on the U.S. transgender population, it is also unclear whether individuals' willingness to disclose on surveys that they identify as transgender will remain unchanged in the years to come. This has implications for institutions in our society, including educational institutions, the United States Armed Forces, civilian workplaces, healthcare settings, and other areas, regarding how to meet the needs of and provide opportunities for current youth and future generations. Now, all of that being said, I return to the question asked by Amy about how would I, what does she say here? She says, who would you have running your army? Well, that is Brendan. Yeah, it's Brendan. It's an interesting question because I've always said I would reinstate the draft. So she's not coming from that angle. She's asking who I would have running it. So this is it's an intriguing question, and it's something that I have to deal with when I get there. That is obviously it's a challenge. What are we going to do with the way things are right now? We have to first off rehabilitate the army by, as I said, getting rid of the so-called professional army. By the way, Brendan says Guten Nacht. Can you come on and tell everybody good morning before you go, dear Brendan? Please. Oh, come on now. He left without saying goodbye. Brendan, say good morning to everybody if you'd be so kind. Otherwise, I'll have to, close off the show. I'm closing off stream anyway. You might as well come on. And here we are. Say good night. Good morning. And Sammy Romero is typing. Come on too, Sammy. Say good morning. Say good morning.
Hey, good morning.
There, thank you. That's beautiful. anything else you want to say? Please add any other thoughts you might have.
1 second.
Sure. Take your time.
Honestly, the only thought I have is we're really gonna find out, if not this week, at least the next 2 weeks, as far as our president.
Yeah.
As far as his state, in the sense of when are they gonna actually confirm? I really don't think they want to even touch that subject as far as how bad his health is, which everybody knows is bad. It's just they're really trying to hold everything with a piece of gum, and hope no one asks any questions. It's really all in the threat of gunpoint, as anybody can see, which they're trying to normalize a police state, but like I said, it's gonna crumble. It's already crumbling, really. But it's just very interesting times that we live in. But that's pretty much it. I mean,
no, I
hope
know
everybody's.
I know you.
Go ahead.
I know you've been very busy. I don't know if you were able to hear everything I said about women being the real target of all this racism.
Yeah,
Any thoughts?
I heard her.
Okay.
I agree. I agree in the sense of it's really as far as reproducing, the most Caucasian women really don't want to produce children. Most of them are career driven, and most of them are, as far as privileged, they don't really want to raise children. I'm not saying there's not pockets of women that are traditional, quote unquote, but you start seeing, as far as the culture, as far as white women, they really don't. Even Southern white women, these quote unquote traditional values. Well, historically, white women never really would want to be mothers, in a sense. So I'm talking about, American white women.
Yeah.
Even in the South, where they had, black women nursing them and really raising them. Obviously, hence why, a lot of slave owning pretty much interbred with the slaves.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's been going on since the beginning of time, but I think more now it's white women are very aware of their privilege. That's one of the things I always talked about Brooke, is she's pretty much a passport to anywhere. Anywhere she goes, she's accepted. I think this is why she was targeted so much for being part of your team, is because not only is she white, she's a Southern white woman.
Yes.
That's very dangerous, especially in this country. And on the contrary, someone who is the complete opposite as far as culturally, as in George Knight, who is a British white man, that is also very dangerous as far as having him on your team, Doug.
Yes.
So you're talking about two people they might as well be from Mars and from Venus, but the one thing they do have in common is they're not as melanated as you and I.
Yes.
But we live in a world where that does still matter to a certain extent.
Yes.
But as far as women are always going to be targeted, because I hate to put it this way, but women are still considered property.
Yes.
They're bartered, they're traded, they're exploited, whether it's sexually or as far as status. It's just what it is. It's just now white women know their privilege. They know they're to a certain degree they're protected. This is why you have even educated white women in government who they're pro their own death. They're pro their own demise because
Yes.
they're ignorant in thinking, well, I'm a white woman, I'm protected. Why do I care about abortion? And the reality is, they should. The power of choice is a power. This is one of the things that I've always believed. I've never understood mixing religion with these, with a woman's body when, we don't promote childbirth to begin with. We don't promote anything to do with, infants other than if they live or die. But that's really all they want is we want them to live, but, there's no infrastructure. As we all know, a nation needs infrastructure. It needs a social system. I don't care if people don't believe in, a social net. You need it because, the U.S. is pretty much a welfare state. We don't build anything. We don't promote education. But the one thing we do have is all these resources that, this country needs. The majority of people are on SNAP. They're on Medicare for a reason. The cost of living is ridiculous. So, when it comes to women, women really swing the pendulum in the sense of really sanity. And obviously, we're seeing that in Mexico. We're seeing the growth in the middle class in Mexico, which this is the one thing that I think I've always agreed with you, is the middle class really is the Republicans' weakness. Because if you have a strong middle class, then this is how this is how the public questions things. We have time to question things. We have time to look at policy. We have time to look at analytics regarding race, regarding religion, regarding culture. This is how we understand why, the power of choice as far as a woman's body is directly connected to not just women, but also other people of color or the quote unquote minorities. Because if it's not them, you're going down the path to the 14th Amendment, which trickles down to, every other minority, quote unquote. And we've all seen this, a domino effect. But as far as women, white women really they're responsible for their own extinction because of they're privileged.
Yes.
We've all known somebody in that demographic. Doug and I know somebody who is struggling with that to this day, last we checked, because let's just keep it real. She has trouble with accountability.
Yeah.
And yes, she's going through the struggle, but she is the personification of privileged. That she's lucky. When I mean the person she is, Brooke. Brooke is lucky she's not in a federal prison.
Yeah.
Or in a state prison.
Yeah.
Half the stuff Doug and I couldn't do.
That's right.
I would be in the prison right now.
Yeah.
Doing life.
Yeah.
Because it's just what it is. But what I'm trying to say is, unfortunately, this process of cleansing ourselves from this administration and really the Republican Party, it's going to take time. And culturally, we have to change as a nation, but unfortunately, there's going to be violence behind it. There's no way around it.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to understand that most of the people on the Republican side just want things to burn.
Yeah.
They just want destruction. And women really, if this was Kamala Harris and at least there was that representation of a presidential, I wouldn't say she would be the best, but it's a step forward to making things reality in the sense of a true empire. And I'm not saying it would continue, a legacy of peasant interests, but the optics are there in a sense of reality. And it was stolen from us. It was stolen from us because, as we're going to see when the wash comes out, as far as the it's going to come out. We're going to see the torrent of interference.
Yes.
And there's no way of saying allegedly. It's going to come out. It's just in the panic, because it's going to be panic, especially the Republican Party, which they hitched. This is how far they've gone down. They hitched their wagon to a dead man.
Yes, that's right.
It doesn't matter if he was walking upright. He's pretty much the Walking Dead.
Yes.
And he knew, and they knew, and there's no going back. And this is where most of these people are going to be cornered. Most of these people with these ideologies are going to be cornered, and we all know what happens when they get cornered. They get scared, and they revert to violence because they can't help it. They go back to those roots of violence and anarchy. And it's because they become what they fear. And, it's just a rerun. But as far as women, you're right. The reproduction rates are the all-time low, but because also, there is an effect when it comes to these laws where you put in place where you want to dictate a woman's body. Well, yes, they're privileged, but they're also coherent of their privilege, but also, women are not going to want to have children if there's no health safety net, if there's no more promotion. The one thing I do remember you talk about is Japan having cemeteries for aborted children.
Yes.
Having these places of peace, of respect, of understanding that if a woman decides to abort her child, they're still honored.
Yes.
See, that concept in America does not exist. Yes. We don't even visit our dead to begin with, let alone a child, let alone understanding that a child can also devastate a life. Sometimes some gifts are just not meant to be gifts. Yes. I don't know how to put it the best way.
Yes.
And we just have this psychology of we cannot be merciful to ourselves. We have no ability to be merciful to ourselves, let alone another person,
Yes.
Because it's just not our nature. How can you practice something you've never done for yourself? And this is the one thing I have to give the Empire of Japan, where they can forgive themselves in the sense of their human side, but also honor it at the same time, where you can dedicate certain places for that healing. And the key word is healing. And obviously that is alien to this country, let alone, even the concept. And it's funny, I've never heard nobody come up with this concept. We're talking, Harvard grads, we're talking people of quote unquote education. Doug is the only one that's brought this up. And it makes a lot of sense because, this is just the reality. We don't even have places. I mean, we barely have domestic violence, hotlines, and we have places of quote unquote refuge. But knowing this administration, those fundings are getting cut.
Yes.
So, what I'm trying to say is, obviously, there's a lot of things we need to overhaul because, these are just simple solutions that you've talked about, where it's just the reality. But we're heading towards, this is just change, really. This is change, but these are the growing pains. This is a painful start of change. And, a lot of the times all these conversations really come down to is, first off, you know, self-admittance. There needs to be some type of responsibility in the sense of what we've done, and obviously that's a big word. That's a big step. But what I'm trying to say is, yes, I did hear what you talked about women, and it's just sick that we that, you know, that was stolen from us. But, you know, like I said, in a lighter note, we're going to be singing Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead, because it's inevitable.
Yes, true.
You know, and this is where it's going to be intriguing in the sense of what is this country, and really the people that the Republicans, how are they going to pivot? How are they going to pivot? If you notice, none of them can utter a word without having the approval of this man that is insane. Yes. None of them can actually say anything coherently constructive without the approval of this man. They can't even, I mean, you know what I mean? There's no independence as far as a mind.
That's right.
Everything is tethered to this
maniac,
dead maniac,
yeah.
Whatever entity is driving this sock puppet. Everything is controlled by this person, and it's all in fear. And this is very key. It's all in fear of, if I don't follow this man, he's going to kill my political career, and you know, and it's just disgusting because this man is not only flawed, this man's, you know, it's just pathetic.
Yes.
And it's really, it's almost like this, okay? It lets you realize they really have nothing to live for. And really, they have nothing to die for. Because in the end, that's really what we have. We have an end.
Yes.
If you can't stand on your square and at least die for what you believe in reality, America never really could die for anything. This is why we never had kamikaze pilots. This is why our best fighters weren't even American. They were Japanese.
Thank you. So true.
And they were done under bad net or wherever, or a threat for their lives. But yes. This is what I'm trying to say is, this is really just self-purge. We're purging ourselves, but in reality, it's just the outdated are getting eliminated, and they will all cannibalize themselves. They're already doing it.
Yes.
So it was definitely a great analogy, because women drive the world in a sense. I love women. I love my wife, who's a woman. I want to be around women. I'd rather be around women because they're the embodiment of God's gift to earth as far as heaven.
Yes.
You know, you can live with them and live without them. You know, my wife drives me crazy, but I can't live without her. And unfortunately, you know, there's going to be a very rude awakening, because even with these shootings, they're really just all distractions. And really, you can see the people that are ignorant, and really, it's going to hit them harder the most. When people realize there's really no answer, where you can't be screaming MAGA no more, because that person who pretty much had a spell over, it's pretty much, history is really just going to tell a tale. Where we're going to look back on this time frame and really realize how insane things were. Yes. Where someone can actually, you know, do this. But like I said, this is my opinion, that he really wasn't human anymore. This was an entity that had its time, and like any entity, it was going to get banished. Its incarnation is going to deteriorate, and eventually, like any leaders in the past, Trump is going to be forgotten in the sense of who he really was. Now, his damage has been done, but if we really look at things, the United States is really still in its infancy as a nation. If we even last as a nation, okay? We're not even 400 years old compared to the Japanese who've been here thousands of years. We're not even as old as some. We're not even, as compared to Europe, we're not even on their level, as to put it in that context. But it was a great analogy, and it kind of put things in perspective as far as our the downfall, because you cannot see women can play a big key as far as their emotions. If a woman feels like her emotions are not being appreciated, women do drastic things. Yes. And women can sway even men to do drastic things, which is going to crack. You're seeing it now where certain, as far as undocumented employees who are no longer working in the South, a lot of white establishments are being bankrupt.
There you go.
They're going broke. They're living off of loans, and their livelihood it's gone. That has an effect, and it's going to have a ripple effect to the point where it's not going to matter if you're a white Southern woman or a white privileged woman. It's not going to matter, because there's no wealth to tether that with, because you are reduced to, I'm a woman. It doesn't even matter, because it just doesn't matter. So that's just my observation. What you talked about.
Thank you.
This is very important as far as to kind of see how to gauge things as further we get when the news starts coming out, whether it's this week or the next upcoming weeks. I really don't believe he's going to be alive the following year. I really don't. If he is, it's just going to confirm that he's an entity.
That's true. That's true, because even MDs have said that they would be shocked if he made it through the end of the year. Even MDs have said that. So what you say is true. If he does survive the end of the year, it's supernatural at that point. We're in Antichrist territory. Go on. Yes.
And it would make a lot of sense, because we're heading towards the continuation of World War II. It's been, we can all feel it. I know you can feel it.
Yes.
It's going to happen, where it's going to be some type of global, whether it's China who strikes at Taiwan, which is very likely, or it's Vladimir Putin aiming to counterstrike Europe, whether it's Germany, whether it's England. It's one of those. It could be something to trigger that, because it's just been simmering. It's in the air. The pieces have all been aligned. You're talking about your essay. Even the time frame of when you're writing your essay, Doug. It's not a coincidence it's not a coincidence the time frame of when you're writing it. Okay, Doug. It's almost like you're a prophet in the sense of how things have been aligned.
Yes.
Who the people that you're no longer affiliated with.
Yes.
This is all in a convergence. Yeah. So it's you're not oblivious to it. It's just things are going into motion. They've been going into motion. It's just we're seeing the puzzles. We're seeing the pieces already getting set. And how I said, I don't think he's going out quiet. He didn't go out quiet. Something's gonna be set off.
Yeah.
Where the world's gonna have to react, whether it's a global conflict, but nevertheless, you're right on the money. But that's just my 2 cents.
Well, bless you, and I love you dearly. Share that love with your family, and stay safe and be well. you have a blessed Labor Day weekend. And of course, say hello to Isaac. I look forward to speaking to him again sometime soon. Hopefully he can come on at some point. And yeah. And I'll speak to you privately in the near future. Yes. So,
no problem.
Okay. And with that, let's say goodbye to everyone else. Everyone, if you have anything to remind anyone else of, you can remind them, of course, of always good to hear from other people that I continue to need their support. So just remind the listeners of that. And with that, we will say good day. Sammy says good night. Let's respond to that with a heart. And Aristides, of course, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. If you happen to be around, go ahead and say good morning to everyone. Otherwise, I'm ending live stream. And of course, I'll say Gute Nacht on Brendan Zogit's behalf, because he's been going through a lot of electronic issues where he's at. And of course, everybody maintain him in thought and prayer in general. And all of Team Dietrich in thought and prayer in general, myself included even. For those of you who support myself morally or financially, all my best to you. Kisses to the ladies, hugs to the gentlemen. And for those of you who are simply here to troll, well, there you go. It's you are what you are, and you're no threat to me. So that, of course, has to be put into context of the gang stalkers of the cult of the Kings of Edom, which I have forewarned people about for over a decade at this point, or it certainly feels like that, but it's been under a decade, little under a decade, little over a decade. I started coming out as a public informant 2011. Oh my God, it's been what? In essence, it's been a decade and a half, you know. And so that's a long time. But obviously, it takes a long time for these messages to get around. That's your job. Everybody out here who's listening, remember, this is guerrilla warfare, and it's your war, not mine. I'm here, of course, to help, but you've got to fight it. And the way you do that is recognizing that words are more powerful. The pen is more mightier than the sword. The words are more powerful than the ammo. Just get out there and tell people that I exist. That's enough to spread the word, and it's been helping. Believe me, it has. With that, come join us on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. And we'll be right back, same time, same place, Wednesday night, midweek. Be with us then. Ending stream.